The two of them made their way back to the Bloodmoon Pack. Joel sat down and muttered, "Don't wander around now that you're pregnant. Safety comes first." Perry smiled. "I know, Dad. I just took a little stroll and grabbed some maternity milk powder." "Come eat. You must be starving," Joel said as he ladled some soup into a bowl. "This chicken soup's been simmering all morning. Come on, both of you, dig in." Joel walked off to check on something else. As Perry sipped her soup, she said, "You know, Sarah and Irene were actually kind of nice today. Even bought me stuff." Richard's face immediately clouded over. "Seriously? Are you sure it's safe to take things from them? That pair has always been sketchy. Don't lower your guard." "I know. I only took it to avoid drama. Didn't eat any of it. I gave it to Irene." Rosa chimed in, "Honestly, I don't buy their act either. The more they try to be sweet, the more it screams red flag. Perry's too soft-hearted. Just a few nice words and she might fall for it again." Perry took another sip of the soup, savoring the taste. "I'm not that easy to fool these days. I haven't forgotten who really messed me up. That one's still out there, free as ever. She's the one I need to watch." Later that day, Perry joined Rosa for a meal over at the Shadowborn Pack. Klaus gifted her a bunch of stuff. After dinner, Richard came to pick her up, teasing with a grin. "Geez, I'm starting to feel like I don't deserve you. Give me a sec to wrap my head around your VIP treatment." Perry playfully punched his arm. "Cut it out. Don't hype me up. They gave me so many gifts, I don't even know where to start with the return ones." Richard gently took her hand. "Leave that part to me. You're pregnant. Your only job is to take care of yourself and the baby. I'll have Byron prepare return gifts and we'll visit them properly later." "Okay," Perry sighed, visibly relieved. "That takes a huge weight off." Back at Maple Garden, Perry's mood was still upbeat. She wasn't ready to go inside just yet, so Richard held her hand and they took a walk under the evening sky. Unbeknownst to them, Alicia stood in the distance, hidden. She hadn't left. The police were still actively searching, but she'd been careful. She just couldn't let go of Richard. Even seeing him from afar gave her a twisted comfort. She didn't slip away until she watched Richard and Perry enter the house. Then she headed toward a remote hotel on the outskirts and checked in under a fake name. Her phone buzzed to life. This was a new number Ted got for her recently. No one else had it. Still, Alicia couldn't resist opening her old contact list. Tons of unread messages, but not a single one from Richard. Disappointment hit her hard. Then one message jumped out, heard Perry's pregnant again and riding high with Richard. Today she even visited the Grand Marshal's estate. She's his goddaughter now or something. No wonder Richard treats her like gold. She's got it made. It came from some anonymous source via a computer program, no way to trace it. Confused, Alicia frowned. Who sent this? And why? Still, she replied, "Who are you? What are you after?" Her head was a mess. Why does Perry get everything? The reply came quick. "Don't worry about who I am. I just hate seeing you get stepped on. You're the one who should be with Richard. Perry? She's just a country bumpkin who lucked out." That hit hard. The message wasn't wrong. Alicia believed deep down that she was the one who truly deserved to be Luna of the Bloodmoon Pack. Perry? What did she do to earn it? Alicia felt like she'd finally found someone who got her. She'd been on the run for what felt like forever, barely stepping outside without worrying someone might recognize her. It was humiliating, New York's former queen bee hiding like a rat, and all because of Perry. If she couldn't be happy, she damn sure wasn't going to let Perry live her fairy tale life in peace. "So what, you're trying to get me to take Perry down so you can sit back and enjoy the show?" She typed out, her voice in her head just as bitter. The reply was a string of creepy smiley faces. "Just giving you the facts. Whether you act on it or not, that's up to you. But think about it. This is the end of the line for you. If they catch you, it's over anyway. Might as well take someone down with you. No?" Made sense in a way. "What do you want me to do?" The response came quick. "It's not about what I want. It's what you want. You seriously think you're walking out of New York clean?" Alicia hadn't allowed herself to think that far. All she knew was that if Perry got to keep living that perfect life with Richard, the life that should have been hers, while she got arrested, well, that thought alone made her boil. Fine. If she was going down, she wasn't doing it alone. But how am I supposed to lure Perry out? You think she'll even listen to me? You'll find a way if you really want this. Sarah and Mara are both out now, right? You know they hate her guts as much as you do. Alicia nodded to herself. Annoying as Sarah and Mara were at this point, they might be her best shot. To stay off the grid, she shut her phone off immediately after. She didn't even check Ted's latest message. He'd probably lost it by now, still clueless about where she was hiding. Usually, Alicia slept through most of the day, but tonight she was wide awake. So she got out of bed, called a cab, and made her way to Mara's place. It was freezing. Thank God for winter layers. Puffy coat, scarf, beanie, mask. She was basically incognito. No way she was showing her face at the door, though. Standing across the street outside the Silverfang Pack's villa, she turned her phone back on and dialed Mara. Thankfully, the number hadn't changed. Mara was up, restless. She'd seemed better lately after some therapy, but still had moments where she couldn't shake the feeling the world was out to get her. Seeing an unknown caller on screen, she hesitated before answering. "Who is this?" Alicia swallowed. "Mara, it's me, Alicia. Can we talk? I'm outside your place." Mara's mind stalled for a second. It had been a while since she'd seen anyone, let alone heard that voice. Belen had been busy with the pack lately, and no one had mentioned anything about Alicia being wanted. "Why are you here? Planning to screw me over again?" Braving the cold, Alicia tried to keep her voice steady. "When have I ever screwed you over? I'm just saying it's unfair. You didn't do anything, yet you've suffered so much." That hit home. Mara's voice got sharper. "Exactly. I didn't do a damn thing, and look where that got me." "I'm literally standing outside," Alicia said. "Come down." Mara peeked out her window. Sure enough, someone was across the road. She hadn't been sleeping anyway. Almost on autopilot, she threw on a jacket and went outside. "So what do you want?" Alicia could tell Mara was still in the dark about her being on the run. "Tell me, don't you want revenge?" Mara stiffened. "No, not really. You're seriously gonna let all that pain slide? Just let Perry walk away squeaky clean?" Mara's eyes narrowed. "I'm not letting her off the hook. I heard it was you who made her lose the baby. Why's everyone blaming me?" Alicia knew Mara's mind had been fragile before, and clearly she wasn't all better yet. She knew all along it wasn't you, but you challenged her, tried to get close to Richard. Yeah, that was enough for her. She thinks Richard is hers, period. And anyone who gets in the way, she'll ruin them. I'm proof. Mara flinched, remembering every awful thing from the past months, every episode, every meltdown. Her hatred for Perry surged again. But what can I do? She's got power. I'm not even on her level. I'm done playing nice. You in or not? Want to get back at Perry? Of course, Mara blurted out, but the second it left her mouth, regret followed. Her family had warned her again and again to stay out of trouble, to steer clear of drama with Perry. Forget it. I'm done with the revenge stuff. Let fate deal with her. Fate? Come on. If karma worked, would she still be living her best life? Richard practically worships the ground she walks on. He even takes her to work. Like, what the hell? He can't go 5 minutes without seeing her. It's driving me insane. That hit a nerve. Mara's hands started shaking. Why her? Richard was supposed to be with me. He promised he'd stand by me. He was mine. As long as Perry's around, no one else stands a chance. I swear I'd end her if I could, but I can't even get her to meet up. Some shady figure had already pushed Alicia into going after Perry, and now Alicia was trying to rope Mara in. Mara hesitated, then mumbled, "Maybe I do have a way." Alicia's eyes lit up. "Seriously? If you can just get her to the right place, I'll handle the rest. Or hey, we could both take her on." Mara shook her head again. "But why would she trust me?" "Simple," Alicia said smoothly. "Tell her you want to make peace. Go to Maple Garden and get her to meet you behind the forest there. I'll take care of everything else." Mara's eyes brightened. "All right, I'll lead her to the woods, then it's your move." Just like that, they shook on it. Alicia left with a rare smile on her face. She was already deep in thought, plotting every step. Perry might know some self-defense, so she couldn't take chances. Just to be safe, she slipped a fruit knife into her jacket. She knew she wouldn't get away with it, but if she was going down, she was taking Perry's peace with her. The next morning, Perry slept in and didn't wake up until 10. Richard had already headed back to the pack, leaving her a note. Call me if you want anything to eat. I'll have it sent over. She walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside, and smiled. Perfect sunny weather. Her mood was just as bright. Craving shrimp ravioli, she gave Richard a call. Got it, he said with a chuckle. I'll have them made and sent right over. Don't go wandering around though, okay? Just stay put at home. Be good. I know, she replied, then hung up. After freshening up and getting dressed, she went downstairs. Half an hour later, the dumplings arrived, along with a bottle of breakfast milk. Breakfast hit just right. With the sun out and the breeze light, it felt like a waste to stay inside. She ended up going for a walk, her legs carrying her toward the red maple forest beyond the estate. It was winter now, so the brilliant leaves were mostly gone, leaving skinny, bare branches reaching up to the sky. She walked deeper in when her phone suddenly buzzed. Mara? That's unexpected. Curiosity got the best of her and she picked up. You need something? Where are you? I wanted to talk. I don't want to fight anymore. Perry thought back to everything between them. It wasn't easy to let that go. Still, she was in a good mood, so her tone wasn't harsh. There's nothing for us to talk about. Perry, please don't hang up. I screwed up, okay? I'm sorry. Mara's voice trembled and she started rambling. And you need to watch out for Alicia. Alicia, you've seen her? Mara's heart pounded. The plan was to lure Perry to the forest, let Alicia take it from there. But now, holding the phone and hearing Perry's voice, she couldn't go through with it. She'd already made too many mistakes. She couldn't let another one ruin someone else's life. Before she'd even called, she'd spoken to Sarah, who told her to make amends with Perry. She came to me. Last night, Mara admitted shakily. Told me to get you to the woods. And then, I don't know what she planned. Just don't go there, Perry, please. Perry froze for a second. Other than the gnarled branches of the maple trees, there wasn't a soul in sight. You're helping Alicia again, aren't you? Trying to set me up. Mara quickly said, No, I swear I'm not. I called to warn you. Don't go to the back hill. Alicia said she'd be waiting there. Perry, please believe me. I'd never want to hurt you. I'm already here, Perry murmured, scanning the area. No sign of Alicia. If she was around, Perry would have taken her down already. Normally, handling Alicia wouldn't be a problem for her, but with the baby and the slippery ground, she couldn't risk anything reckless. Panic started to rise in her chest. She hung up and quickly called Klaus. His place wasn't far, and he could get there quickly if something happened. Just as the call connected, Alicia appeared out of nowhere like she'd dropped from the sky. Wow, Perry, you really came running just because Mara told you to? A voice came through the speaker. Miss Lake, what's going on? Who are you talking to? Alpha Klaus, Perry said in a rush. Come to the back hill now. Someone's trying to hurt me. What? Perry shoved the phone into her pocket and took a few steps back. What do you want, Alicia? Alicia's grin was twisted. Isn't it obvious? I want you dead, Perry. Richard was supposed to be mine. Why should you get to be happy with him? She'd been hiding out for way too long, completely unhinged. Her mind was a mess, sometimes not even under her own control. Perry normally had the skills to deal with Alicia, no doubt about that. But there were too many unknowns right now. The ground was frozen and slick, and Alicia clearly planned this in advance. Perry couldn't just attack head-on. What are you trying to do? Alicia bared her wolf fangs, the sunlight making them gleam like ice, blinding in the harsh light. Perry's attention slipped for just a second, and that's when Alicia threw powder in her face. Suddenly everything blurred. The powder was special. It didn't just mess with her vision. It clogged her nose and made her dizzy, like she was about to pass out. Her limbs felt heavy and her control started slipping. Then Alicia's venomous voice rang out. Die, Perry! If I can take you down with me, it'll be worth it. If I can't have Richard, neither can you. With a shriek, she transformed into a wolf and lunged toward Perry. Perry saw the flash of her attack, then two wolves came out of nowhere. One slammed into Alicia, the other tackled Perry, shielding her. Was she hallucinating? No, it was Sarah who caught her, and it was Irene who took Alicia down. Mara had given Sarah a heads up. At first, she wanted to help Mara hurt Perry, but Sarah didn't feel good about it and pulled Irene to rush over. Luckily, they'd been nearby when the call came. Alicia thrashed wildly, biting and snarling. Get off me, Irene, she screamed. You hate her too. Let me finish this. Irene didn't know if it was guilt catching up with her or just plain exhaustion, or maybe she finally thought about her kid's future and decided enough was enough. Alicia, have you completely lost it? As long as I'm still here, you're not laying another finger on Perry. Sarah, wake her up now. Sarah froze, not sure what to do. Perry wasn't totally out, she was just groggy and weak. Sarah, there's snow on the ground. Use it. Rub some on my face. Hurry. Sarah grabbed a handful of snow and pressed it against Perry's cheeks and forehead. Slowly, Perry's head started to clear. Irene was holding onto Alicia with all her strength. Alicia's eyes were bloodshot as she sank her teeth into Irene's arm. Blood spilled instantly, and Irene shrieked in pain but didn't let go. Perry, Sarah, run! Mom, you're bleeding! Sarah looked terrified. Just go. Forget about me and keep Perry safe, Irene yelled, voice hoarse from the strain. Sarah hesitated, not wanting to leave. Perry slumped against a tree, slowly regaining her strength. Alicia had gone completely off the rails. She bit into Irene's other arm, causing blood to flow down both limbs as she kept trying to reach Perry. Thankfully, Klaus and Terry finally showed up. They managed to pin Alicia down and quickly called for an ambulance and the cops. Irene, Perry knelt beside her, voice shaking. Are you okay? Let me stop the bleeding first. She took off Irene's scarf, ripped it into two, and wrapped the fabric tightly around the wounds. Hang in there. The medics are almost here. Irene gave Perry a strained smile. Perry, at least I did something right for you today. I've hurt you so much, and your brother, your mom. You have every reason to hate me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve that. Her lips trembled as tears rolled down. Just give your father a chance. These past few days have been rough for him. He really wants to make things right, but... Perry looked at her, and the bitter history between them faded for a moment. I know, Irene. I get it now. It's okay. Thank you. Perry, you really are a good kid. Irene wasn't seriously hurt, but the timing of her words made them hit just right. The police and paramedics arrived soon after. Irene was taken to the hospital while Alicia was hauled off to the station. Mara showed up just then and followed the ambulance to the hospital. Irene needed a ton of stitches and had to stay in the hospital for recovery. Thankfully, nothing was life-threatening, mostly just the blood loss. Once they cleaned and dressed her wounds, she was moved into a room. Mara slipped in carefully. Perry, are you all right? I'm okay, Perry replied, her voice low. Sarah shot Mara a look. You knew Alicia was planning something last night. Why didn't you say anything until this morning? Mara looked flustered. I was confused, honestly. You know my condition isn't fully stable. Sometimes I get fuzzy-headed. But luckily, Perry's safe and Aunt Irene's injuries weren't too bad. Still, Perry, I'm really sorry. This is my fault. I messed up. Please don't let the police come after me. Perry let out a long sigh and reached for Mara's wrist to check her pulse. It was a little erratic. You're still not fully recovered. Your healer prescribed meds, right? Mara nodded. Yeah, he did. Said I need to keep taking them regularly. Then just keep eating it for a while. Forget it, Perry said casually. She was mostly all right and didn't feel like pushing it further. At least Alicia had been taken down. She could finally breathe a bit. Francis showed up not long after. Sarah had already filled him in on everything. Seeing that Irene was doing fine and Perry had forgiven her, Francis actually thought today hadn't ended too badly. Still, with Perry here, he had to put on a tougher face. As long as you're okay. Irene leaned against the bed, her IV still in place. I'm fine. What matters is Perry's safe. How are you feeling? Francis asked, his face full of concern. Perry didn't think Francis was being fake for once. I'm all right. Thankfully, Irene and Sarah made it in time. That's good. I was really worried, he said before turning to Sarah. And you? You holding up okay? Sarah nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Irene took the chance to speak again. Francis, everything that happened before, it was my fault. The misunderstandings between you, Helena, and Perry. I started all of that. I was too selfish. If you can't forgive me, well, I've made up my mind. I'll take the blame. I'll end the mate bond if that's what it takes. End it. Sarah looked shocked. Mom, why would you want to split from Dad? Irene's voice softened. Because I owe it to Helena and to Perry and her brother. It's the only way your dad can move on without guilt. Francis, I don't blame you for any of it. Really. Francis looked over at Perry and said bitterly, "And what does that change? It won't bring Helena back. It won't undo what I owe Perry. So what do you want me to do then? Honestly, I would have rather died today at Alicia's hands. At least then I wouldn't be a burden anymore. I could finally apologize to Helena in person." As she spoke, Irene's eyes welled up, and her tears began to fall. Perry couldn't tell if they were just putting on a show or if there was genuine remorse, but Irene and Sarah had really saved her today. Had they not shown up, she and her baby might not have made it. She exhaled slowly. "Enough. Just stop. Irene, I'm willing to make peace with my father." "For real? Perry, you mean it?" Irene's face lit up with hope. Francis couldn't hide his relief either. Perry nodded. "You and Sarah saved me. I'll let go of the past. But what you did, framing my mom with Damien, stealing my brother, let's not dig that back up. Leave it behind us." Forgiving Irene still left a bitter taste in her mouth. After everything she'd done, how did she deserve forgiveness? And what about Francis? Did he? Still, Perry felt drained. She didn't want to keep fighting all the time. "Mara, any idea why Alicia suddenly reached out to you to go after me?" Mara shook her head. "I really don't know, but she knew you were pregnant." Perry froze. That was odd. Her pregnancy hadn't been made public. How did a fugitive like Alicia even find out? Francis noticed her tightening expression. "Perry, what's on your mind?" Perry shared what she was thinking. Francis frowned. "Are you suggesting there's someone helping Alicia on the inside?" Perry shook her head. "Maybe, but I'm not sure it's that simple." Richard called in a panic. He'd been stuck in meetings all morning and only just got the sheriff's call now. "Are you sure you're okay? I'm heading to the hospital right now. Wait for me there." He rushed over as fast as he could, planning to check on Irene too. He was really thankful she had helped Perry, though he couldn't quite figure out why the sudden change. Why were Irene and Sarah suddenly being nice to Perry? Since no one had eaten yet, they picked a nearby restaurant for lunch. Mara kept sneaking glances at Richard, a bit uneasy, but she didn't let it show. Deep down, she was relieved she hadn't listened to Alicia, otherwise she'd be toast by now. Thank God I didn't totally lose it back there. Hey Perry, do you have anything stronger to help me get better faster? Perry checked her pulse. All right, I'll write you a prescription. Take it for a week straight. It should help. But honestly, the main thing is your mindset. Try to keep your thoughts positive. Don't overthink stuff. Mara nodded quickly. Okay, got it. I'll try to stay upbeat and not overthink everything. Francis raised his glass. Richard, I honestly don't know what to say. I just wish you and Perry happiness. By the way, have you two set a date for the celebration yet? Richard looked at Perry. She smiled. She had mentioned before that the party didn't really matter. It was the love that counted. Still, every girl dreams about walking down the aisle in a wedding dress. We're thinking of doing the ceremony after the new year. As for the banquet, Richard caught her hint. We'll do the party too. Francis nodded approvingly. Good. You should definitely have a celebration. Perry noticed Francis sounded different now. Maybe he really had come around, ready to accept her and Sarah as his daughters. You don't have to prep anything for me. It's enough just knowing you care. But Francis genuinely wanted to do something for her. No way. I've done nothing for you since the day you were born. I have to. I might not have a lot, but I'll make sure it's the same as what Sarah's getting. This is from your dad. Please don't say no. Sarah chimed in too. Yeah, don't turn it down. I was the one who was wrong before. I kept pushing you away because I was afraid you'd take my share. But really, it was childish of me. You're part of the Ashen Pack just like I am. If I have a claim to anything, so do you. Honestly, you probably deserve it more than I do. Perry felt at peace. I'm glad you feel that way. I really don't want to keep fighting with you either. You're right, we are family. I'm in. Francis finally let out a breath. That's my daughter. Perry, would you call me Dad? Perry realized she never had. As a kid, he wasn't there when she needed him. Later, when he came back, it was all for his own reasons. She'd always felt resentful. But right now, she could finally feel the love of a father. She picked up her glass and said, Dad, this one's for you. All right. Tears welled up in Francis's eyes in an instant. He felt incredibly lucky to have a daughter like Perry. Sarah raised her glass too. Let's have a toast, Richard. Perry, this one's for you too. Richard only took a polite sip. As long as Perry was happy, that was all that mattered. Mara chimed in. Wait, shouldn't Perry skip the booze? She's pregnant, remember? Oh, right, Perry, I haven't even congratulated you yet. You're expecting, and I'm about to be a grandpa. Frances was once again flooded with emotion. Perry gently touched her belly, moved by all the love around her. It's okay, just a tiny bit of red wine won't hurt. Good, good. Frances was so thrilled he didn't even know what else to say. Sarah chuckled. I'm going to be an aunt. That's amazing. Perry, when you get a chance, you should visit the Ashen Pack too. That's your home too. You know, you're the alpha's daughter of that pack. Come on now, we're sisters. That's what really matters, Perry replied. With Richard by her side, she truly felt like she had it all. She also asked the server to pack some soup and a meal to take back to the hospital for Irene. After lunch, everyone was in high spirits, chatting and laughing. For the first time, Irene really felt how peaceful and fulfilling it was to be part of a family without arguments or scheming. After recovering, Irene made a special trip with Frances back to Phoenix Ridge Village. The two of them bowed respectfully to Bryce. Irene took a deep breath and said sincerely, I'm sorry. I was the one who set up Helena and Damien back then. I even forged a DNA report, which made Frances start doubting that Perry and her brother were his kids. That's why he treated them so coldly. It was all my fault. I didn't have the courage to face everything until now. I finally realized how selfish and wrong I was. Bryce's eyes were moist, the past pain still fresh in his memory. You really were selfish. Some things just don't fade with time. I'll never forget how hopeless and broken Helena was before she died. She never recovered from it. Frances bowed once more. You're right. I failed Helena. It was me who messed up. I had an affair. I'm so sorry. He dropped to his knees. Dad, I know I have no right to ask for forgiveness. I just hope you can find peace in your later years. From now on, I'll treat you as my real father. Frances hadn't called him Dad in 20 years. Irene also knelt beside him. If we're talking about blame, mine's even worse. I knew Frances had a family, but I still went after him. I was completely out of line. I regret everything so much. Her apology came from the heart, with no pretenses. If even Perry has forgiven you, who am I to say anything more? Just get along from now on, Bryce said, helping them both up. Then he went inside and brought out an old, yellowed journal. Helena left this. I think there's stuff in here about you. You should read it. Frances took the journal with both hands. Thank you. I'll read every word. The next morning, with Bryce by their side, Frances and Irene went to pay their respects at Helena's grave. Frances had gone through the journal. Page after page, it was filled with Helena's words to him. Turns out, she had never betrayed him. Even if a part of her heart still lingered with Damien, she and Damien had kept things clean. She never did anything to hurt him. He bowed deeply in front of the tombstone. Helena, I'm here. I'm sorry. It took me this long to come see you. How are you over there? I read your journal. I was wrong about you. Completely wrong. I failed you. His voice tightened. I failed our daughter too, but I promise, from now on, I'll do my best to take care of her, to make up for it. She's already more capable than I ever was, but still. I want to be a real father to her. Helena, if there's another life, would you still choose me? Standing nearby, Irene felt a pang in her chest, but she quickly pushed it aside. There was no point being jealous of someone who's already passed. Helena, it's me, Irene, she said softly, stepping closer. I know I was the one who came between you and Frances back then. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. If I get another chance in a next life, I'd never do it again. I'm here to apologize. She took a shaky breath. And I'll help take care of Perry too. Whether they want it or not, I'll try to be a mother. I know. I might not deserve it, but I'll try. Cold winter winds swept past them as Frances slowly pulled out the weeds surrounding the grave. He stared quietly at the picture on the tombstone, Helena's smile as radiant as he remembered. His mind drifted back to the year they met. Back then, he truly loved her. She had beauty, grace, and kindness all rolled into one. If only he'd met her before Damien did. Maybe they'd have grown old together. After they left the cemetery, Frances and Irene went back to Bryce's place to bring him along to New York. That evening, during dinner with the Bloodmoon Pack, The elders all agreed they should organize a celebration. The talk of a party sparked something in Perry. All right then, let's do it. But since I'm already pregnant, let's keep it in New York. I'm not one for big crowds, just close friends and family will do. She glanced at Richard. Somehow it felt like something important was still missing. Oh right, he hadn't proposed yet. Sure, he spoiled her constantly, and his love showed in everything he did, but a proper proposal was different. It wasn't something she could just bring up either. What if he didn't mean to? That'd be super awkward. Richard, catching her look, just smiled and gently clasped her hand. To me, Perry's already my mate. Sarah grinned. Still, a ceremony matters. It's something every girl dreams about. Benjamin nodded. Yeah, totally. And especially for someone like Luna Perry, a wedding's gotta have the right vibe. Benjamin seemed to have finally stepped out of Alicia's shadow. He hadn't found someone new yet, but he wasn't shutting himself away anymore either. He'd hang out with friends, go on trips. Even though he avoided going deep into the woods now, Joel had that strictly off limits. But he was getting back to living. In the morning after Richard got back to the pack, he said to Byron, "Pick a spot." Byron stared at him, sensing something was off. "Alpha, you and Perry are already mates. What's there to be nervous about?" Caught red-handed, Richard gave him a light knock on the head. "Since when did you get so chatty? You trying to tease me now?" Byron chuckled. "I'm just happy for you. You finally figured things out. So where do you think we should do it?" Richard wanted the place to mean something. They first met at the presidential suite of the Crown Regent Hotel. That night was intense. He carried her to the bed and, well, things escalated from there. It wasn't exactly a happy memory. Later, he rushed to Tom's for Perry's sake, trying to get her to treat Benjamin. She'd struck some doctor-patient deal with Tom, like always finding a way out on her own when it mattered most. They'd also been to Vinny Valley together, but none of these places felt quite right for a proposal. Where would be the perfect spot? Byron grinned. As long as it's heartfelt, she'll like it no matter where. "I'm serious about this," Richard said, suddenly thinking of Maison de la Seine. That night, Perry had pulled a late shift saving Benjamin, and afterward, he took her there to eat. She really liked the food, and they'd gone back a few times after. "Let's go with that Michelin restaurant then. Book the whole place." I'm popping the question on Christmas. Christmas was probably their busiest day of the year. Would the restaurant even agree? Richard could tell what Byron was thinking. Why the hesitation? If needed, I'll just buy the place. No need for that. We're not looking to acquire restaurants lately. I'll talk to them now. Byron immediately called the restaurant. Booking it out was tough. Christmas was coming up fast, and all the VIPs had already reserved tables. Offending any of them wasn't an option. Richard had already considered that. The restaurant offered a workaround. They could give them the best table, and Richard could propose right there in front of everyone. It would be more lively and full of atmosphere. Richard nodded. That works. Let's go big with the decor. Make it feel special. We'll cover all expenses. Got it. Byron relaxed a bit. Decorating wasn't an issue. Luckily, the best table was still available, kinda reserved for these high-profile situations. Back in his office, Richard started pacing. What am I even supposed to say? Byron pulled up some videos. Here, I picked out a few of the most romantic, heartfelt proposals from movies. You could use them for ideas. Honestly, as long as your heart's in it, that's what counts. Everyone says that, but wolves, especially females, need a sense of ceremony. That kind of moment sticks forever. Richard wanted Perry to have those sweet memories, ones she could look back on whenever she felt down, to lift her up again. He watched those clips seriously, thinking hard about how to speak, how to really show her what she meant to him. That was his girl, his favorite wolf, and he was going to give her the best. Richard actually pressed those proposals a few times and had Byron watch so he could help pick the best one. Byron was honestly a little shook at how much effort Richard had put into this proposal thing. Honestly, Alpha, any of them will do. I mean, come on. Just you standing there not saying a word already feels like a whole vibe. The second you talk, no she-wolf in their right mind could resist. They'd all be falling over themselves to jump into your arms. But Richard only had eyes for Perry. She was insanely capable. She'd saved so many lives. Even the top dogs at the mansion owed her big time. Richard truly felt she was one of a kind, and he wanted to do things right and marry her properly. No half measures, even though she was already pregnant with his baby. Not like she'd go anywhere. It wasn't about that. It was just, Perry was too amazing. Even someone like Richard couldn't help but feel a bit insecure every now and then. "You don't get it. Perry's not like most girls," he said flatly. Meanwhile, Perry and Gina had hit the mall. With Christmas coming, she had a mountain of gifts to prep. Now that they were finally cool with the Ashen Pack, her gift list had pretty much exploded. Richards, Francis, a bunch of elders, plus something cute for Irene and Sarah. Gina threw out casually, "So you just became mates with him like that?" Perry had tried giving Richard some subtle hints, but it always felt like he skimmed right past them, or just straight up ignored the whole conversation. It was starting to bug her. If he weren't so good to her otherwise, she probably would have snapped already. "Yeah, kind of feels like he just doesn't get romance," she sighed. Gina gave a helpless little sigh of her own. "At least he cares about you. Look at me. Mine doesn't even want to acknowledge I exist." Of course, Perry knew who she meant, Brant. Gina crushing hard on Brant was basically old news by now, and so was the fact that Brant didn't seem to care. He wasn't the type to fall for someone easily. "Girl, you're too hung up. There are plenty of good alphas out there. Why you gotta fixate on him?" Gina wanted to clap back right then. Easy for her to say with her picture-perfect romance going on. "I mean, yeah, there are probably tons of good dudes, but maybe I'm just gonna end up alone forever. The ones who like me, I'm not into them. The one I like doesn't give a damn. Still, I'm thinking of getting him a little something. Maybe he'll take it, who knows." She ended up picking out a tie clip for Brant. Something simple. Nothing too much that he'd push it away. Perry also grabbed a little present for him. They planned to hand them over together. They shopped the whole afternoon away and tossed all the bags in the back of the car before grabbing dinner out and heading home. Back at Maple Garden, Perry placed all the gifts away carefully. She'd hand them out on Christmas Eve. Richard had dinner out too. When he got home and saw her sitting on the couch looking a little out of it, he walked over, sat down beside her, and pulled her into his arms. "What's wrong?" Being pregnant already had her emotions all over the place, and Gina's words earlier made her even more sensitive. Curled up in his arms, she looked up at him. "Richard, is this it? Is this all we are?" He kissed the corner of her eye, soft and careful. "What do you mean?" Perry didn't want to spell it out completely, but she hoped he'd get it. "I just feel like something's missing. Like this whole thing with us. It's kind of incomplete. Feels a bit unfair to me." Feeling upset? Richard looked genuinely confused, leaning in until their lips were just inches apart. "Why would you feel upset?" Perry wrapped her arms around his neck. "Sometimes things don't need spelling out. If you don't get it, then forget it. But as a female wolf, I really don't ask for much. Just want to feel like things have meaning." Richard nodded. "Got it. I'll throw you a big fancy party, make you the happiest she-wolf on earth. That sound good?" That had to hit the mark, right? But Perry still seemed unsatisfied. She clearly didn't want this whole thing to just be handled that directly. Why do I bother? You never get it. I'm done talking." She wriggled out of his embrace and stormed upstairs. Richard was left scratching his head. Didn't expect that. Female wolves, man, how do you even read their moods? What'd he even say wrong? He followed her up to the room, sat beside her on the bed, and pulled her into his arms again. "Hey, come on. Just tell me what you want. Whatever it is, I'll get it for you." Perry shot back with a huff. "I want the moon. Can you fetch me that?" Richard thought about it for a second. Maybe. Could be doable. "Ugh, liar. Told you you're always sweet-talking me." She turned her head away. Richard chuckled. "Not lying. I just thought if I really went and got the moon goddess might not be too thrilled." Perry shoved him, pouting. "I knew it. You're just messing with me again. So mean." Richard hugged her tighter. "If I can make it happen, I'll get it for you. Every single thing." He already brought her the Eternal heart. He'd go through hell and back for this woman. What else could she ask for? Perry let out a long sigh. He really did love her. He just didn't quite get all the romantic stuff. Maybe to him, organizing a dinner party was the same as proposing with flair. Still, she mumbled more to herself than to him. Forget it. You'll never really get me. She grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. On screen, a drama couple was having a heartfelt confession under a ridiculously romantic setup. Perry stared at the screen, then looked at Richard. She's so lucky. Sometimes, a little ceremony matters, you know? But fine, some people just don't get it. No point going on about it. I'll just get my heart broken in silence. Suddenly, it all clicked for Richard. She wanted a proper proposal. Good thing he was already working on it, though he wasn't going to let anything slip just yet. Gotta keep the surprise. So, he played dumb. Real love, it's all about sincerity, right? That other stuff's nice, but not what matters most. Perry groaned. No matter how she tried, he just wouldn't catch on. Forget it. I'm done talking. Going to bed. All right, I'll cuddle you to sleep. Richard turned to hold her. Perry wiggled out of his grasp and scooted all the way to the edge of the bed. Hey, be careful. You keep moving that way and you're going to fall off. He gently pulled her back into his arms. Lying there, held tightly in his warm, steady embrace, she felt safe and loved, even if he wasn't Mr. Romance. Maybe what he said made sense. That's what actually counts. She turned back into his chest and murmured, Christmas is coming. Don't tell me you didn't prep any presents. Of course I did, my princess. How could you not get a gift? Richard grinned. Eternal heart was already stashed away, the perfect present. No way he was spoiling the surprise now. Lately, Perry hadn't taken on new clients and had lots of free time. She followed Richard to the pack for a few days, but soon got bored. With not much else going on, she slept in till past 10. By the time she woke up, he was already gone. Perry got a call from Sarah asking if she could come over to the Silverfang pack. Mara's illness seemed to be acting up again. Since Perry wasn't busy, she headed straight there. Mara sat there gripping her thighs and complaining, It's killing me. Even the ointment doesn't help, and I swear I haven't eaten any seafood or touched alcohol lately. After examining her, Perry nodded. Yeah, there's a bit of a relapse. Even though you avoided booze and seafood, you've been getting hospital treatments and taking a bunch of meds, right? Plus, you stopped the prescription I gave you last time. That's what caused this. Luckily, it's not too bad. I'll write you a new prescription. Mara grabbed Perry's hand but quickly let go, worried she'd mind. All right, thank you, Perry. Please help me get better. This time I'll listen to whatever you say. I won't go against you again. Perry gave her a gentle pat on the hand. I know. Don't worry, I've got you. She handed over the prescription. Have someone head to the hospital pharmacy to fill this. Take it twice a day, morning and evening. It should clear up in a week. Seriously, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Perry. Mara's eyes welled up with tears as she stood and bowed slightly. I kept causing trouble for you, yet you still helped me. I don't even know how to thank you. You're my patient. It's my job to take care of you. Just make sure you stay away from seafood and alcohol until you're fully recovered. I got it. I won't touch any of that stuff. Mara had really changed after all this. The resentment she'd held toward Perry had faded. Thinking back, Mara had always been in the wrong. Perry saved her life and she repaid it with hostility. She pulled out a gift bag. Perry, this is a little Christmas present I got for you. Hope you'll accept it. Inside was a fancy box. Looked like a bracelet or something. Perry hesitated. Mara, I already told you, you're my patient. Helping you isn't something you need to thank me for with gifts. Sarah chimed in. She really wanted to thank you. Just take it, otherwise she'll feel bad about it. Perry couldn't argue with that. All right then, thanks. Mara beamed. No, thank you. Oh, by the way, I ran into Tom yesterday. He said ever since he got better, there's been no relapse. His family life's good now, too. He specifically mentioned you. Said he owed you a lot. Perry gave a small smile. Hearing all that brought back so many memories. Back when Francis and the others plotted to hand her over to Tom, she had to rely on her own wits to escape. Instead of getting hurt, it was Mara who nearly ruined herself. Those two she-wolves who once looked at her with hatred now saw her as a friend, almost like family. The shift was huge. That afternoon, the three of them hit the mall to pick up some Christmas gifts. Sarah linked arms with Perry. Hey, how about spending Christmas Eve with us back at the Ashen Pack? Perry shook her head. Can't say for sure yet. I might have to head back to the Bloodmoon Pack. Sarah said, "That's okay. Then let's try to meet up on Christmas Day or at least lunchtime. Dad says family's got to be together during the holidays. Oh, and Jonathan's coming back too." Really? Perry didn't know Jonathan that well. They'd barely talked. But still, they were family, so getting along shouldn't be hard. Then we should find a time to catch up. I'll run it by Richard later, see what his plans are. Her phone buzzed. Zachary was calling. "Sis, I'm booking you early for Christmas Eve dinner. Bring my brother-in-law too." Perry paused for a beat. "Can't promise anything just yet. I don't know how things will go with the Bloodmoon Pack. Maybe we could just do a big dinner with everyone. What do you think?" "A group dinner? That works. But have you figured out the place?" Perry laughed softly. "I'll check in with Richard later." Richard suddenly had a thought and called Byron over. He asked him to ring the restaurant and see if they could reserve a few more tables, enough to fit both the Ashen and Bloodmoon members. Byron made the call. They still had 2 tables left, and with the ones they'd already booked, it should be enough. He said he'd talk to the other guests about shifting around some seating if needed. At noon, Perry showed up at the office. Joel brought her soup he'd made just for her. She was in good spirits and ate a lot. Her already fair skin had a healthy glow after the warm soup. "Richard?" she asked, wiping the corner of her mouth. "Got plans for Christmas yet?" Richard looked over at Byron and smiled. "Yeah, figured we should all celebrate together." "Did you lock in the reservation? I heard tables are nearly impossible to get that night." Richard nodded. "Yup, got it covered. That Michelin 5-star spot. You've been there before." Perry set her bowl down and dabbed her lips. "Oh, that place? It's great. The vibe's amazing. Byron, you're coming too." Byron had plans. He was preparing to propose. "Yeah, I'll be there." Perry glanced at him. "Do you have a mate yet? You're almost Richard's age, but I've never heard you talk about one." Richard joined in. "That's right, Byron. Got a mate or not?" Byron scratched the back of his head, looking a little sheepish. "Well, kinda. I mean, there's someone I'm into." Richard's eyes lit up. He clapped a hand on Byron's shoulder. "And you didn't think to tell me?" Byron chuckled. "It's not that serious yet. Just feelings right now." Perry perked up. "Then bring her to dinner on Christmas. I want to meet her." Richard suddenly got sentimental. "Byron, you've had my back for years, and honestly, I've never asked about your personal life. I meant it when I said, once you find your mate, I'll give you a proper gift. Pick out a villa, anyone you like. It's yours under my name." Byron, being the beta of Bloodmoon, didn't care much for money. "I've already got a place." Richard leaned back in his chair and said, "Whatever's yours, it's yours for real. Pick a house, anyone you like. Oh, and grab a sports car too, for your future mate, my treat." Byron chuckled. "Alpha, are you seriously that worried I'll stay single forever?" "Of course I am. What I fear most is you dragging your feet and missing out on your own future. Go sort it out already." In the Bloodmoon Pack, Byron was Richard's right-hand man. He wasn't just important, he was irreplaceable. More importantly, he was loyal, through and through. Richard would obviously want to give back to him as much as he could. Perry stood up, stretching a bit. "Beta Byron, who's the lucky girl? Do I know her?" Byron looked a bit uneasy. "Probably not. She's still in school, business school." That just made Perry even more curious. "Wait, what? Then how'd you guys even meet?" "She was in charge of welcoming us when we donated to their school last year. That's how we met," he said. "And her name?" Perry's interest was fully piqued now. "Beta Byron, can't you just drop the whole story at once?" Byron let out a slow breath. "We kept in touch after that, talked a lot, and then feelings developed. She's a New Yorker too. Her name's Faye." "What?" Richard raised his eyebrows. Perry shot him a look. "You know her?" Richard smirked. "Miles' little sister. Byron, not bad at all." "Seriously? That's perfect, keeping it in the pack." Perry finally relaxed a little. Even though she didn't know Faye personally, just from the name, she sounded like a smart and refined kind of girl. "Is she coming back? Can she join us for Christmas?" Byron hesitated. With Richard planning to confess to Perry that night, what would Faye think? But Richard jumped in. "Bring her along. Everyone should meet her. Actually, I'll give Miles a call too. Having him there might help her feel more at ease." "All right then," Byron agreed. He and Faye weren't at the proposal stage yet, so that part could wait. I've met her before, Richard added. Don't worry, I'll throw a grand party for you two. Make it easy for you to be with her with zero pressure. Byron felt confident about it all. Faye really liked him. It was that kind of love-at-first-sight crush. If she didn't, he wouldn't be this into her. Thank you, Alpha. Come on, you've been by my side all these years, always thinking ahead, saving me God knows how much trouble. I should be thanking you, Richard said sincerely. Just don't go ghosting me once you get your mate. Byron laughed. No way, I'm in this forever. Unless you kick me out yourself, no one else could pull me away. Richard took a deep breath, clearly relieved. Good. I seriously don't know what I'd do without you. The three of them laughed and chatted, the mood light and easy. Perry, feeling full and content, wandered over to the floor-to-ceiling window. She looked out at all the skyscrapers, her thoughts drifting back to when she first arrived in New York. So much had changed. Alicia was now behind bars, and Sarah and Mara were no longer against her. Maybe, just maybe, things were finally starting to fall into place. A few days later, Christmas was almost here. In the morning, Perry leaned against the headboard and tugged at Richard's hand. Dinner at the Michelin place tonight. Am I going alone or are you picking me up? Richard paused for a moment. I've got a meeting coming up, probably won't be back till late. Why don't you go with Sarah and the others? Oh, and bring Gina too. I invited Brant. Perry held onto his hand. You do realize it's Christmas today, right? Richard turned and sat by the bed, patting her head gently. I know. Perry climbed out of bed and handed him a box. This is for you. You got me something? Richard opened it right away. A sleek tie and a matching tie clip. Wow, looks great. My mate clearly knows my taste. He instantly took off his old tie, put on the new one, adjusted the tie clip, and turned to her. Looks good, huh? Something weighed on Perry's chest. She gave him a gift. Did he prepare one for her too? It looks great. Richard, got anything else for me? She was hinting as clearly as she could. Anything hiding somewhere? But Richard acted like he didn't get it. There's still a pile of stuff to deal with in the pack. Want to sleep in a bit more? Perry had no intention of going back to bed. Not sleepy. I'm getting up. After a quick wash, she put on some skincare and skipped the makeup. Ever since she got pregnant, she'd stopped using cosmetics entirely. Her skin was naturally dewy and radiant, so just a bit of cream did the trick. She threw on a down jacket. Let's go. Richard tossed an arm over her shoulder and walked her to the car. They grabbed breakfast together before he dropped her off and headed to work. With nothing else to do, Perry made her way to the Crown Regent Hotel to meet Gina. A massive Christmas tree stood in the center of the lobby, covered in little gifts and red envelopes. Carols played softly in the background, giving the whole place a festive vibe. Gina had just arrived and spotted her. Brant's in the presidential suite upstairs. Come with me. I want to give him his gift. Perry had picked something up for Brant too, so she grabbed the gift bag and went up with Gina. Brant had just gotten up and had a meeting lined up, but they'd already planned dinner at the Michelin restaurant that night. Seeing both of them now was a surprise, though his smile was mostly for Perry. You brought me a gift? To avoid any awkwardness, he hadn't gotten anything for Perry himself. Merry Christmas, Brant, Gina said nervously, fidgeting with her fingers. Wasn't sure what you'd like, so Perry and I just grabbed a few things. Brant took the gift bags and set them down on the cabinet. Thanks. Really. It's very thoughtful. I like them all. Gina rubbed her hands together, clearly wanting to say more but unable to find the words. Compared to Perry's capability and confidence, she felt a deep sense of distance between herself and Brant. That gap felt like a mountain. You've got work, don't you? We'll head out. She walked away, clearly upset. Perry followed her to the door. Hey, what happened? Gina's eyes were misty. She looked down, her voice low. No wonder Brant likes you. You're amazing. Not like me. I'm just a nobody, stuck at the front desk doing the most brainless job ever. Perry, I really want to change, but I've got no real skills. I can't be like you, making the most of your strengths. I don't even know where to start. Perry gently linked arms with her and headed toward the elevator. Every field has its pros. You just need to put in the effort, or maybe think about what you actually enjoy doing. Start there and get good at it. Gina shook her head. I've only had one goal since I was a kid, to be alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack, lead the whole clan. But I didn't take school seriously, and now my dad stuck me in this manager role that literally anyone could do. He's clearly just trying to hold me back. Honestly, I feel so lost. I can't spend my whole life cruising like this. I can't even chase a guy I like. He probably thinks I'm not good enough. Perry had always lived in someone else's embrace, but she could still relate. This was what it looked like when childhood laziness caught up with you, or when no matter how hard someone tried, they still hit a ceiling. Don't be so hard on yourself. Try aiming for a better position. Show your clan that you're the real deal. Climb up with your own effort. Gina nodded slowly. Yeah, I'll talk to my dad later, see what I can do. Perry suddenly remembered. Hey, it's Christmas tonight. Richard said I should invite you to dinner. Brant's gonna be there too. Okay, Gina said, a spark returning to her eyes. She was lucky to have Perry as a friend. Perry had the support and the kind of resources others could only dream of. As they reached the hotel lobby, they ran right into Ted. He had just helped a few friends check in. Perry wasn't planning to say hi, but Ted called out, Miss Lake, got a sec? Perry paused. What's up? Mind if we sit for a bit? Ted led them to the cafe and ordered some coffee. Perry and Gina sat down across from him. Ever since Alicia had been arrested, Ted hadn't brought it up at all. Even when he met with Richard to talk about business, he carefully avoided the topic. He'd thought about just letting it go, but she was still his sister. Miss Lake, I'm really sorry for what Alicia did to you. I just wanted to apologize on her behalf. He stood and gave her a formal bow. Perry figured as much. This was about Alicia. She's responsible for her own actions. You don't need to take the fall for her. What happened is on her. Ted gave a small nod. I get it. I never meant to excuse her, just hoping you might go a little easier. Perry offered a faint smile. That's not up to me. It's the judge's call. I'm just telling the truth of what happened. What happens after that isn't in my hands, and I'm not going to try to influence it. Fair enough, Ted replied. I just hope Richard feels the same. Thing is, everything Alicia did, at the root of it, it was because of him. She fell for someone she never should have, and it all went downhill from there. Perry was about to take another sip of her coffee, then remembered she shouldn't be drinking that much caffeine while pregnant. She flagged the server for a glass of milk. Choices come with consequences. She didn't just make me miscarry, she nearly killed Benjamin. You really think the Bloodmoon Pack's gonna just let that slide? What would you do if someone did that to your family? Ted sighed, realizing they all saw Alicia as beyond redemption. All right, I know she's messed up, but the thing with Benjamin, she said the Skyhowl Pack acted on their own. I'm starting to think someone else might be pulling the strings, using them to go after your pack and pinning it all on Alicia. Perry wasn't sure if that was the case. All she knew was that Alicia had the intent, and she did act on it successfully. You can tell all that to her lawyer. Let them dig up the facts. If anything solid turns up, sure, the judge might consider it. But as far as we're concerned, we just tell what we know. What I'm trying to say is, if this is bigger than just Alicia, the Bloodmoon Pack and you could still be in danger, Ted warned gently. Perry's eyes darkened slightly. He had a point. That was something that needed to be looked into. Then go do it. If you can get to the bottom of it, maybe it'll ease some of the blame on Alicia. Ted heard the unspoken part. Perry obviously wasn't planning on digging into it herself. All right, I will look into it. Alicia told me she never meant for Benjamin to die. This has Fergus written all over it. Perry felt a flicker of unease. If Ted was right, then who was really behind the attacks on the Bloodmoon Pack? Gina chimed in suddenly. Come on, what are the odds? First Sarah and Mara try to come after Perry, and now this Fergus guy steps in? Now we're supposed to believe someone else just happened to want the Bloodmoon Pack wiped out at the same time. Alicia paid Fergus to teach Benjamin a lesson? It's not impossible, Ted replied. Alicia was clear. She just wanted Benjamin to back off, to feel hurt. She never wanted him dead. And you think that's any better? Gina shot back. I'll get to the truth. Ted stood up. Just give me time to figure things out. I have to go. Sorry for intruding. With that, he turned and walked off. Perry had dinner plans at a Michelin-starred restaurant that night and left early, hoping to go there with Richard. On the way, she gave him a call. He said he had something to take care of and told her to meet him at the restaurant by 6. With no other option, Perry headed back to the Crown Regent Hotel and hung out at the cafe with Gina to kill time. She finally got up around 5:30 and made her way to the restaurant, arriving just at 6. It was already dark outside, Christmas music playing everywhere. Guests were starting to trickle into the place. The table Richard had reserved was near the floor-to-ceiling window, set a little deeper inside the restaurant, offering some privacy. They had rearranged a few tables and added some green plants and decorative panels to make it feel like their own little space. Everyone greeted each other, smiling and sharing warm wishes. Everyone except Perry knew what was going to happen that night. Out of respect for her and Richard, nobody spilled the beans. Joel and Benjamin showed up, even Byron was there, just not Richard. Perry was starting to feel a bit let down. Everyone else was already there. What was Richard doing? She leaned closer to Byron and asked quietly, "Where's Richard?" Byron grinned. "He should be here soon. Why don't you check by the entrance? Maybe there's a surprise waiting." Her heart skipped a beat. With everyone else there, what exactly was Richard up to? She got up and walked to the entrance, but saw nothing. Tried calling. No answer. So she went back inside, thinking of asking Byron again. The place was buzzing. Most guests were couples or there with their kids, and a few seemed to be in situations similar to theirs. Perry was still a little down as she walked further in, then the whole vibe changed. The lights dimmed, soft pink and heart-shaped projections lit up the walls, and the background music shifted from Christmas tunes to gentle piano. A pianist was now at the grand piano playing something elegant and romantic. People around looked a bit confused but curious. Perry moved forward, everyone turning to look at her. Coming toward her was Richard, holding a big bouquet of red roses, eyes in the room immediately drawn to him. Perry froze up. Richard had been here the whole time? What was this about? He looked incredible in a tailored suit, the lighting hitting just right to make him look almost unreal. The women in the room, especially, couldn't take their eyes off him. A guy like this, who was he about to propose to? Perry stopped walking. It was all happening so fast, and she honestly didn't know how to react. Wasn't he the one who never picked up on her hints? The one who never seemed ready for this step? Richard reached her, handed off the roses to a nearby waiter, and carefully pulled a small velvet box from among the petals. Dropping to one knee, he opened it. "Perry, I love you. Will you be my mate?" He had rehearsed a bunch of things to say, but in the end, nothing felt more real than simply telling her he loved her. Inside the box was the Eternal heart, glowing softly under the lights. It looked like a drop of ocean, or maybe moonlight caught in a jewel, or a bloom from a dream. Everything around seemed to pause. People stood up just to get a better look. "My God, what kind of ring is that? It's stunning." "That's definitely not your average diamond." Someone whispered, "Is that the Eternal heart?" "Yes, it's the Eternal heart. I always thought it was just a legend. It's real?" Perry stared at the ring. No doubt about it, that was the Eternal heart. How in the world did Richard get it? "Perry, will you marry me?" Richard repeated, this time louder, with a charming confidence that made it impossible to say no. A girl hollered, "Come on, what are you waiting for? Say yes already." "Marry him," someone else added. Now that's the kind of proposal dreams are made of. Perry stood frozen, still trying to process. Was this real? Was Richard really proposing? "Perry, don't overthink it. Say yes to the guy." The voices around her snapped her out of her daze. She smiled with teary eyes and gave a gentle nod. Richard slipped the ring onto her finger and pulled her into a hug, kissing her gently. "I love you, Perry." "I love you too," she replied, glowing with joy. Even though she was already his in every way, heck, she was even pregnant, the proposal hit her right in the feels. This was happiness. With his arm around her, Richard walked her back to the table to join the others. The group was all smiles and laughter, the vibe just perfect. "Perry, don't you think you gave in a little too fast? This guy didn't even sweat for it," someone teased. "Exactly. You should have made him stay on his knee longer." Joel laughed. "Haha, it's their moment now. Once they get home, let them sort it out. Whether he keeps kneeling or not, that's Perry's call. Make him kneel on durians, Sarah shouted playfully. Gina cracked up. Or a washboard. Either way, no letting him off the hook that easy. Perry blushed. You guys, stop it already. I think it was sweet enough as it is. He's my wolf. I can't make him suffer like that. Joel chuckled. Perry's got a soft spot for Richard after all. But listen, Richard, now that you're officially part of the family, you better treat my girl right. Got it? Richard nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Dad. I swear I'll take great care of her. With so many blessing them, Perry felt truly happy. The dinner continued, with joy and laughter filling the air. Later at home, Perry was still floating in bliss, eyes glued to the ring on her finger. So, how'd you even manage to get this? Richard didn't want to weigh her down. He'd slipped away overseas after her last miscarriage exactly for this. He kept it vague. Bought it from a jeweler. Must have cost a fortune. How much did you spend? Perry wasn't short on money, but still, the Eternal heart was breathtaking. You must have paid a big price. He held her a little closer. I had some land the jeweler really wanted. We swapped. Oh my God, I'm wearing land on my finger, and land nowadays is insanely expensive. This is too much. Richard leaned in and whispered, all the more reason for you to treat me nicely from now on, huh? Perry flushed. So this was your plan all along? He chuckled. My plan was to give you happiness, always. A gem like this only suits my mate. Perry admired the ring again. It sparkles soft under the moonlight. There's a legend about the Eternal heart, right? They say if two lovers bleed on it, they'll be able to feel each other no matter where they are, like they're in sync or something. Richard smiled, brushing it off. It's just a story, babe. Even without legends, when two people truly love each other, they're already that connected, don't you think? You're right. Loving you is all I need. Perry leaned against him, her heart full. This was their forever kind of love. The next day, they headed out together to visit the Ashen Pack. Richard brought along some gifts. This time, Irene looked genuinely happy as she came out to greet them. Francis, come take a look. Perry brought her husband home. Francis quickly came out of his study. Perry, Richard, you're here. Come on in, have a seat right over there. Sarah smiled and waved them over. Come join us. This is Jonathan. Jonathan stood and greeted them. Perry, so this is my brother-in-law, right? The famous alpha of Bloodmoon Pack. Gotta say, you're even more impressive in person. Definitely lives up to the hype. Richard responded with a polite smile. Jonathan had just flown in earlier and was dressed casually. With his tall, athletic frame and warm smile, he looked confident and capable. Definitely came across more mature than his age. He was easy to talk to. At first, Richard just saw him as Perry's little brother and gave a few generic responses. But the more they chatted, the more Richard realized Jonathan had some real insights. That got him more engaged in the conversation. Francis took note and looked genuinely pleased. Jonathan, you should learn more from your brother-in-law. Richard's one of the top alphas. Plenty of people are dying to work with him or hear his advice. Jonathan nodded. I've heard all about Richard. Even when I was studying overseas, people used to talk about him. Never thought he'd end up being my brother-in-law. Guess I'm lucky. Hope you can show me the ropes. Richard gave a slight nod. Happy to help. Irene chuckled. Looks like Jonathan and Richard hit it off right away. They actually make a good pair for talking shop. Francis agreed. Yeah, Jonathan didn't let us down. He's back and ready to take on responsibilities. Looks like I can finally relax a bit. Then Irene chimed in. Jonathan, you're officially reporting back to the Ashen Pack tomorrow. We're short on good people. You couldn't have come back at a better time. Jonathan replied, Got it. Richard, since you know how things work over there, got any advice? Richard shared some current issues the Ashen Pack was dealing with and offered a couple suggestions. Jonathan listened closely, took notes, and nodded along. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'll start by tackling those points. Even after dinner, Jonathan kept chatting with Richard. According to him, those 2 hours were more enlightening than anything he'd learned in the past few years at school. Just as Richard and Perry were getting ready to leave, Jonathan suddenly mentioned, Oh right, Perry, I ran into someone on the flight back. Turns out he's from the same village. His name's Damien. I looked him up after seeing his details. Snuck a picture. See if it's him? Perry didn't recognize the man in the photo, but Irene leaned in for a look. The moment she saw the face, her expression froze and panic flickered across her eyes. Yeah, it's him! Perry had always wanted to meet Damien. Even though Irene had already admitted she framed them back then, so much misunderstanding still came from him. It even led to Francis ditching her and Jonathan. Trying to tamp down her nerves, Irene asked, "Jonathan, do you have any way to get in touch with him? I really want to see him and apologize face to face." Jonathan said, "We were just on the same flight. We didn't sit together or chat much, so I don't have his contact. But the Ashen Pack's got connections. They should have it." Richard told Byron to look into it. In no time, Byron sent over Damien's number. Perry dialed, but Irene quickly grabbed the phone, her voice a little anxious. "Mr. Morrison? This is Irene. Yes, I think we should meet. There are things I need to talk to you about in person. Also, Perry, Helena's daughter, she'd like to see you too. Would that be okay?" When she hung up, Irene said, "He's at the Crown Regent Hotel. He agreed to meet us. Let's go." So Perry, Richard, Irene, and Francis headed over. Gina had seen Damien's name on the guest list of the hotel and had already guessed it was him. After calling Perry, who confirmed it, Gina got worked up and poured out the entire story about Perry and Helena to Damien. Bitterness, pain, all of it. Damien was sitting in the cafe in the hotel lobby. As for Irene, yeah, he had some deep resentment there. Back then, to avoid bringing more trouble to Helena and to protect his own future, he cut ties with her. He hadn't expected things to turn out so bad for Helena and Perry because of Irene. Irene bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Morrison. The misunderstanding between you and Helena was all my doing. I set you up." Damien looked at Perry, pausing. She really did look a lot like Helena. "You're Perry?" "Yeah, I am." Perry looked at him closely, too. Damien was over 50, but still looked good, definitely aged well. Honestly, he even looked younger than Francis, who had clearly been worn down recently from all the pack stuff. Damien, on the other hand, still looked strong. He had settled overseas with a family of his own, and they were resting upstairs in the hotel room. "You really do take after your mom," Damien said softly. That love with Helena still lingered in his heart somewhere, even if guilt had stuck with him ever since. "You, Irene, what you did to Helena was horrible. I just found out today how much she suffered after that, how it broke her." Irene bowed again. "I know, it was all my fault. I've paid a price for it too. I want to make it up to Perry as much as I can. I know they don't lack anything. Still, I want to try." Damien let out a cold snort. "You don't owe me anything. The ones you hurt were Helena and Perry." Irene looked ashamed and spoke with caution. "You're right. I messed everything up. If it weren't for me, they could have had a happy life together. If only I hadn't." Damien didn't bother responding anymore. Her apology wasn't going to fix anything. Damien's eyes landed on Perry, and before he could stop himself, his eyes welled up. "With a daughter like you, Helena can finally rest in peace. Perry, I owe both of you so much, especially your mom." Perry gave him a gentle smile. "It's all in the past. We're all doing okay now, and that's what really matters. Mr. Morrison, you don't need to beat yourself up over it. If you do go back to the village, drop by my mom's grave." Damien nodded, getting her point. "I promise I will. Back then, I really let Helena down." "All right." Perry had come with a lot she wanted to say, questions she'd been dying to ask, but sitting in front of Damien now, most of them just slipped her mind. They all chatted a bit more before going their separate ways. Some people, once you've seen them again, there's no need for a repeat. But the knot in the heart unraveled, and that's enough. Perry had no plans for the rest of the day, so she stayed back at the hotel with Gina. Damien walked a few steps away, then suddenly turned back toward the cafe. "Perry, you need to be careful around Irene." Perry froze. She didn't quite get it. Irene had changed. She even took a hit for her. Even if Perry still had doubts, she didn't want to keep digging into the past. She liked the calm right now. No constant scheming, just sunshine and good food. Damien's face was serious. "Remember the story of the farmer and the snake. People don't just change overnight. Irene, she's not someone who suddenly turned good. Even if she's different now, it might just be temporary or because she's got an agenda. Give it time, she'll go back to who she really is. Someone like her can't stand to see you happy. Perry felt a chill crawl down her spine like someone dumped cold water over her. She knew how ugly people could be. She knew some things never changed, but she'd truly believed Irene had. Mr. Morrison, I get that she hurt you. She's done damage to me too. But why do you believe she hasn't really changed? Do you have any proof? Damien sighed. Not yet, but promise me. Stay cautious. Don't trust her completely. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Perry felt her thoughts scatter. She'd thought they were finally one big family again, that things could be peaceful. It's not just her. Mara, Sarah, Beelan. You need to watch out for them too. Perry was even more thrown. Wait, how do you even know about Beelan and Mara? Was he really only just back in New York? Damien explained, before you guys came, Gina told me a bit about those siblings. Right, that made sense. Still, Perry caught a flash of sharpness in his eyes that made her uneasy. All right, I'll be more careful. I'm serious. I know they helped you before, but don't forget, they've hurt you too. Some of them even tried to kill you. Damien gave her that last reminder before heading toward the elevator. His words yanked Perry right out of the momentary bliss she'd let herself enjoy. Maybe she had it wrong. Maybe she really had underestimated people. Come to think of it, it did seem ridiculous. Irene had wrecked her parents' relationship, played a part in her mother's death, took her little brother, and nearly got her killed too. A woman like that, could she really have changed? What's wrong? Gina walked in. Perry didn't hide much and told her what Damien had been worrying about. Gina handed her a glass of warm water. You're too kind, seriously. I never bought that whole Irene and Sarah turned over a new leaf thing. And Mara? That poor me act? Please, only you would fall for it. You really see it that way too? Of course I do. You've got to stop being so nice. Gina raised an eyebrow. Even Damien picked up on something sketchy. You think Richard didn't notice? Perry wasn't surprised. Maybe it's because Damien actually suffered because of them. His judgment's more personal. Richard might just be seeing what they want him to see. Gina didn't agree. Nah, Richard's not dumb. He's probably got some kind of plan in motion. Just make sure you don't let appearances fool you. Especially now, with the baby, you need to be extra careful. Just thinking about the baby made Perry tense up. She gently placed a hand on her belly. Maybe it's just how I grew up. I've always longed for a real sense of family. I know I've blamed my dad for not being around, but deep down, I've always wanted to feel that fatherly love. So when people show me kindness, Gina totally got it. She wasn't any luckier. Her stepmom and half-brother took over her home, and her dad basically dumped her in the countryside. She'd grown up on her own. You've got it better. At least you've got Richard. Me, I've got nothing. That heartbreak hit different when the person you loved never even looked your way. Brant didn't even seem to notice her existence. You'll find someone who truly loves you, Perry said softly. But Gina just shook her head. After falling for Brant, no other werewolf even came close. She couldn't imagine anyone else catching her eye again. Perry understood, but Brant didn't return Gina's feelings, and forcing love just wasn't right. Meanwhile, Richard had just gotten off the phone with the police. It was Alicia, wanting to talk. Byron drove him. On the way, he casually asked, "You really think all this is behind us?" Richard knew what he meant. "You're talking about Irene and Sarah, right?" "Yeah. I never really bought their sudden turnaround either, but Irene did save Perry once. And Perry, she craves that family connection. Just to be safe, I want someone shadowing Irene, Sarah, and Mara too." "Got it." Byron stepped on the gas. When Alicia was brought out, she looked a mess. Hair all over the place, bruises on her face, totally worn out. She wasn't anything like the glamorous woman she used to be. And yet when she saw Richard, her eyes lit up, like just seeing him was enough to bring her back to life. "I honestly thought you wouldn't show." Given Richard's status, they had arranged a private meeting room. "You said you had something important to say?" Richard's face was blank. To him, Alicia had made her choices and paid the price. Alicia covered her face with her hands, tears spilling down between her fingers. "If I could go back, Richard, I wish I'd never met you." To her, falling for him had ruined everything. She had loved a man she shouldn't have. "I just don't get it. What did Perry have that I didn't? Was it because she's some miracle healer? Because she cured Benjamin?" Richard's voice was calm. You don't need a reason to love someone. Alicia let out a bitter laugh. I met you way before she did, but you acted like I was invisible. Richard, I hate you for that. If you're just here to vent, then there's no reason for us to keep talking. Richard stood up, ready to leave. No matter how miserable she looked, he had no interest in a she-wolf he never cared about. Seeing him getting up, Alicia suddenly felt like her world collapsed. Wait, don't go. I really have something to tell you. Maybe I know why the Sky Howl Pack wanted Benjamin dead. That made Richard pause. He turned around and stared at her. Alicia took a deep breath and gave a sad smile. As expected, the second it relates to you, you finally start caring. Richard's eyes turned cold. He didn't answer, but the silence said enough. Alicia leaned in a little. Be honest, seeing me like this, you must be disgusted, right? He took a step back, clearly wanting distance. She wiped the tears from her face and said, Richard, I've loved you for so long. Can't you at least look at me? I could have run, but I didn't. I came back for you, risked everything just to see you. But to you, I'm worth less than a stray dog. Richard was done being patient. Just tell me what you know about the Sky Howl Pack already. You weren't this impatient before, Alicia mumbled. I mean, yeah, I once said if I could do it all over again, I'd rather never meet you. But honestly, I don't regret loving you. Because of you, my life finally had meaning. I finally understood what it meant to be alive. She stared at him, eyes full of pleading and desperation. If you just said the word, told me to stay strong, I'd do everything I can to survive in here, just for that one sentence. His silence crushed her. This was her last shot, the only thing keeping her going. Please, just one word from you. I promise, I won't bother you ever again, but I need that one shred of hope. You're the only one who can give it to me. Again, Richard turned around, ready to leave. Her chest tightened painfully. She had thought she could at least get a little sympathy out of him by offering up big news. But no, he was only interested in the info. Nothing else mattered. Fine, you win. I'll talk. I bribed Fergus into teaching Benjamin a lesson, but things went too far and almost got him killed. And yeah, I was behind what happened to Perry back then. But here's the thing. Fergus once mentioned something. He said someone out there wants to wipe out the entire Bloodmoon Pack, like no heirs left. Richard froze. Who? I don't know, Alicia admitted, shaking her head. But the Sky Howl Pack, they were definitely hired. Somebody bigger is pulling the strings, and that's the one you really need to fear. Richard frowned, trying to remember who could have held such a grudge. Convenient excuse, huh? Blaming someone else. Alicia's voice rose, frustrated. I know you don't care about me, but at least believe I'm telling the truth. Someone out there actually wants the entire Bloodmoon Pack destroyed. I didn't plan that. I just got dragged into it. Don't believe me? Ask the police to push Fergus harder. Though honestly, he's smart. He's not going to talk. Fergus had been in custody for a while now. Other than naming Alicia and talking a bit about the Sky Howl Pack's past dealings, he hadn't said a word about being hired to go after the Bloodmoon Pack. Alicia looked dead serious. Richard, you really need to stay sharp. I'm not the one trying to wipe out the Bloodmoon Pack, and Irene doesn't have the guts either. That means Perry and the baby she's carrying are still in danger. You can't afford to let your guard down. Richard was quiet for a moment, then replied coolly, Got it. He turned and walked away. Alicia stared blankly at his back. Do you hate me, Richard? He paused but didn't answer or even glance back. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. She'd been locked away in that dark cell for so long. The one person she kept hoping to see was him. And now that he was here, he was colder than a stranger. Her eyes dulled with despair. This felt like the end of the road, like nothing mattered anymore. Just as she turned to leave, his voice rang out behind her. Keep going. Don't give up. Tears spilled down her cheeks. That single sentence hit like a defibrillator. Suddenly, her numb and broken heart started beating again. Richard. He didn't look back, just left. But somehow those words were enough to pull her back from the edge. Meanwhile, the cops questioned Fergus again, still getting nowhere useful. He confessed that someone had hired them to destroy the Bloodmoon Pack, but he genuinely didn't know who. He was just following orders and wasn't allowed to know the client's identity. That said, Fergus noted that since their plan flopped, his organization probably wouldn't make another move anytime soon. They didn't want to draw heat during such a sensitive time, so for now, the Bloodmoon Pack should be safe. Back in the car, Richard told Lewis, "Find out exactly who's behind this attack on us." Lewis nodded, just as puzzled. As far as he knew, Richard hadn't made enemies deep enough to provoke this kind of ambush. Sure, he had clashed with shady packs before, but none of them had the influence or guts to take him on like this. Then Richard's phone rang. "Perry." His tone turned instantly softer. "Missing me already?" Perry patted her growling stomach. "I'm starving. Hungry, huh? You're still at the hotel, right? Go ahead and grab a table at the restaurant. I'll be there soon." "All right." Perry dragged herself up to the restaurant on the second floor, looking tired. By the time Richard arrived, she was already halfway through her meal. Must have been really hungry. "You didn't order any soup?" He signaled the waiter to bring her a serving of mushroom soup. Perry was eating with big bites. "You went to see Alicia, didn't you?" She knew nothing was going on, but it still bugged her. "Yeah," Richard said, hesitating. He didn't mention everything Alicia told him, not wanting to stress Perry out unnecessarily. "She didn't say anything?" Perry frowned, sensing something was off. "Just talked a bit." Then he gently reminded, "Perry, you're pregnant now. Please, be extra careful, all right?" Perry muttered under her breath, "As long as Alicia doesn't mess with me, I'm fine." "Still, just stay cautious." Richard changed the subject. "Are you feeling worse lately?" "Obviously." Just then a message popped up on Perry's phone. "Boss, can you come over? Ran into a tricky guest today." It was from Jasper, the one in charge of Auregate. The place ran New York's most luxurious and elite casinos and entertainment venues. And Perry? She was the mysterious alpha pulling the strings behind Auregate. She wasn't in the best of moods right now, so she fired back a quick reply. "I'll handle it myself." Jasper replied almost instantly. "Boss, this guy's too damn good. He already won over 20 million at our place, and he's not stopping. I think he's cheating, but I can't catch him in the act." Lame. Perry put down her chopsticks and turned to Richard. "I need to go take care of something. Just head back after you finish eating. No need to wait for me." And with that, she left. Richard was totally confused. "Where are you going?" Perry paused and glanced back. "Just something I need to deal with." "I'll come with you then." Richard quickly got up, appetite gone. Perry really didn't want him tagging along. "No need, I've got it. It's just a personal errand, seriously." "Personal?" Richard placed a hand on her shoulder. "You're my wife. What's yours is mine. There's no personal between us." She pried his hand off. "Don't follow me. I need to do this on my own." "Richard, I'm in a rush. I'll explain everything later. Just please, let me go." She sped up toward the elevator. Richard wasn't feeling good about this. Once downstairs, he pulled Gina aside. "Is Perry hiding something from me? She rushed out just now, said she had something to do, but won't say what." After spending all this time with Perry, nothing really surprised Gina anymore. Don't stress. She can snap someone's arm like it's nothing, and fix it back just as fast. Knock people out cold like it's a joke. Honestly, you should be worried about her hurting someone else. Yeah, that may be true, but Perry always had a thing for showing off. Richard wasn't about to just let it go. "You seriously don't know where she went?" Gina shrugged. "Maybe some big-shot patient wants her to treat them in private and asked her to keep quiet. Don't overthink it. Text her later." By the time Richard got to the entrance, Perry's car had already pulled out of the lot. With no other option, he went back to the hotel cafe and sat there, using an app on his phone to try and track her down. But Perry had her firewall up, clearly not wanting anyone, especially him, tracing her. No luck. He sighed and sent her a message. "I'm at the hotel. Let me know when you're done, or I'll come pick you up." She wrote back one word, "Okay." Auregate was packed tonight, every table surrounded with eager gamblers. "Boss, finally," Jasper greeted her with relief, pointing excitedly. "That table right there. He's been at it for over 2 hours, already won more than 20 mil. It's like he's got some superpower, just keeps winning and upping the stakes." Perry headed that way. "Quite the streak, huh?" The man turned toward her, giving her a good look. "Hey there, sweetheart. Want to try your luck? I'll help you win big." Perry glanced at the mountain of chips on the table. If this kept going, Auregate was going to bleed money. I'm not into these small bets, she said coolly. If we're gambling, let's make it count. Just not sure if you're up for it. The werewolf chuckled dryly. Trying to bait me? I wouldn't dare, Perry replied, flashing a look around at the other patrons. You're obviously the expert here. I just think playing the same thing over and over is kind of boring. Why not spice it up a bit? A couple of onlookers perked up, and someone called out, Careful, girl. This guy's the real deal. Perry smiled faintly. Exactly because he's good that I took the bet. Too bad. Looks like he doesn't have the guts. What is it you're betting on? The werewolf cocked a brow, his face full of disdain. Follow me, Perry said, leading him to one of the VIP rooms upstairs. Poker, mahjong, horse racing, whatever you want. 1 round, winner takes all. If I win, you leave, for good. Never set foot in Auregate again. The man leaned in, eyes locked on hers. And if I win? If you win, Perry smiled again. I'll let you name your terms. But just as their gazes met, she caught sight of the wolf head tattoo peeking out of his collar. That symbol, she'd seen it before. Fergus had one just like it, though this guy's was bigger, fiercer. The Skyhowl pack wasn't like the old-school clans. They ranked everyone into 5 levels. Fergus was level 4. This guy? Probably level 2. And she was right. The werewolf, known as Nightfang, real name Gerard Barrett, was the Skyhowl pack's number 2. He'd come here with an agenda, just didn't expect to bump into someone like Perry. If I win, Auregate is mine, he said simply. Perry's eyes narrowed. You sure you're not biting off more than you can chew? Nightfang gave a half smile. You already guessed I've got a big appetite. Trust me, I know how to get it down. But hey, before we start, who even are you in Auregate? If you're just some small fry, I'm not wasting time betting with you. Arms crossed, Perry stared him down coldly. So basically, you're here looking for trouble. He laughed. I just came to blow off some steam and happened to hit a lucky streak, that's all. How about it? You in or not? If not, I'll head back downstairs and keep playing. She still didn't know who he really was or what he was aiming for. No way she was putting the whole Auregate at risk. Let's just bet on your winnings tonight. 23 million. If I win, you take the cash and go. No coming back. If you win, I'll give you another 23 million. Deal? His lips curled into a sly grin. Deal. How are we playing? Perry glanced at the dice shakers on the table. Let's go with dice. Lowest total wins. 1 round, no do-overs. No problem. If I lose, you get all my winnings. I'm not the type who stiff people, Nightfang said, scooping up the shaker and shaking it hard. After a minute, he slammed it upside down on the table. The 5 dice stacked neatly, all showing 1s. Jasper eyed Perry and whispered, Boss, this guy's no joke. Perry just smiled, grabbed the shaker herself. Being pregnant, she had to go easy but still needed precision. It took her twice as long, but eventually she set it down on the table again. Nightfang lifted the lid himself. 1 die had cracked, but the remaining 4 stood in a perfect tower, all 1s. Jasper clapped with a grin. Sir, looks like you lost. Nightfang looked genuinely stunned. He hadn't expected to lose to someone like her. Fine, you got me. All of it's yours. It had been ages since Perry last played, but clearly she hadn't lost her edge. If she weren't pregnant, she might have even broken all 5 dice. Appreciate the game. Now stick to the deal. Don't show up at Auregate again. Nightfang chuckled and extended a hand. Guess we had to throw down to get acquainted. Name's Gerard Barrett. Perry accepted the handshake politely. Perry, pleasure. Who knows, maybe we'll even be friends one day. Perry gave a small smile. No problem. I've got something else to handle. Gotta run. Gerard turned to leave, but when he reached the door, he paused and gave Perry one last long look. Perry. Yeah, he'd remember that name. Perry dropped into a chair, rubbing the sweat from her forehead. Thank God that guy was finally gone. You're still a badass, boss. Just like the good old days. Jasper handed her a glass of water, trying to score some points. Your shoulders must be killing you. Want me to give you a massage? Perry let out a breath and brushed his hand aside. Cut it out. Look into that guy for me. My heart's still racing. Something about him feels off. Yes, boss, I'll handle it right away, Jasper said, obedient as ever. Her phone rang. It was Richard. He was still waiting for her at the hotel, clearly worried and low-key pissed. You done with that thing? Yeah, all handled. I'll head back in a bit. After hanging up, Perry sighed. That showdown with Gerard probably blew her cover as the one running Auregate. She got in the car and drove back. Richard was already by the entrance, waiting. "Where did you go?" "Had a few things to take care of." Perry stepped out, nudging him toward the driver's seat. Her arms still ached from the dice game. "Why've you been standing here this whole time?" "You're pregnant and still going out like this. Of course I'd wait." He looked curious. "What was it? Helping someone again? I know I shouldn't pry, but I can't help worrying." "I get it, but I'm fine, really." She still wasn't ready to tell him about Auregate. Richard was frustrated but kept his cool. He reached over and gently held her hand. "Next time you go help someone, just take someone with you, all right? It's late, and with your track record, I'm not taking any chances." All he knew was she went out to treat someone. Okay, I'll make sure someone's with me next time." Perry's mind drifted to Gerard. "What's on your mind?" She didn't say. She wanted to figure things out first. Nothing, just tired. Richard drove them back to the Bloodmoon family home. Since Perry was pregnant, Joel insisted they move back. She agreed. No point making the old alpha worry. Joel and Benjamin were still up, chatting on the couch when they returned. Richard didn't need much looking after, but Benjamin still hadn't moved on since Alicia dumped him. He kept to himself, avoiding any new relationship. Joel waved her over. "There you are, Perry. Perfect timing. Talk to Benjamin, will you? I tried setting him up a few times. He won't go." Benjamin looked a little embarrassed. "I'm fine. Just not ready for anything new." He had once fallen for Alicia, who nearly got him killed. Then he fell for Perry, the girl who literally dragged him back from the brink. But now she was his Luna. Perry sat next to him, took his wrist and checked his pulse. "You're doing fine physically. Just keep building up your strength. Benjamin, I really think you should give those girls a shot. Come on, even Byron found his mate. You should at least try." Benjamin always saw her as his savior. He answered honestly, "If someone feels right, I'll meet her." "See, he actually listens to you." Joel chuckled. "Perry, you're Luna now. Talk some sense into him once in a while." "Yes, Dad," Perry replied sweetly. In the morning, Perry went to see Klaus. Rosa was home too, and she greeted her with a bright smile. Perry instinctively checked Klaus's pulse. "Your body's recovering pretty well, but don't get careless. Avoid seafood and anything too spicy, and seriously, stay off the alcohol." "I told you not to drink, didn't I?" But would he listen? Rosa grumbled, though her tone was more teasing than angry. Things between her and Klaus seemed back to normal. Klaus caught on that Perry had something to say. "Let's talk in the study." "Okay." Perry followed him to the study. "I met someone last night. He said his name was Gerard. He had a tattoo of a black wolf on his chest, big, fierce-looking." "Nightfang?" Klaus's brow furrowed. "Don't tell me he's resurfaced. What's he up to now?" Perry blinked. "Nightfang? That's really him? Where did you meet him?" Klaus asked. Perry didn't hide anything. Klaus was stunned. "You're the alpha behind Auregate?" "Miss Lake. How? Since when?" "I'll explain later. Right now I need to know, why is Nightfang in New York? Could he be working with Fergus? Maybe he's here to break him out?" Klaus shook his head. "Fergus isn't worth it. Nightfang's second in command of the Skyhowl pack. His father is Alpha Alvin Barrett, but between the two, Gerard's the scarier one. If he's here, it's probably for something major." "You think he's here for me?" Perry tensed up. "I'm not saying that, but don't rule it out completely. Fergus did hurt you before. No matter what Gerard's goal is, just watch your back." "Got it. I'll be careful." Perry sighed, confused. What grudge could they possibly have against her? Maybe it was just a coincidence he showed up at Auregate. "Most people don't know who's running it now," she added. Klaus nodded. "You already fought last night, right? Any idea how strong he is?" Perry took a deep breath. "He's good, really good." But as far as she could tell, he hadn't gone all out. She could handle herself, but still. Klaus found it interesting. Auregate had been around in New York for decades. Originally led by Alexander Hall, an intimidating figure who passed away mysteriously a few years ago. He had kids, and yet somehow the pack ended up under Perry's command. She clearly wasn't in the mood to explain, so he didn't push. After sitting for a bit, Perry left. She'd mainly come to ask about Nightfang. Back at the Crown Regent Hotel, she went looking for Gina. Jasper and the others were managing things at Auregate and kept her updated. Now that she was pregnant, She had to avoid running all over the place. As soon as she stepped into the lobby, she saw Brant standing at the front desk. Gina was all smiles, helping him check in. Brant glanced over and said, "If the room's already booked, no worries, I'll find another hotel." Gina quickly said, "The guest for the presidential suite just canceled." "Brant, I'll check you in now." The front desk clerk leaned in and whispered, "The guest didn't cancel the booking." "Keep your mouth shut," Gina muttered under her breath. Every time she saw Brant, Gina would freeze up like a statue. She couldn't just hand him off to another hotel. What if he left? She quickly wrapped up his check-in, flashing him a bright smile. "Brant, it's all set. I'll have someone take you upstairs." "No need, I'll go myself," Brant replied, tugging his suitcase behind him. Then he caught sight of Perry. "Perry," he greeted as she walked up. "Let's have dinner tonight, okay? I'm a bit tired. Gonna head up and rest for a bit." Perry gave him a soft smile. "Sure, go get some rest." Brant had barely turned around when a man showed up at the counter with his family, IDs in hand. "Hi, I booked the presidential suite. Can we check in?" Crown Regent Hotel usually didn't take payment until check-in. A booking was a promise to hold the room. Gina, a bit flustered, noticed Brant might catch on, so she rushed over. "Brant, want me to walk you up?" "No need." Brant glanced over at the man at the desk. He already had a pretty good idea what was going on, but he was checked in now. "Then go on up!" Gina practically shoved him toward the elevator. After he finally walked off, Gina let out a sigh of relief and went back to the front desk. The receptionists were wearing tense expressions, obviously waiting for her to explain. Now that Brant had his room, Gina felt calmer. She politely told the other guest, "Sorry, the presidential suite's already taken, but I can offer you 2 business suites instead. How does that sound?" The man got mad. "Are you kidding me? I booked it. You're telling me it's gone and no one warned me?" Brant had just finished checking in, and Gina hadn't had the chance to alert him. Still, it was her fault. "How about this? Let me give you 2 business suites free of charge." The receptionists were stunned. That kind of deal was unheard of. But the werewolf wasn't having it. "So you think I can't afford it? Call your alpha. I booked that suite when it was available. I traveled all this way, and now you tell me someone else got it? Do you people have any credibility?" Chuck happened to walk by, caught wind of the situation, and looked right at Gina. "Mind telling me what's going on?" Gina mumbled, "I gave the suite to Brant." Technically, Brant was a longtime VIP at the Crown Regent and a real heavyweight in business circles, so pampering him made sense, but denying a pre-booked suite was another matter. "You let your feelings get in the way," Chuck scolded, though he understood her intentions. She had a thing for Brant. Gina stared at the floor, refusing to believe she was wrong. "I'm sorry, but I had to do it." Chuck sighed and turned to calm the guest, apologizing for the inconvenience and offering compensation. The man, clearly irritated from the long trip, didn't want to argue anymore. He agreed to take the business suites. Chuck sweetened the deal. "Next time you visit, we'll give you a 50% discount." The man wasn't short on money. Seeing Chuck being reasonable, he let it go and headed to the elevator with his family. Chuck gave Gina a light tap on the head. "Next time, don't let your emotions run the show." "This isn't me being dramatic," Gina mumbled, her lips pushed out, the sting of the whole thing still fresh and weighing on her. Chuck let out a weary breath. "I'm not against girls chasing the guy they like, really. But no matter what, do it with some self-respect, all right?" That hit a nerve. Gina's eyes dimmed. "Self-respect? In front of others? Or even in front of you? Have I ever had any in the Auregate Pack? If you really cared about my dignity, would you have dumped me in the middle of nowhere when I was just a kid?" "Okay, fine. I won't deny I owe you big time. But the way things were back then, my hands were tied. Just focus on work and swing by home if you have time." "Home?" Her voice cracked as her eyes turned glassy. "What home? I'm not Perry. She's talented. She's got everything. I'm just ordinary. Can't even land a decent position at the hotel." Chuck had things to do and didn't stay long. As he left, he turned to Perry. "You're Gina's closest friend. Try talking some sense into her, please. She keeps butting heads with Molly." Perry replied calmly, "Alpha Chuck, maybe you should talk to Luna Molly instead." Gina is supposed to be the daughter of the Auregate Pack's alpha, but she's been treated like an outsider forever. Every time she sets foot in that house, it blows up. You seriously don't know what's in Molly's heart. It wasn't Perry's place to butt into their family mess, but since she was Richard's mate, Chuck swallowed his irritation. All right, I'll talk to her. Gina got off early and went to the spa for a full-body treatment. Perry had mentioned dinner with Brant tonight. Gina wanted to at least make him notice her. Perry couldn't help but sigh. She was a miracle worker. She could cure almost anything, even bring someone back from the brink. But heartbreak? Obsession? She was helpless. You do look stunning. For real? Gina kept checking herself in the mirror, hoping Brant might think the same. Brant finally came down to the restaurant after sleeping all afternoon. When he saw Gina there, he just nodded a quick hello. Brant. Gina lifted her chin a little, hoping he'd notice how pretty she looked tonight. Still groggy, Brant yawned and barely glanced her way. Has anyone ordered yet? Perry nodded. Yeah, I already did. Gina caught the lack of reaction in his eyes. She glanced back at her reflection in a nearby glass and suddenly felt unsure. Maybe she didn't do her makeup right. She quickly excused herself and headed to the restroom. Perry sighed again, turning to Brant. You know she really likes you, right? Have you thought about giving her a chance? Brant didn't respond right away. You actually want me to date her? Perry blinked. Of course I do. She's totally into you. Just for this dinner, she went to the spa and got a full-body treatment, and she even gave up a booked suite just so you could have it. Yeah, I know she crossed a line, but it's all because she wanted to be closer to you. Brant. I can heal all kinds of weird illnesses, but Gina's hurting in a way I just can't fix. Ever since she met you, her whole world's revolved around you. Maybe try giving her a shot? Go out with her. See where it leads. Brant stared out the window. Snow was falling, big, thick flakes drifting down silently. He'd always loved snowy nights, always hoped he'd find someone to share them with. Perry was still watching him, waiting on his answer. Brant. Perry was still waiting for his reply. Brant snapped out of his daze. She was right there, just across from him, so close, yet somehow felt miles away. What he wanted most in this life was to sit beside her and watch the snowfall. The snow's really something. Yeah, I like watching snowfall too. She didn't press the question again. She knew feelings couldn't be forced, especially not making someone love another they clearly didn't. Gina walked in. She'd just checked herself in the mirror. Everything was fine, hair and makeup on point. Brant probably still didn't like her, but she had made up her mind. She was going to chase what she wanted. If she didn't try, she'd always regret it. Brant, it's snowing. Brant hummed a response and handed over 2 glasses of water. Since Perry couldn't drink alcohol while pregnant, he didn't go for wine either. He didn't say much, while Gina kept the conversation going, though he mostly responded half-heartedly. Gina didn't care. She just said whatever came to mind. Hey, how about we go skiing sometime? The snow's got to be perfect for it. Perry, who clearly shouldn't be skiing, still chimed in for Gina's sake. Yeah, skiing's fun. I really enjoy it too. You're pregnant, remember? Don't even think about it, Brant said, toneless. You could go with Gina, she offered carefully. Gina looked at him expectantly. Brant changed the topic. My dad said his back's been acting up again. Maybe it's that old injury coming back? Perry knew his condition well. She had been the one to treat it. Probably not the old injury. Maybe just overworked or too much activity lately. Could be. He's been doing a lot of hiking these days. Oh, he's coming over tomorrow. You can check on him then, Brant added, remembering. Sure, Perry replied smoothly. Gina felt a little disappointed, but shook it off fast. She reminded herself not to hold anything against Brant, no matter what he said or did. So skiing, yes or no? Ask a friend to go with you. I've got a few things to take care of, Brant dismissed her politely. Gina nodded without fuss. No worries, we can go when you're free. That morning, Perry headed to Auregate, bringing generous gifts for everyone. Some members had never met her before and looked genuinely surprised. Their alpha was such a young, stunning woman. She'd kept her identity under wraps for years, first because she was still in school, and later because of the grudge with the Ashen Pack. And then there was Richard. She'd been hiding all this time. Everyone was giving reports on their status. Perry asked them not to speak of her true identity. She didn't want any unnecessary attention. Back at the hotel, Gina was still busy. Rooms had been sold out for days. She was finally about to take a quick break at the front desk when someone outside shouted, "Someone's fallen!" Gina rushed out instantly. Snow had piled up overnight, and though the area out front had been cleared, it iced over again from the cold. An elderly man was on the ground, clutching his leg and clearly unable to get up. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Kane. What was he even doing here? "Kane, are you okay?" Kane looked up at her, his face twisted in pain. Truth was, he'd gotten to the hotel earlier that morning. His back had been acting up again, so he came hoping Perry could help with some treatment. He just stepped out to grab a few things and somehow slipped and hit the ground hard. His right knee hurt so bad he couldn't even feel it anymore. "My leg. I think I can't get up." A few of the Deltas rushed to help him, but Gina stopped them. "Don't move him. His leg might be broken. Have you called an ambulance yet?" One of the Deltas quickly said, "Yeah, we did. The hospital's sending one over right away." Gina, in her hotel staff uniform, was trembling. She had someone fetch a blanket and gently placed it over Kane. "Try not to worry, Kane. The ambulance is on its way." Even though she didn't know much about medicine, Gina stayed beside him, dialing Perry's number to ask what to do. But Perry was still in her meeting, and her phone was left in the office, so she didn't pick up. Getting worried, Gina then reached out to Brant. He was already on his way to Larkridge for the grand opening of a film studio, just about to get off the highway when she called. When the ambulance arrived, they got Kane to the hospital. Gina followed, now standing anxiously by the operating room door. She dialed Brant again. "Brant, don't stress, okay? Healers are on it. Kane will be all right. By the way, Miles is here too." Brant was swinging his car around to head back. "Thanks, I really appreciate it." "Don't mention it. I'll stay with him and look after everything," Gina promised before hanging up, then sat straight down outside the operating room to wait. Perry came back to her office and saw she'd missed Gina's call. Hearing Kane had fallen, she headed to the hospital at once. "How is he?" Gina looked on edge, her face pale and voice shaky, almost like she was holding back tears. "They're still operating." "Perry, he's going to be okay, right? If something happens to him, how am I going to explain that to Brant?" Perry raised an eyebrow, purposely asking, "So you're saying Kane fell out front of the Crown Regent Hotel, which means—" Gina shook her head. "You really think I'd be scared of taking the blame? I'm just really worried about him. If anything really happened—" No, forget I said that. I'm sure he'll be fine." Perry tried to reassure her. "Relax. Probably just a fractured kneecap. Miles and Dylan are on it. He's in good hands." "I just hope Brant gets here soon," Gina murmured, clearly eager to see him. Perry didn't love how hung up Gina was, but she also knew feelings weren't something you could force or stop. No one kept track of time, but finally the OR doors opened. Gina jumped up. "How is he?" Miles took off his mask. "He's fine. Surgery went smoothly. Just needs some proper rest." Tears welled up in Gina's eyes. "Thank goodness. I was so scared." Miles looked a little confused at how emotional she got. "All right, we're moving him to his room now. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. It'll be a while before he wakes up." The healer team got Kane settled into a hospital bed. Gina stuck nearby, not leaving his side. Miles wrote up some prescriptions and handed them off to a healer. He turned to Gina. "He's in good hands. We've got healers here. You two should head back, get some rest." Perry gently tapped Gina's arm. "Come on, it's getting late. We should go." But Gina didn't budge. She couldn't say exactly why, but something about Kane made her feel close. Maybe it was the absence of a father figure growing up, or maybe it was how she'd felt watching Perry treat him a few times in the past. He just struck her as really kind. But mostly, it was because he was Brant's dad. "I'm staying. I'll take care of him here." Miles said, "I've arranged the best healer at the hospital to take care of him. You don't need to worry." Gina blurted out, "No, even the best outsider can't beat someone from the family." "From the family?" "Gina, you can't stay here." Perry really felt she needed to get Gina out. Brant didn't like her, and having her around just made things awkward. Gina frowned, a little pissed. "I already said I'm not leaving. You guys go if you want. Just let me stay a bit, okay? Whether Brant likes it or not, I want to do something for him. Perry sighed and walked out of the room with Miles. She's too far gone, totally wrapped up in this. Miles gave a helpless sigh. Let her be. Taking care of a man with a broken bone isn't like babysitting. She'll figure it out the hard way. I give it one night before she walks away on her own. Hopefully. I really don't want Brant bumping into her here. Just makes it all more uncomfortable. Anyway, I've got stuff to handle. Let's catch up properly another day. That evening, Perry had dinner plans with Dylan and Jasper. Lobster night. Both guys were Perry's most trusted men. Dylan helped manage Auregate's outer connections. Jasper handled internal operations. They were loyal and reliable, rarely meeting outside of work, sometimes only once a year. This was their first meal together this year. The two looked curious. Boss, we've always known you're a medical genius, a poker face smashing master, and a tech wizard who can even mess with the stock market. But seriously, do you still have other secret weapons up your sleeve? Perry flicked both of their foreheads. And you think that's not enough? Then she transferred some money to each of their accounts. This is your year-end bonus straight from me. Feeling spoiled yet? They both checked the numbers and nearly jumped out of their seats. Boss, you're amazing. This is way more than everything I made this year. Jasper grinned. I just had my eye on a new sports car. You just made my day. I can finally upgrade. Perry gave him a look. Don't just blow your cash, Jasper. You need to be more like Dylan. He's saving up for a villa. You? New cars all the time. What about your house? Jasper smiled sheepishly. I've got a place. You mean that tiny apartment? You really think a modern girl would want to shack up with you in that? Perry shook her head. You earn enough. Stop wasting it. That car of yours is barely 2 years old. Drive it for at least another 2. All right, I'll behave, Jasper said, then changed the topic. By the way, that Nightfang guy hasn't shown his face at Auregate recently. Maybe you scared him off. Perry narrowed her eyes. I doubt it's that simple. I think he's plotting something else. Keep your eyes on him. Let me know immediately if he shows up. Got it. Jasper pulled off the tail of a lobster and handed it to her. Here, boss, you eat first. Perry took it and bit down like a pro. Dig in. Jasper and Dylan tore into their lobsters like starving wolves. Been looking forward to this all year. 1 lobster each. The boss knows how to treat her people. Work hard, and maybe I'll let you have lobster every month. Perry grinned. She had money to spare, and so did they. But what mattered was hanging out and having a good time. So she kept it casual. The anesthetic had worn off, and Kane Phillips slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was Gina Layton sitting next to him, which caught him a bit off guard. Miss Layton, what are you doing here? Gina quickly stood up. You're awake. Do you want anything to eat? I can go get it for you. Kane shook his head. Not really feeling hungry right now. It's already dark. Why haven't you gone home? I'm staying to take care of you, Gina said with a smile. You're staying here? To take care of me? Kane looked a bit uncomfortable. A young girl taking care of him? He couldn't move his legs. Eating, bathroom, everything needed help. No, that's not right. Go get Miles. I'll have him send someone. Although someone had already been assigned, Gina had sent them away insisting she wanted to care for Kane herself. She knew deep down it was a bit much. She wasn't from the Bloodmoon Pack, and she wasn't the only option, but she still wanted to stay. Kane, the hired nurse, doesn't know how to handle this. Besides, to them, you're just a job. Aren't you just someone from the outside too? Kane thought, but instead said gently, Don't worry about it. I was just careless. It won't reflect badly on the hotel. I'm not here just for the hotel, or even just for Brant. I'm staying because I want to help, Gina said firmly. Let me at least get you a warm towel and clean your face. Just then, as Gina was walking out of the bathroom with a basin of warm water, Brant Phillips arrived. Seeing her there, he stiffened a little. Kane, still recovering and too weak to raise his voice, said quietly, I told her not to stay. She wouldn't listen. Brant, talk some sense into her. Brant placed the basin on the table, then pulled Gina out into the hallway. What are you trying to do? Do you seriously think this kind of thing will make me fall for you? His tone had a sharp edge, laced with frustration and a bit of sarcasm. Gina's eyes filled with tears instantly. My dad told me, no matter how much you love someone, you have to love with dignity. But I admit it, I've liked you for so long, I don't even care about dignity anymore. I've totally lost myself. Kane got hurt right outside the hotel. I feel responsible. Seeing her like this, looking so pitiful, Brant felt his heart soften a little. After all, she was Perry's closest friend. I'm sorry. Maybe I did something that gave you the wrong idea. But come on, he's my dad. He's a big ol' alpha, not even 60 yet. Having a young girl like you fussing over him makes him feel weird, you know? I get that you're doing this out of kindness and I appreciate it. But go home, I'll get a proper nurse. Gina lowered her head. Can a nurse really care that much? Don't worry, Miles will take care of it. And it's getting late, you should head back. Thinking about Kane's awkward expression, Gina finally gave in. Then, I'll wait and go with you? Brant sighed. He couldn't really say no to her. All right. Gina let out a breath of relief and followed him back to Kane's room. Miles had already arranged for 2 werewolves to look after Kane, taking care of bathing him, helping with meals and other daily needs. Definitely not something just anyone could handle. After sitting for a bit, Brant left the hospital together with Gina. There were healers on duty, they weren't really needed there anymore. Plus, Kane was in the VIP suite, the best care money could buy. Brant, how about I treat you to some lobster? I know this place that makes it so good. I'll treat you, Brant said, thinking about how Gina had been taking care of Kane today. He figured buying her a meal was the least he could do. Sure, whatever, Gina replied. Honestly, she didn't care who paid, just being able to have dinner with him was enough. When they got to the restaurant, Perry, Dylan, and Jasper had just walked out of a private room looking like they were full and satisfied. You guys are here too? Gina's eyes lit up. She didn't recognize Jasper. And this is? Perry casually introduced, a friend of mine, Jasper. Jasper, knowing the whole Brant and Perry dynamic, nodded politely. Nice to meet you. Brant recognized him too. Jasper was with Auregate, young but sharp, handled things with precision and confidence. What caught Brant off guard was seeing him with Perry. They were friends. Seeing Gina and Brant together, Perry wasn't sure if she should be happy for Gina or feel bad. Brant probably just wanted to thank her for helping Kane, but Gina was clearly over the moon just being here. Anyway, Gina enjoyed dinner with Brant. The lobster here's pretty good. Got it, Brant said and walked into the room with Gina. Watching them leave, Dylan let out a sigh. Gina's crushing again. You noticed too? Perry tugged at his arm. Come on, let's go. Dylan muttered, still can't get it. If Mr. Phillips doesn't like her that way, why'd he even go to dinner alone with her? Perry shrugged. Maybe just a thank you for helping moment. Dylan chuckled, but didn't comment further. As they were heading to the parking lot, he turned to Perry. There's something. I wasn't sure if I should tell you. Perry hated when people played that guess what I'm thinking game. You've said this much already. Do you really think I'm going to let it slide if you clam up now? Spit it out. Dylan explained. A critical patient was transferred to my department yesterday. Brain hemorrhage, and the blood clots in a risky spot. No way to operate. It's compressing her nerves and brain. If we don't do anything soon, there's not much time left. Her daughter's been begging around for help. Hoped you might step in. Perry hadn't seen patients in a while, so she was a bit curious. Why didn't you tell me earlier? She loved cases that were tough to crack. Dylan scratched his head awkwardly. The issue is, her family's broke. Just the hospital stay has her daughter totally overwhelmed. So, no money. Perry went quiet for a few seconds. For her, healing wasn't all about the money. She had more than enough. Dylan noticed her silence, thinking she wasn't interested. You probably don't know the patient's daughter, but her husband and sister-in-law, you go way back with them. Perry blinked. Who? Juliet, Bill and Morgan's mate. Jasper cut in. Wait, aren't the Silverfang pack loaded? How is Juliet this tight on money? Dylan explained. You guys might not know it, but Juliet's treated worse than an Omega in that pack. She used to be the popular girl in school. Met Bellin there. He chased her hard. Her family was poor, though. After they got married, her folks got into an accident. Her dad died, her mom had major head trauma, and has been in the hospital ever since. Juliet married Bellin straight out of college, became a full-time housewife. day in and day out, running around for her in-laws and his sister, basically treated like a maid. And Belen has a violent streak. I've even got her injury reports on file. She's been hit more than once. But to cover her mom's medical bills, she's put up with all of it. They've been married 3 years, and Juliet still hasn't gotten pregnant. Her mother-in-law treats her worse than a stray dog. Every time she begs for money for her own mom's treatment, she's literally on her knees. Perry's eyes lit with anger. Why hasn't she walked away? That kind of husband, and that in-law family, what's she sticking around for? She's not helpless. She can totally get a job and make a life for herself. Why is she slaving for that whole messed up bunch? Dylan, who'd known Juliet since college, jumped in. She'd come to him a few times after getting hurt in domestic abuse. They were close, and she trusted him enough to open up about everything. Boss, maybe you could help her out? She's been through a lot. You should have told me about this earlier. Perry shot him a glare, absolutely livid. Can't believe Belen turned out to be such trash. I'll head to the hospital tomorrow and treat her myself. She won't have to pay a dime. I knew you wouldn't turn your back on her. Dylan let out a relieved sigh. And if you can, could you also check why she hasn't been able to get pregnant? Perry still wasn't over it. Why should she even give that scumbag a kid? He's not worth it. Dylan spoke gently, choosing his words carefully. That's not what I meant. I thought, maybe if you checked things out, we'd at least know what's going on. It might not even be her fault. Perry was intrigued now. Fine, I'll give her a full checkup. Boss, want to drop by Auregate sometime? Could use your input on a few things, Jasper asked. Not tonight, maybe later. Just keep an eye on things and call me if anything comes up. Perry said, heading back to the old Bloodmoon Pack house. Richard was at the pack meetings these last few days. He'd just wrapped things up when Byron gave him a ride back to the Bloodmoon grounds and mentioned casually, "Word is Luna's at a year-end conference today too." Because Perry was pregnant, Richard had quietly set up security through Byron to watch over her, so Byron had a decent idea of what she was up to. She's at a meeting too? Richard looked curious. Where? Auregate. That caught Richard off guard. Ever since he met Perry, she'd been surprising him non-stop, but this, he never once thought she had ties to a place like Auregate. She works there? Nope. From what I've heard, she might actually be the alpha behind it all, Byron said, glancing at him. Shocking, right? Richard nearly laughed. She's the one pulling the strings at Auregate? The woman who shares his bed every night, and he had no clue she was capable of running something like that? Auregate wasn't just any casino. It was one of the biggest in NYC, maybe even globally. Wasn't Auregate run by Alexander? Alexander passed about 3 years ago. He had twins, but no one really knows where they ended up. Right now, a guy named Jasper is the public face. Had lobster dinner with Luna tonight. So Perry really is the hidden alpha behind the whole operation? Richard blinked. A place like Auregate, chaotic and shady as it was, and Perry was behind the scenes? That was some serious clout. Byron grinned. Alpha, you've got one hell of a mate. Richard couldn't tell if he felt surprised or unsettled, sleeping next to her every night, and yet she was keeping something this major under wraps. Who else knows about this? Byron shook his head. Probably very few. Even most of Auregate's top brass haven't met her. Incredible, Richard chuckled under his breath, half amused and half exasperated. Back home, Perry had already showered and was leaning against the headboard, flipping through a medical book. She didn't even glance up. You're back? Yeah. Richard sat down next to her. What are you reading? The smell of alcohol on his breath hit her. Her pregnancy nausea kicked in instantly. You drank? Stay away from me. Richard quickly shifted away, giving her more space. What have you been up to these days? Perry wasn't planning to get into it. Nothing special, just the usual. Oh, by the way, I've got a patient to help tomorrow. Can you believe Belen's actually abusive? She repeated what Dylan had told her, clearly pissed. I'm going to prove Juliet's still able to have kids. Belen, that jerk. What she was actually going to do, she hadn't figured out yet. After all, this was someone else's marriage, and she didn't even really know Juliet. Richard gently ruffled her hair. I know you've got a good heart. Just focus on healing them. Their personal stuff you can't really get involved in. Knowing she didn't want to talk about Auregate, he didn't press. Instead, he rested a hand on her belly. Is the little one being good? Perry shook her head. Not too bad, just constantly starving. Well, that's good. Eating well means the baby's growing strong, right? At this rate, I'm going to turn into a balloon. She cuddled into his chest, pretending to whine. No matter what you look like, I'll always love you. Richard said softly as he stroked her hair, not sure how much more this woman would surprise him. Now you're pregnant, you really got to take care of yourself. Try not to overdo it, all right? Rest whenever you can. I get it. Don't worry. Pregnant women still need to get some light movement in, makes natural birth easier. All right then, I'm jumping into the shower. I'll come cuddle you after. He gave her a quick kiss and headed to the bathroom. That morning at the hospital, Perry stopped by to check on Kane. Gina was already there, sitting at his bedside and feeding him oatmeal. Gina was so enthusiastic, Kane couldn't say no. At least getting fed wasn't as awkward as getting wiped down, that was something. You're here? Gina wiped Kane's mouth and waved Perry over like she owned the place. He just had a little oatmeal. Want to check him over? Since Miles was Kane's doctor, Perry usually wouldn't butt in. But with Gina asking and Kane trusting her, she checked his pulse and took a look at his wound. It's healing well. Kane, remember to rest. Keep that leg still and eat right, okay? I will, Kane said with a smile, propped up against his pillow. After giving some final instructions, Perry left. Gina, meanwhile, kept running around like she was managing a whole floor. Kane didn't seem totally cool with it, but with her being this hands-on, he had no choice but to slowly get used to it. Heading downstairs, Perry made her way to Dylan's office. From a distance, she spotted a group arguing in the hallway. She squinted. That was Bellin Morgan. He was yanking a female wolf's arm, his face full of anger. What's your problem? Want to see Dylan again for another injury report? The female wolf had a large bruise near her eye, definitely from a hit. She pleaded, I'm not here for that. My mom's in the hospital. I just wanted to check in on her. Standing nearby was Mara Morgan, tossing out sharp words. With your mom in that state, you really think she's worth treating? You've got some nerve bringing her here. This place isn't cheap, you know. You think she deserves this? She scoffed, turning to Bellin. Seriously, she still thinks she's someone important. Her mom should have been gone ages ago. We've been stuck with her burden for years, and it's all your fault. You're the one who keeps letting her stay. Perry's stomach turned as the pieces clicked. So this punched-up female wolf was Juliet. Juliet pleaded through sobs. Bellin, I'm begging you. Please help me. Mom's hospital bill is due again. I've spent the past few years serving your whole family. I've never even had a proper job. I really don't have a single cent. Mara crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. You live under our roof, eat our food, and you think doing some chores is too much to ask? Juliet, let me give you a piece of advice. Your mom should have died a long time ago. Why are you still trying so hard? Once she's gone, we'll all finally get some peace, won't we? Perry had heard enough. She marched over and snapped. You two are the ones who deserve to disappear. The siblings flinched. Mara panicked a bit. Perry, what are you doing here? This girl, she freeloads off us, always scheming to get money from my brother. She hit her head on a cabinet yesterday and tried to get a healer to file a report. Luckily, I followed her here. Belen let go of Juliet and said, Miss Lake, this is a personal matter. You really shouldn't get involved. Perry couldn't be bothered. She smoothed Juliet's clothes. And you, begging this kind of scum, what were you thinking? Relax, I've got your mom's treatment covered. Let's go get your injuries examined. With an abuser like this, just giving him the cold shoulder isn't enough. Juliet looked confused. Miss, who are you? I'm Perry, she said. I'm the doctor treating your mom. Juliet, you did nothing wrong and you don't have to keep begging anyone. Come on, let's get that injury checked out. Do what needs to be done. You're that miracle healer? Juliet's eyes widened in surprise. It hit her. Her stepmom Irene had mentioned to Perry before. Could this really be the same doctor? Bellin's expression changed fast. Perry, stay out of our family drama. Mara quickly chimed in, nervous now. Yeah, Perry, my brother and Juliet just had a misunderstanding. You really shouldn't get involved. It'll only make things worse. Perry ignored them outright and led Juliet toward Dylan's office. Dylan was doing rounds with the healer, so the office was empty. Sit down for a bit. We'll talk when Dylan gets back. Perry helped her into the seat, gently checking the bruising around her eye and the swelling at the corner of her mouth. This was Bellin, right? Juliet nodded, eyes filling with tears. I asked him to help with my mom's treatment, and he just refused. We argued, and then he hit me. He hits you often, doesn't he? Juliet nodded again. Then out of nowhere, she dropped to her knees. You're Perry, right? Please save my mom. Perry froze for a second. Hey, no, get up. You don't need to do this. I'm already treating your mom. Just sit back down, okay? Juliet moved back to the chair, casting scared glances toward the hallway, like she was afraid Bellin might burst in any second. You've taken all this abuse from his family. Why haven't you just ended the bond? Juliet gave a bitter little laugh. I have no job, and mom's treatment costs a fortune. I've got no way to raise that kind of money. Being stuck in Silverfang Pack is hell, but at least mom's still alive. Every day I wake up before dawn to cook breakfast for the whole family. When everyone's asleep, I'm still scrubbing every inch of the house. They said I do better than any servant, so they fired the cleaners and cooks. I have to scrub floors on my knees, can't even use a mop. If the food's not perfect, they toss it and make me do it all over again. Her voice broke as the floodgates opened. The more she said, the more it hurt. It's not that I didn't want to leave, I was just too scared to. I married him right after college, had zero work experience. Back then, he told me he'd take care of me and love me for life, said he'd help with my parents too. But once we got married, I realized how stupid I was. He didn't care. He was too busy chasing other women out there. Maybe it was just too much holding everything in for too long, but once Juliet found someone to talk to, it was like a dam broke. She spilled everything in one go. Every horrible thing she kept inside was now out in the open, and it had clearly been suffocating her for a while. Perry had actually thought Mara might have changed for the better. Turns out she was way too naive. Whether it was the Silverfang siblings or the mother and daughter from the Irene family, some people seem to be born rotten to the core. No matter how much you hope otherwise, they just don't change. While Juliet was crying and talking, she kept stealing nervous glances toward the door, terrified those Silverfang siblings would pop back in and eavesdrop. As much relief as she got from talking, the fear of the backlash back home still hung over her like a dark cloud. You don't think they heard, do you? Perry knew they were right outside. If you're gonna talk, then don't be scared of them hearing. After all these years with them, are you still planning to stay and let them keep abusing and using you like this? Juliet wiped her tears, her voice shaky but clearer. You're right. I didn't dare fight back before because my mom's treatment was on the line. But Miss Lake, from now on, I only owe you. I swear, even if I have to break my back, I'll pay back the medical bills. Perry's heart ached for her. Don't say that. Dylan already filled me in on your mom's condition. I can treat her. What you need to do now is get the hell away from that hellhole and that toxic man. You're still young. Go find a job and stand on your own. Don't rely on anyone ever again. Okay. Juliet sobbed harder, but there was something freeing about it. She hadn't cried like this in years, not from her soul like this, and maybe for the first time ever she made up her mind. I want to sever the bond with him. That's the spirit. Perry rested a comforting hand on her shoulder. Dylan returned. Belen and Mara are still in the hallway. Ignore them, Perry said. Dylan, take Juliet for a proper injury assessment. Save all the reports, and get her a solid lawyer who specializes in bond dissolutions. You're really going through with it? Dylan asked, hopeful. Juliet nodded with newfound resolve. Yes, I was holding back for my mom, but now I've got nothing left to fear. Good. You should have done this way earlier. Dylan handed Perry a folder with Juliet's mom's test results and motioned for Mr. Reed to escort Juliet for scans. As Perry headed to the room, Bellin followed quickly behind. Miss Lake, are you trying to push my wife to sever the bond with me? Perry turned to him with ice in her voice. Do I even need to? Bellin, I used to think you were just ruthless and manipulative. But now, I don't even think you count as human. I don't want to dissolve the bond, Bellin replied quickly, looking genuinely distressed, like someone who couldn't see what he'd done wrong. I went through a rough patch, that's why I lashed out. I promise, I'll treat her better from now on. I'll even pay for her mom's hospital bills. Perry scoffed. No need, I'll take care of it. But why would you do all that for her? What is she to you? Perry paused for a second. Yeah, they barely knew each other. She's a female wolf like me, and I can't sit by while one of us gets torn apart by in-laws like this. I've got money, and if I want to help someone, I will. Straightforward and sharp. That's the perk of having cash on hand. You should pay her good alimony. She spent years being your unpaid labor while putting up with abuse from all of you. I'm not going through with it, Beelan insisted, trying to walk past her into the room. Perry blocked his way. And you think you deserve to see her mom? If she knew what Juliet's gone through, just to pay for her care, she'd be devastated. Oh wait, didn't you just say she should have died already? Balin was left standing outside, shut out cold. Perry did a quick checkup on Juliet's mom, then started the treatment right away. After getting her scan done, Juliet had Dylan help her file a medical report. She'd made up her mind. She was done with Bellin Morgan. Seeing Perry already working on her mom, Juliet was genuinely moved. How is she doing? Don't worry, Perry said calmly. I've figured out what's wrong, but it's going to take a while. I get it. I've waited this long. Doesn't matter how much longer if she can get better. Juliet bowed deeply in gratitude. Perry studied her face for a moment. Juliet was honestly beautiful, just always too weighed down by chores to care much about appearances. If you're serious about ending the bond, the medical report helps, but try to gather proof of Bellin cheating too. That'd really boost your chances and help you get more support in court. Got it. I've been slaving away for the Silverfang pack for years. They owe me. Juliet wasn't holding back anymore. Back at home, instead of heading to the kitchen like usual, she went straight to her room to pack. She'd made her decision. It was time to live life for herself. Mara barged in, fuming. Why the hell aren't you cooking? Juliet didn't even look at her, just kept packing. Mara yanked the suitcase from her. You really think just 'cause Perry's backing you, you can ignore us? You're still part of this family, so start acting like it. Go make lunch. My mom still needs to eat. Juliet grabbed her suitcase back. Don't expect me to lift another finger for you people. From now on, I'm done being your doormat. I'm gonna live like an actual human being. Perry's clearly been a bad influence on you. Mara snapped, raising her hand to slap. Juliet caught her wrist midair and pushed her back. You really think I'm that easy to bully? Newsflash, I've had enough of all of you. Stay out of my way. Mara, furious and realizing Juliet was serious, stormed out and called Irene. Aunt Irene, Perry's out of control. She's pushing Juliet to end the bond. Irene sounded surprised. Perry barely knows Juliet. Why would she push her like that? Mara told her the whole thing. If she walks out, how are we supposed to find another housemaid this cheap? Her voice was loud. Juliet heard every word. Her chest tightened. Was this really all she'd been worth these past years? Irene tried to keep her cool. If she wants to leave, let her. Isn't she infertile anyway? Better your brother find someone who can carry on the family name. But who else is going to wait on us the way she did? Mara whined. And let's be real. This whole mess started because of Perry. Aunt, we shouldn't just let her get away with this. Relax. Perry's not exactly wrong. She's always stood up for others. Wait, you're not actually siding with her, are you? Mara sounded suspicious. You only saved her before and took that hit to look good in front of Uncle Francis, right? Just to make Perry think you'd changed so she wouldn't turn you in? Irene couldn't help but feel a flicker of twisted pride. Yup, her niece saw right through her. That's exactly why she'd suddenly started being nice to Perry. Because she needed to keep Francis from cutting ties, use Perry to help the Ashen Pack, and most importantly, keep herself safe from any payback for what she'd done in the past. Don't say that. I mean it. I really just want to do something nice for Perry. I owe her big time. Mara scoffed. Cut the act, all right? You think I don't know you by now? Auntie, Perry totally trusts you now. It's the perfect chance for Phase 2. Get Jonathan to team up with the Bloodmoon Pack. Give him a solid foothold with the Ashen Pack. You could make real moves, yeah? Just then, Mara noticed the door was ajar. Panic flashed across her face as she covered the phone and stepped back in. Were you eavesdropping? Juliet had heard everything, but she wasn't hiding behind any doors. Nope, I was just standing here listening. Got something to hide? Mara couldn't believe it. Juliet, the girl she used to push around like nothing, was now talking back like this. If I find out you're snooping again, I swear, don't let Perry backing you up get to your head. It doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Juliet didn't even respond, but the message was clear. Hearing all that confirmed it. Aunt Irene's sweet talk to Perry, all part of her selfish little game. What a joke. That whole family was fake and shameless. Mara slammed her door shut and went back to gossiping with Irene. Meanwhile, Juliet dragged her suitcase through the hall without looking back. Perry had promised to get her the best lawyer, and her phone already held plenty of evidence, photos and proof of Balin cheating with some female wolves. Juliet was ready to get everything she deserved. Perry sent her to stay at the Crown Regent Hotel for now. Juliet brought up Mara's call to Irene, saying, "You need to watch out for Irene." Damien had warned her before, and Gina had too. "Yeah, I will," Perry nodded. After settling Juliet in, Perry got a call from Irene, inviting her to lunch. They had just arrived at the restaurant when Irene spotted them together. And yeah, the surprise was written all over her face. "Juliet, since when are you two close?" Juliet stayed polite. "Auntie." "I'm treating Juliet's mom," Perry said. "Is there something you needed, Irene?" Irene let out a sigh. "Mara called me earlier. I just want to talk Juliet out of ending the contract. You've already come this far. There's no need to throw it all away. I'll talk to Balin. Maybe you both can get a fertility screening done at the hospital. Medical tech is super advanced now. They'll definitely help you get pregnant." The whole thing seemed like it was about helping Juliet and Balin, but in truth, Irene was nervous. Juliet might spill the tea about that call with Mara, and wanted to feel her out. Perry jumped in. "There's nothing wrong with Juliet's body. She's perfectly capable of having children." She hadn't done any tests yet, but she wasn't about to let the Silverfang pack pin everything on Juliet. That caught Irene off guard. "So, you're saying it might be Balin who's got the issue?" Perry didn't confirm, but said calmly, "It's definitely possible." Irene blinked and switched gears. "All right then, I'll have Balin checked later. But Perry, Balin and Juliet are married. There's a saying, you know, better break 7 temples than one couple. Maybe you could talk some sense into her? Help her get over her little tantrum, go home, and patch things up with Balin?" Perry didn't beat around the bush. "Actually, I'm the one who told her to end things. A guy like Balin, not worth it." That shut Irene right up. She had to walk on eggshells around Perry. Not because she'd changed her ways, but because Perry was just too powerful to fight head-on. Her only choice was to play it weak and bide her time. Well, if that's the case, I guess I can't say much more. Honestly, Juliet has had a rough time in the Silverfang pack all these years. People didn't care for her much, partly because she never got pregnant, but also because of her background. When she married Balin, his parents were totally against it. Then her dad passed, and her mom needed a lot of money for medical treatment. Things just kind of fell apart after that. Juliet, you can't really blame them. Irene was still talking when her phone buzzed. A call from Mara. As soon as she picked up, something shifted in her face. She turned sharply to Juliet. "Did you take anything when you left?" Juliet let out a cold little laugh. Yeah, this time she wasn't playing dumb. After taking so much crap from the Silverfangs all these years, she finally did something for herself. "What do you think I took?" Perry looked genuinely confused. Irene's expression darkened. "Juliet, Perry's basically family here. Just tell us straight. Did you take the Silverfang pack's ledger?" Juliet didn't have warm feelings for Irene either. She acted just like Balin and the others, bossy and superior every time she came to the pack, like Juliet was inferior. "Did I?" Irene pushed again. "If you've got it, just give it back to me. I'll return it for you. It's just records. Doesn't help you in any way." Juliet shrugged under her sunglasses, which she still had to wear indoors because of the bruise on her face, courtesy of Balin. "If it's so useless, why are you freaking out?" "It might not help you, but it matters to the pack," Irene said, trying to sound reasonable. "Come on, be a good girl. Listen to your aunt. Hand it over, all right?" She turned to Perry, asking her to say something too. Perry caught on quickly. Juliet wasn't the same person anymore. Wait, the ledger? Is it some kind of secret record? Don't tell me it's proof of tax evasion or something. Irene forced a smile. It's just household budget stuff. We always keep written records, that's all. Not buying it, Perry said. Then what's the big deal? Juliet can just take a picture and send it to you, right? Maybe she just wanted to keep a copy for herself. Juliet smirked, as if she kept it for the nostalgia. No, she was getting ready to hand it to the prosecutor, proof of Bellen's years of corruption. I don't think I took it, and even if I did, maybe I tossed it. Irene was getting flustered. No matter what, you were still Bellen's wife. That has to mean something. Just leave it be now. Don't make it worse. Please, give the ledger back. Juliet's tone dropped cold. If Bellen wants it so bad, tell him to come see me himself. Irene quickly called him, telling him not to show up right now with Perry around. It wasn't the right moment. Juliet watched her fuss and squirm, and honestly, it was kind of funny. She changed the subject with a smile. Perry, ever since Mom got sick, I started learning about patient care. Even went out and got a healer license. I'm thinking of applying to work at a hospital. Perry looked genuinely impressed. To pull that off while stuck in the toxic mess of the Silverfang pack, that took real grit. I can help you get an interview, but whether you get in or not, it's all up to you. Juliet took a sip of water. That's fine. I believe in myself now. From this moment on, I'm reclaiming who I am. Sounds like a fresh start to me, Perry said, raising her glass for a cheers. Irene, what's on your mind? Irene was clearly distracted, thoughts consumed by the missing ledger. Nothing. I guess if I can't convince her, Bellen will have to deal with it himself. Bellen Morgan showed up at the hotel looking for Juliet. She had already gone for an interview at the hospital and would start work in a few days. Lately, she was busy discussing contract termination with her lawyer and did her best to avoid Bellen. Since he couldn't ask her out any other way, Bellen had no choice but to meet her in the hotel cafe. Juliet sat down with a firm look. Bring the termination agreement. As long as you meet my conditions, I'll give the ledger back. If not, prepare to get investigated. Bellen didn't want a divorce. He still had feelings for Juliet after all these years. They hadn't been fake. He once risked everything to marry her. Just give me the ledger. We can start over. I swear, I won't lay a hand on you again. Juliet lifted her sleeved arm slightly, her eyes cold. My injuries haven't even healed yet. You think I'll believe one word you say? It's simple. Give me an apartment and 10 million in alimony. I don't want anything else. She needed a place for her mom, and the money would cover her mom's medical treatment. Though Perry had offered to take care of it for free, Juliet didn't want to owe anyone. Her demands weren't unreasonable. They were more than fair. Still trying to win her back, Bellen said, I'm willing to go get checked at the hospital. Maybe it's my issue that we never had kids. Juliet raised an eyebrow. Don't you think it's a bit too late now? From a distance, Perry and Gina were watching. Gina frowned. You don't think she's falling for his bull again, do you? If she does, then she really has 0 brain cells left, Perry muttered. But he's got away with she-wolves, Gina sighed, her own relationship still a mess. Come on, let's head upstairs to eat. I'm starving. Perry tugged her toward the second floor. If Juliet actually went back to Bellen, she'd be beyond saving. So, how are things with you? Still taking care of Kane every day? Has Brant said anything? Gina's tone dipped. He's not happy about it, but Kane's slowly starting to accept me. He even told me he hopes Brant marries someone like me. Oh, getting the elder's approval, that's half the battle won, Perry smiled. She'd always hoped Gina and Brant could work out. You've worked hard. Keep it up. Thankfully, Juliet seemed to be holding her ground this time. At least she hadn't let Bellen smooth-talk her. Just then Perry's phone rang. It was Jasper. Nightfang was back and asking to challenge her again. If she didn't show up, he'd head to the casino and start playing. Knowing what a menace he could be, Perry agreed to go after dinner. Once they'd finished eating, Perry headed down in a rush. Richard Scott happened to be arriving, and when he saw her leaving, he stopped her. Where are you off to? Perry winced inwardly. Perfect timing. Just need to deal with something. You wait here or head home, just don't follow me. Richard eyed her for a beat. He figured she was off to Auregate, but didn't stop her. Instead, he quietly tailed her in his car. Sure enough, Perry went to Auregate. Nightfang stood casually, a cigar between his lips. "Took me forever to get a meeting with you," he said with a half smile. Perry arched a brow. "Trying to challenge me again? Thought last time taught you a lesson." "Exactly why I'm here. Losing to you's been eating at me. Can't sleep easy until I get another shot." Gerard took the cigar out and puffed to the side, careful not to blow smoke in her direction. But Perry wasn't interested in gambling. "Well, I'm not in the mood. Then I guess I'll head in and have some fun on my own." "Don't come whining after," Gerard shrugged, moving toward the tables. "Hold on. What are you betting this time?" Perry could tell he came prepared. He stopped and took a step closer. "What do you say we make it big this time?" Her eyes narrowed. "How big are we talking?" Jasper tried to pull her back. "This guy plays dirty. Don't let him rope you in. Gerard, challenging a she-wolf, don't you find that a little pathetic?" Gerard let out a low chuckle. "She's not your average she-wolf, that's for sure. Girl's got real bite." Perry didn't even bother with a comeback. "Cut the crap. What's the bet this time?" Gerard's gaze swept over her. "I know you're loaded, so not going for money today. Let's make it more interesting. My rules." Richard rolled up in his car not long after. Perry hadn't filled him in on her ties to Auregate, so to avoid putting her in a spot, he stayed outside. While waiting, he shot Byron a call. Byron showed up quickly and climbed into the passenger seat. "I've got eyes on them. Heard some guy came to stir trouble." "What kind of guy?" Richard asked, without looking away from the casino's entrance. Byron shrugged. "Not sure yet. Looks like a real bruiser, though, but he's been keeping in line with Perry. Guess he knows she's got backup, you specifically." Supporting his elbow on the window, Richard stared at Auregate. "Or maybe she's just got serious skills. Does Perry know how to gamble?" Byron chuckled. "If she didn't, you think she could run a place like this?" "So this Nightfang guy must have looked into her and picked her for a reason." Byron nodded. "Could be. Alpha, want me to head in and check things out?" Richard went quiet for a few seconds. "No need. Just keep your guys watching. Oh, and dig up everything on that guy." Upstairs in one of the VIP rooms, Perry sat with Jasper and Gerard. Gerard quietly motioned for his two men to head back downstairs, subtly drawing away the watchers tailing them. They called him Nightfang for a reason. His eyes were sharper than a wolf's. Even with Byron's men being pros, Gerard still caught on. He'd already figured that Richard had someone keeping an eye on Perry. Leaning casually by the gambling table, Perry threw out a question. "Who exactly are you? Why keep bothering me?" Gerard ground out his cigar in the ashtray. "Last time I lost to you. Been chewing on that loss ever since. Thought I'd settle it today." Suddenly he yanked a gun from his waistband and slammed it down on the table. "Let's bet our lives." Perry froze for a heartbeat. Even Jasper, who'd seen his share of intense scenes, looked rattled. "Gerard, what the hell?" A grin crept onto Gerard's face. "Getting cold feet?" Perry's heart skipped. Okay, this guy wasn't bluffing. If she bailed, he'd stir up the entire floor below. With his level of skill, Auregate wouldn't survive the mess. Jasper snapped. "Gerard, we're a legit casino. We're not playing that kind of game. Keep this up and I'll call the cops." Gerard scoffed. "Kiddo, if you can't handle this, you've got no business running a casino. Alexander had bullets flying past his ears back in the day. And now, you're turning Auregate into a paper house? Keep going and I'll bring in Delta right now." Jasper was clearly flustered. This was the toughest customer he'd ever seen step into Auregate. "Delta?" Gerard let out a laugh. "You think I didn't plan for that? I come prepared. Perry, if you're too scared to gamble, admit defeat now. Hand over Auregate. It's mine if you chicken out." Perry's eyes narrowed sharply. "You want to wager lives? Fine, let's play." Gerard, caught off guard for a second, grinned. "Now we're talking." "But my rules," Perry said, steadying her voice as she grabbed the gun off the table. She popped open the magazine, dumped all 6 bullets, then picked one and slipped it back in, spun the chamber with swift fingers and clicked it shut. 1 bullet. Ladies first. Before she could raise it, Jasper snatched the gun from her. "Boss, don't go through with this. He's out of his damn mind. Don't stoop to his level." Gerard let out a few mocking laughs. "Boss Joe, with your guts, you're running a casino? Back in the day, Alexander was a real legend. To keep Auregate, he sliced flesh off his own arm and rubbed salt in it. Bet you'd have pissed yourself just watching that." Jasper stood his ground the same way he always had, by relying on nerves of steel and a sharp mind. He'd heard the Alexander story before. Don't push me. A life or death bet? Fine, I'm in. But don't drag that poor girl into this. As he spoke, he pointed the gun straight to his own head. Wait, Gerard snatched it back. You? Seriously? You're nowhere near qualified to gamble with me. Sweat rolled down Jasper's forehead. He was scared. His legs were trembling like crazy, completely out of his control. All right, it's just a death bullet roulette, right? Afraid I can't handle it? Perry took the gun, turned the barrel to her own temple, and pulled the trigger. The sound echoed, click. Nothing fired. She was safe. Your turn, Gerard, she said flatly. Gerard didn't flinch either. He took it and aimed at his own head. They went back and forth twice. Then Perry handed the gun back to him. 2 shots left. One of us is going down. If I die, swear you'll never set foot in Auregate again. Gerard's hands began to tremble as he held the weapon. A trail of sweat slipped down his face. He was rattled. 2 chances left. He didn't want to die. Finally, Gerard placed the gun on the table and gave in. You win. From this day on, I won't step into Auregate again. Perry, I've never admired anyone before, but you, I've got to say, you've earned my respect. Perry exhaled, then nodded at Jasper to lock the doors. You're quitting before the game's over? She slowly circled Gerard, eyes sharp. Nightfang, answer me. Why are you really in New York? Is it about me, or is it Richard? Gerard's brows furrowed. You know who I am? Perry gave a small smirk. Of course. If I didn't even know that, how could I hold Auregate together? You lost tonight, Nightfang. That means you follow my rules now. Who sent you? What were you after? Gerard had to admit he respected the hell out of Perry. She wasn't just stunning, really easy on the eyes, but bold and smart too. You're overthinking. I'm just here on business. What kind isn't your concern? Coming to Auregate was for fun. I sought you out because I lost last time. I needed another shot. This has nothing to do with Richard. And hey, I lost again. Fair's fair. I won't be back at Auregate, but I can offer you one thing, anything. Perry scoffed. What if what I want is your life? Gerard froze, but quickly pulled himself together. My life? I already gambled it and lost it to you. You want it now, it's yours. But once I'm out that door, it's mine again. I promised one favor, I'll keep that promise. You can ask now or later your call. Whatever it is, I'll get it done. You know my name, so you must know my connections. I'm Nightfang. I mean what I say. Perry hadn't decided what to ask yet, but Gerard wasn't just anyone. He was young boss of the Skyhowl Pack. She figured his help would come in handy someday. Can I trust your word? Without hesitation, Gerard took off a silver pendant shaped like a wolf and handed it to her. This is mine. Whenever you need me, just give this back. I'll make it happen. You're smart. You already know what I'm capable of. Translation: don't ask for something impossible. Perry tucked the pendant away. Noted. You've earned my respect, Perry, Gerard said sincerely before grabbing the gun and loose bullets from the table. Then, without another word, he turned and left. Perry dropped the silver trinket into her handbag and subtly pressed her fingers around the single bullet she'd stashed inside. She hadn't put it back in the magazine earlier. Instead, when Gerard was distracted, she'd flicked it into her bag. Pregnant and with way too much unfinished business, she wasn't about to risk it all on some reckless bet against him. Jasper handed her a glass of warm water, still visibly shaken. Boss, that scared the hell out of me. How could you even pull that stunt? Weren't you afraid? Perry opened her palm, showing the lone bullet. Wait, you didn't load it back? Jasper stared, stunned, quickly followed by unfiltered admiration. Boss, you're something else. Think I could hold down Auregate without having a few tricks up my sleeve? I'm not dumb enough to gamble my life with a guy like Gerard, Perry teased, giving him a light smack on the head. You weren't bad either, stepping up like that. I haven't led you wrong all these years. Of course not. I'd take a bullet for you anytime. Jasper grinned, jumping at the chance to flatter her again. Seriously though, how did you pull it off? Perry plopped the bullet into his palm. I handle dice like second nature. Ejecting a bullet's a baby move. You just need practice. Downstairs, Gerard had already rejoined his 2 guys and left Auregate. It wasn't till he got back in his car that he realized there was no bullet in the mag. No wonder that girl had stayed cool as ice. It had just been a game to her. She played him. Flat out played him. But oddly enough, Gerard couldn't even be mad. In fact, he cracked a smile. Perry had looks that were hard to ignore, but throw in her brains and guts, damn admirable. If not for all the messy history, he'd have actually liked being her friend. What he couldn't figure out, though, how on earth did she toss that bullet away right under his nose? And where the hell did it land? Inside another car, Byron and Richard were still seated. Alpha, that guy who came looking for Perry, just took off. Judging by his face, seems like things didn't go his way. Richard dialed Perry's number. She told him she still had something to take care of and asked him to head home first. She'd come back after wrapping up. Byron drove off. Richard stayed put. About 30 minutes later, Perry finally walked out of Auregate and spotted his car parked at the curb. A bit surprised, she walked over. "What are you still doing here?" "We need to talk," Richard said softly. "Get in." Perry got into the passenger seat. Without saying a word, Richard leaned over and buckled her seatbelt. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Why are you here?" Perry scratched her head. She hadn't told anyone this yet, not even Gina, but it wasn't something she could hide forever. "Well, since you tracked me down here, guess you already know?" Richard took her hand in his. "Then tell me, how did you end up as the person pulling the strings behind Auregate?" Perry froze, so he did know. "Who told you? I was." Perry let out a weary sigh. There was no point denying it anymore. With Richard's skills, he'd only dig out the truth anyway. 5 years ago, I saved Alexander Hall's life. He saw I was into gambling and suggested I train with his senior. Later, Alexander got ambushed. By the time I got there, he'd barely made it. Right there, in front of his lawyer, he passed everything on to me, asked me to take over Auregate and find his son. If his son's capable, hand everything to him. If not, I'd keep running it. Richard squeezed her hand tighter. "So that's what happened." Perry looked a little guilty. "Sorry, I wasn't trying to hide it from you." Richard took a deep breath. "I'm sure you had your reasons. I'm not mad. Have you found Alexander's son yet?" She shook her head. "I've had people looking, but nothing so far. Alexander gave me 60% of Auregate's shares. I never meant to take over everything. I'm just waiting to find Miles. Alexander had a bunch of other businesses too. Managing it all is honestly more of a burden." "You're helping run his legacy," Richard said gently. "You've done a great job with Auregate. If Alexander knew, he'd be thankful." "Actually, Jasper is Alexander's last disciple. He's no slouch himself, but Alexander entrusted everything to me. Jasper's always treated me like a leader, with total respect." Perry mentioned Nightfang then. Richard froze, caught off guard. "Wait, that was Nightfang?" He immediately tensed up. "Why did he come to you?" Perry explained both incidents. "Relax, I've already brought him under control. He promised he'd help me with something. I figured, he's the son of Alvin Barrett. He might come in handy." "You sure know a lot," Richard sucked in a breath. "Still, betting your life like that? Are you out of your mind?" Perry chuckled. "Come on, I don't bet unless I'm sure I'll win." Richard wasn't amused. "You might have hidden that bullet, but Gerard Barrett is different. He's a damn devil. He's got way more tricks than we can count. That was reckless." Seeing he was really pissed, Perry didn't feel so smug anymore. "So what was I supposed to do? Let him tear up Auregate's casino, or hand it over without a fight? This business doesn't let you back down. If someone challenges you, you face them. Walk away once and you're done for. Alexander handed Auregate to me. I have to protect it. You're just a girl. Why are you putting yourself in these situations?" Richard was clearly frustrated. This world was too murky, too dangerous. "I'll get someone to track down Miles. As soon as he's found, give him Auregate. And after that, stay out of it." Perry still had a soft spot for casinos, but knowing how worried Richard was, she decided to placate him for now. "All right, if he's really capable, then I'll hand it over." "You sound so reluctant. What, are you actually planning to run Auregate forever?" Richard was torn between annoyance and affection. "And don't forget, you're pregnant." Perry gently touched her belly. "I haven't forgotten. I'll be careful." But Richard was genuinely angry now. "Last time wasn't warning enough? From now on, you tell me everything first. I've been too lenient with you, Perry. That's on me. Time for some rules." Perry looked all wronged suddenly. Thinking about what happened last time made her burn with frustration too. "I know. I didn't protect our baby. But how was that my fault? Alicia Arnold bribed Fergus to set me up. I didn't even know the porridge was drugged. You're blaming me, but if you hadn't had a history with Alicia, would she have come after me in the first place? Richard turned sideways and pulled her into his arms, his voice full of concern. Okay, it's all on me. I just worry about you, okay? What if something happens to you? What am I supposed to do then? Perry pouted slightly. Fine, I'll be more careful next time. It's not just about being careful. Places like casinos, they're just not for you. How about this? You let me handle it, yeah? Perry felt conflicted. I know you're capable, but Alexander trusted me with Auregate. I can't hand it off, and I've already dealt with Nightfang. He promised not to set foot in Auregate again. Richard sighed, then said seriously, I think someone's bribed folks in the Skyhowl Pack to come after the Bloodmoon Pack. I don't know what grudge they've got, but Benjamin's poisoning wasn't random. You said it yourself, right? Same with your miscarriage, it was planned. And Alicia Arnold? She's not the only one pulling strings. Perry, sharp as ever, caught the underlying message. You mean someone's targeting not just the Bloodmoon Pack, but also our baby? Richard inhaled deeply. Yeah, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to stress, but I have to protect my wife and kid. Please, Perry, just avoid coming to places like this. You used to manage everything remotely, didn't you? If you must come, at least let me come with you. Perry softened, sensing his worry. All right, I'll try to stay away. Richard, I wasn't trying to pick a fight. It's just thinking about what Alicia did to me. It still hurts. I get that, and I'm not mad at you. Richard held her even tighter, gently running his fingers through her hair. Just promise me, from now on, no matter what happens, talk to me. Deal? Deal, Perry replied with a nod. That morning, Perry went back to the hospital to treat Juliet's mother. Juliet stayed close, and when she heard her mom was doing better, she suddenly dropped to her knees, overwhelmed with gratitude. Perry quickly helped her back up. Hey, don't do that. I'm a doctor. Healing comes with the job. Come on, let's talk outside. So, what's going on with you and Bellin? She asked. Juliet looked more sure of herself now. He refuses to sign the contract termination, so I had my lawyer draw one up. I'll give it to him to sign. Perry, that ledger, it proves Bellin took bribes, but if I hand it in, things between us, they'll be completely over. Perry had heard bits about the Silverfang Pack. Bellin had once been kidnapped and abandoned in the wild by Terry's people. Albert had gone to save him, even let the past go for that. But Bellin, he went back home and started scheming against Albert again, just for the right to lead the pack. If Juliet turned in that ledger, Bellin would lose everything to Albert. Perry didn't want to make the call for her. Think it through. This affects not only Bellin's fate, but the whole Silverfang Pack's future. But Juliet had already made up her mind. If it were you, what would you do? Perry didn't even hesitate. Honestly, I wouldn't have stayed in that pack for all those years. Bellin's scum, do what needs to be done. Juliet let out a breath, finally certain. I know what to do now. At least Albert is still human. Bellin doesn't even qualify as one. Perry, I'm going to grab some food for my mom. Thank you, really. Go ahead, Perry said, then returned to her office and gave Dylan an update on Juliet's mother. She's still going to need IV treatment. Go check on her later and adjust the medication. After dropping off the package, Perry headed straight to the VIP ward to visit Kane. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, Gina was feeding Kane sliced fruit piece by piece. Kane, should I pick up where I left off with that story? Sure, Kane chuckled, clearly enjoying it. You didn't finish it yesterday, right? Go on. I want to hear the rest. Perry nudged the door open. Am I interrupting something? Gina quickly stood up. Not at all. I was just keeping Kane company, but I can pick up the story later anyway. Telling stories? Since when did Gina become a storyteller? Perry raised an eyebrow, glancing at the plate. These fruits, they're not easy to find, huh? Gina had clearly put in effort. It wasn't too bad. I got them flown in from overseas. Kane likes them. Kane beamed. Thanks to Gina, my recovery feels faster. She really knows how to take care of people. Perry knew Gina didn't go through all this just for Kane. It was all about Brant. But the sad part was, what if her feelings weren't returned at all? Looks like you're in much better shape now. Yeah, she gives me massages and tells me stories. Way better than those nurses. Kane had tried to turn Gina away a few times, but eventually he got used to having her around, maybe even a little too used to it. Perry didn't stay long. As she was heading out, Gina walked her to the elevator. Perry paused and looked at her seriously. "You've been skipping work just to stay here with Kane every day. You're giving up a lot. Is it really worth it?" "Of course it is." Gina's face lit up with enthusiasm. "I told my dad I'm taking a break for now. Once Kane gets better, I'll head back. He's starting to really like me." Perry blurted out, "But does it matter if he likes you?" That wiped the smile off Gina's face. "Can't you just root for me for once? If Kane likes me, then maybe Brant will too. I believe that." Perry sighed. "All right then. If this is what you want, go for it. Just whatever happens, face it head on. I'm behind you, always." Gina's eyes got a little misty. "Thank you, Perry. I mean it. I have to fight for my own happiness. Even if it doesn't work out, at least I tried. I should get back in there. You be careful heading home." "Yeah, go on." Perry stood by the elevator. Just as the doors slid open, Brant stepped out. His eyes lit up when he saw Perry. "Here to see my dad?" "Yeah." Perry figured now was a good time to talk. She stepped back into the hallway. "Brant, Gina's been here with Kane this whole time." Brant frowned. "I already told her not to." "Ugh." "Perry, can you talk to her? I'm worried she's giving so much, and one day all that unreturned effort might turn into bitterness." Perry could tell. He wasn't planning on opening his heart to Gina at all. "Brant, no one's asking you to like her, but please, don't hurt her, okay?" He noticed a smudge near her eye and instinctively reached up to wipe it off, but stopped midway. That kind of closeness didn't feel right. "All right, I promise. Just try seeing her as a friend." Brant let out a helpless laugh. Gina and just a friend didn't go together in his mind. "I'll handle it, Perry." "Okay, well, go see your dad. I should head out." Perry stepped into the elevator. Brant stopped at the hospital room door. The door was ajar, and he could hear voices inside. Gina was massaging Kane's legs while casually telling him a story. Kane laughed heartily. "You're something else, girl. Where do you get all these funny stories?" Gina kept a lighthearted tone, wanting to keep the old alpha entertained without making him feel like a burden. "I'm just a bookworm, that's all. I've collected loads of stories over time." Brant stood outside for a bit, unsure if he didn't want to interrupt the cozy moment or just didn't want to see Gina being that eager. Eventually, he turned and headed to Miles's office. Miles gave him an update on Kane. "The wound's healing up nicely, mostly thanks to Gina, really. Look, I'm not trying to play matchmaker here, but she's a solid choice. Not perfect, but definitely the right kind of woman. She's been caring for your dad around the clock, better than any nurse. Maybe think about it?" Brant frowned. The more Gina did, the more uncomfortable he felt. "Honestly, I don't feel that way about her. Can't you talk to her? Ask her to stop coming? I mean, just because she's helping my dad out doesn't mean I owe her anything." "One day you'll realize," Miles said sincerely. "Some women are great for dating, others for sharing a life." Just then, Gina got a call from the Crown Regent Hotel. Something had come up, and she had to leave. Brant waited until she was gone before stepping into Kane's room. Kane looked in good spirits, flipping through a historical novel Gina had recommended. "Dad, this isn't really fair to Gina," Brant said. "She's been here non-stop. Maybe it's better if she stops coming. Or maybe I could move you to another hospital." Kane's face fell. "You're always busy. Your mom's overseas. Gina's been here keeping me company, chatting with me. She's a good one, Brant. You should at least give her a chance. If you think she's that great, then go ahead and make her your goddaughter," Brant shot back. "But don't push her on me like this." Kane sighed sharply. "You just don't get it. Girls like Gina, who are willing to care for their in-laws, rare as gold these days. You better listen good. She's not going to be my goddaughter. If anything, she's our future Luna." Brant sat there wordless. He wasn't sure anymore who was being more stubborn, him or his father. After a few minutes, he excused himself. Too much on his plate to waste time arguing. Back at the Bloodmoon Pack estate, Perry returned for lunch. Being pregnant, Joel had asked her to come home for meals so he could keep an eye on her. The food was tailored for a pregnant woman, every dish carefully prepared. With Richard and Benjamin out on duty, it was just Perry and Joel at the large dining table. Several attendants stood by quietly. Looking around the spacious, quiet room, Joel let out a soft sigh. Once the baby's here, this house will finally feel full again. Perry could hear the loneliness beneath his words. We'll give you plenty of grandkids, Dad. The more the merrier. You'll be swimming in family soon enough. Joel chuckled. That's what I'm hoping for. He added thoughtfully, keep an eye out, would you? If you come across a decent girl, maybe introduce her to Benjamin. He trusts your judgment. All right, Dad. I'll keep him in mind, Perry nodded. She really hoped Benjamin could find someone too. He'd been hurt enough. He deserved someone who'd truly be there for him. Just then, Perry's phone buzzed. It was a call from Juliet. Her tone was urgent. Someone went through my room. I know it was Bellin. He's looking for that ledger, Juliet said, clearly on edge. Did he take it? Perry asked immediately. Not yet. Good thing I didn't stash it in the hotel room. Perry, I'm planning to give it to the prosecutor as soon as possible, Juliet said breathlessly on the phone while walking. But just as she reached the hotel entrance, Bellin suddenly yanked her into a car. Her face went pale. Bellin, what the hell are you doing? He snatched the phone out of her hand, saw it was Perry on the line, and said politely, Miss Lake, Juliet and I are still bonded. I'm just bringing her home. This is a private matter between husband and wife. Maybe stay out of it. Then he hung up. Perry said a quick goodbye to Joel and rushed out. She had dealt with the Silverfang siblings before and knew exactly how vicious they could be. She hadn't spent much time with Juliet, but as a fellow female wolf, she genuinely felt for her. On the way, she called Dylan and told him to get over to Silverfang territory ASAP. Back at the pack, Bellin had brought Juliet home. Lola was slouched on the couch with a cold towel on her forehead. When she saw Juliet, she immediately started the guilt trip. Juliet, you're finally back. This is all my fault. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Please come home. This is where you belong. We didn't realize how much we needed you until you left. Juliet blinked in disbelief. Was Lola apologizing? Mara looked like she'd been crying too. She's right, Luna. We totally took you for granted. We messed up. We really want you back. Since you left, we've tried 3 different she-wolves. Not one of them worked out. You're the best. Only your cooking gets Mom to eat. Juliet's heart went cold. So that was it. They just wanted their live-in maid back. Wow, you guys really have some nerve. Mara, that's enough. Lola snapped, getting up and grabbing Juliet's hand. She doesn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. You won't have to cook anymore. I'll rehire all the old staff. You just focus on being Luna. In fact, later Bellin will take you to the hospital for a checkup to get ready for starting a family. We'll make sure you'll never be hurt again. Come on, we're a family. Just hand over the ledger, okay? Juliet laughed coldly. So that's what this was all about. Too late. I already gave it to the prosecutor. You what? Balin's face twisted in rage, real personality showing. He raised his hand like he was going to hit her. Juliet dodged. Really? You're gonna hit me now? His mother dropped the act too. You measly little she-wolf. How dare you betray us? Still got the guts to dodge. Belin, hit her. Juliet backed up, grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table, shook it hard, and then uncorked it, spraying them all. I've been your doormat for over 3 years here, treated like a damn servant. From now on, I'm taking everything you put me through and tossing it right back at you. Lola, Mara, and Bellin were drenched in wine, furious to the point of screaming and swearing. She's crazy, totally nuts. Lola was almost hyperventilating. Bellin, look at this lunatic you married. We fed her, housed her, even paid her mom's medical bills, and this is how she thanks us? Juliet tossed the bottle down, shattering it on the floor, and turned to leave coolly. She'd barely taken 2 steps before Bellin yanked her back. Where do you think you're going? Juliet's eyes flared with anger. She bent down and bit down hard on his hand. Bellin, reflexively pulling back in pain, raised his hand again, ready to hit her. Dylan and Perry barged in. Dylan grabbed Bellin's wrist sharply. Enough. Bellin, you've been hurting her for years. Can't you just let her go already? Bellin yanked his hand back. No wonder Juliet dares to act tough in front of me. Turns out she's got you and Perry backing her up. This is my personal business. Who do you two think you are butting in? Standing tall at 6'1" with a model's build and sharp looks, Dylan's presence was commanding. He was fuming at the moment, energy practically crackling off him. Mara's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, she realized that Richard wasn't the only man who could make her heart race. She just stood there, stunned, watching Dylan instead of siding with her brother and mom. Funny how catching feelings can hit you completely out of nowhere. Dylan, face tense with rage, looked ready to swing. "Get Juliet out of here," Dylan quickly told Perry over his shoulder, already tossing off his jacket and squaring up. Lola finally snapped out of it. "What the hell are you doing? You're throwing punches in my house? Who do you think you are, barging in here and attacking my son? I'm calling the cops." Dylan barked back, "Perfect. Let the police come and see for themselves just what kind of crap your dear family's been pulling." Dylan wasn't just mad, he was also feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Dylan, you seriously overstepped. Juliet is my wife. Are you trying to steal her right in front of me? You don't deserve to be her husband." The two were about to throw down when Mara ran over. "Stop it, both of you." She shoved Dylan toward the door. "Dylan, just go. Leave this mess alone. Whatever's going on with my brother and Juliet, it's between them." Not wanting to waste more time fighting Bellin, Dylan turned and left with Juliet and Perry. Back in the house, Lola was seething. She stomped all over Dylan's jacket, ready to toss it in the trash, but Mara stopped her. "Give it to me. I'll return it to him later." "What are we going to do now?" Lola snapped. "If Juliet turns in those ledgers, we're screwed. Bellin, your dad should be landing soon, right? Go pick him up and beg him for a plan. Get smacked if you have to. Just fix this. If your granddad catches wind of this, he might boot you out completely. He's already leaning toward Albert these days." Bellin had never dared breathe a word about the ledgers to his grandfather, and now he regretted keeping the records at all. Meanwhile, Dylan and Perry accompanied Juliet to the mall storage lockers to grab the ledgers. Smart girl, she knew this was his place to stash them. "I've got nothing left to lose," Juliet said. "I'm taking this straight to Prosecutor Lane. Let him dig into what Bellin's been doing." "I'll go with you," Dylan offered. "Who knows what mess could pop up on the way. Perry, you're pregnant. You should sit this one out." "Fine." Perry nodded, but watching Dylan fuss over Juliet made her feel uneasy. Dylan was her little brother, the kind of kid who used to follow her everywhere when they were small. He'd never seriously dated anyone, and now he was this invested in Juliet. She couldn't help worrying. Sure, she sympathized with Juliet, a lot actually, but sympathy and something more? That gave her pause. She hoped it was just her overthinking things. She really wanted Dylan to find someone right for him. "Perry, what are you doing here?" She jumped, startled, and then realized it was Irene. "Irene? Shopping alone? What are you looking for? I can tag along," Irene said with an innocent smile. "Just wandering around," Perry replied absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with Dylan and Juliet's situation. It was the first time she'd seen Dylan putting so much effort into helping a she-wolf. "How's Juliet's mom doing?" Irene asked casually. "She'll be okay," Perry answered vaguely. "That's good to hear. To be honest, Juliet's had it rough." Irene finally cut to the chase. "Perry, maybe talk to her? I mean, she and Bellin have been through a lot together. No point dragging it out. Why not just let it end peacefully?" "What do you think?" Perry's eyes dimmed. Was Irene following her? Lately, Irene had been acting sweet and even took a hit for her. Perry nearly believed she had changed. But now, yeah, people really don't change, do they? I can't tell her what to do. Actions have consequences. Juliet has suffered enough because of the Silverfang pack. They deserve to be held accountable. "I'm tired, Irene. You go ahead." Perry turned toward the escalator. As soon as she stepped on, two men came running in her direction out of nowhere. One was yelling, "Get him! He stole my phone!" The guy in front dashed onto the escalator. Perry instantly tensed, gripping the handrail and leaning against the side to get away. But the running man slammed into her shoulder anyway, and the guy chasing him also bumped hard into her. Cold sweat broke out on Perry's back. It all happened in a flash, but luckily she had held on tight. Her body swayed a little, but she didn't fall. When she reached the next floor, the first guy tossed a phone to the ground. The man chasing picked it up, cursed under his breath, and stopped trying to run after him, just stood there checking his phone. "Are you okay?" Irene rushed over, looking flustered. Perry made her way to a nearby bench and sat down. She wasn't hurt, just rattled. Her hand instinctively went to her belly. If she hadn't held on time, what would have happened? That was terrifying. Those two were way too reckless, running around yelling in a mall like that, Irene said, gently patting her back. Are you all right? Want to get checked out? Don't risk upsetting the baby. Perry gradually calmed down, but glanced at Irene with noticeable doubt in her eyes. Irene startled a bit seeing her gaze. Perry, why are you looking at me like that? Perry wasn't sure, but deep down she felt that whole scene wasn't by chance. Nothing. I'm just shaken, that's all. Don't worry, I'm right here, Irene said softly and gave her a light hug. You're not thinking those guys hit you on purpose, are you? Perry nodded. Oh, I'm sure. That escalator had plenty of space, but they still slammed into me. Irene's expression tightened. Should we call the cops then? What good would it do? Perry muttered and called Richard. Richard was in a high-level meeting at the time. Ever since Perry got pregnant, he always kept his phone on him just in case. His expression softened as soon as he saw her name pop up. He swiped to answer, his voice warm and gentle despite his usually stern face. Hey, sweetheart. Missing me already? Nearly crying, Perry told him everything about what had just happened. What? Richard nearly broke into a cold sweat when he heard Perry got bumped by two werewolves at the mall. His eyes darkened instantly, and even with the heater on, the meeting room felt like a freezer. His voice chilled to the bone. Byron, go check the security footage at International Mall now. Everyone in the room went dead silent. Clearly something big had happened with Luna. The only one on this planet who could make their alpha, Richard Scott, drop everything and get all soft and anxious like this was Perry. Richard didn't even bother finishing the meeting, he just got up and left. Byron told the rest to keep going and give him a call if anything urgent came up. Then Richard and Byron headed straight to the mall. Byron went to get the footage and called in Officer Collins. Richard didn't stop a second and rushed right over to Perry. He crouched in front of her, grabbing her hand. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Perry shook her head. No, not hurt, just a little shaken. But I really feel like those two ran into me on purpose. Irene was still loitering nearby. I told her to go to the hospital, but she refused. Let's go, just for peace of mind. Richard wrapped her gently in his arms while squatting next to her. Perry slowly stood up, leaning into him. I'm fine. I'm a healer, Richard. I can tell what's going on with my own body. That's when Richard noticed Irene. His tone went stone cold. Why were you with my wife? Irene flinched. She'd seen Perry and Dylan leave with Juliet back at the Silverfang Pack and had purposely followed. We just ran into each other at the mall. Is that so? Richard's voice was tinged with suspicion. He never really bought into the whole Irene's changed story. Irene straightened up, trying to sound confident. What are you saying, it's not possible for me to run into Perry here? You better hope today has nothing to do with you. Perry, let's go. Richard held her close and started toward the security room. Irene followed, not letting it drop. Richard, what's your deal? Are you seriously accusing me? She gave a forced chuckle, like she couldn't believe it. I literally took a hit for Perry and her unborn child. You think I'd hurt her? Well, she had done that once, shielded Perry with her own body. That made Perry soften a bit. Irene, Richard's just worried right now. Worried doesn't mean you get to start blaming me. Irene's face turned red. I genuinely care about Perry, and this is how I get treated? Do you know how much that hurts? Richard ignored her. Perry told her to head back first. Irene started sniffling, voice tight. So no matter what I do, you two will never believe me. Being a stepmom really is a thankless job. Irene, just go home. Richard's gonna look into what happened. If it's not you, I'll apologize. You too? Irene looked heartbroken. Fine, then you'd better get the facts straight. With that, she walked off. Clearly no one wanted her around anyway. The police quickly used the surveillance to track down the suspects. The two men were taken to the station. One of them, the guy who snatched a phone, had a priors for small-time theft. The other guy, Damon, was from out of town, supposedly here as a tourist. Their statements lined up completely, and both apologized sincerely to Perry. Lacking any solid evidence, police had to hold the thief, but ended up letting Damon go. Before leaving, Richard pulled Byron aside. Put someone on Damon, keep an eye. Byron felt it too. Something was off about Damon. Whatever happened today, it definitely wasn't just some coincidence. Got it. Dylan had arranged to meet the prosecutor at the cafe in the Crown Regent Hotel lobby, but as soon as he and Juliet arrived at the entrance, they were blocked by Albert and his grandfather Gareth. With a kindly look, Gareth said, "Juliet, I've heard about everything between you and Bellin. You've been through a lot in the Silverfang pack. We owe you." Juliet responded politely, "Grandpa." Dylan couldn't really interfere, but he did quietly warn Juliet to be cautious. Gareth was clearly a sly old fox. Gareth led Albert and Juliet into the cafe, then pulled a contract from his bag. "I know you want to sever the bond. I've had the agreement drafted. Once you sign, your marital connection with Bellin is over. Take a look at the terms. If there's anything you're not okay with, I can make changes right now." Juliet began flipping through the agreement, a bit taken aback by the terms. Looks like Gareth was really trying to protect Bellin. He'd gone all in. Then came a few photos from Gareth, and they totally caught her off guard. "So what do you think? Can you accept the deal?" Gareth still wore that kindly expression, his gaze warm and steady. "A house and 15 million in cash? Grandpa, you're not holding back," Juliet said almost sarcastically. She'd only asked for a condo and 10 million. The ledger must really be that valuable. "All I need is that ledger. Sign the agreement, hand it over, and the house and money are yours. You'll be free to start fresh without Bellin," Gareth said, shooting a glance toward Dylan. "Then you and Dylan can be together openly." Juliet froze. "What are you implying? Dylan and I are just friends. There's nothing going on between us." "Doesn't matter. The photos I have say otherwise," Gareth replied casually, showing shots of Dylan walking Juliet to her hotel room, the two of them having dinner. "If these get out, and you haven't officially cut ties with Bellin, people won't hold back on their imagination. Dylan could get dragged into it, and not even Perry could stop the media storm." "You're disgusting," Juliet snapped, finally seeing the full scope of Gareth's manipulative side. "You were spying on me? I had no choice. You're holding something over my grandson. So yeah, I got dirty this time," Gareth said calmly. "Like I said, the Silverfang pack did you wrong. Hand over the ledger and sign the agreement. You'll get what you're owed." The man definitely knew how to play his cards. With no way out, Juliet reluctantly passed over the ledger and signed the agreement. To Gareth's credit, he stuck to his word and handed her a check. "The house will be transferred to your name soon. It's all cleaned and ready. You can move in today." He knew she'd suffered in the Silverfang pack, and this was his form of compensation. Gareth tucked the ledger away. "You're still young, Juliet. I hope you find a good werewolf and live a peaceful life." Juliet didn't know how to respond. Sure, Gareth handled it like a proper elder, but gratitude wasn't something she could summon. In the end, it was just a transaction. Gareth and Albert left first. Dylan walked over. "You gave him the ledger?" Juliet didn't know how to explain, so she told him about the terms of the agreement. "Honestly, all I wanted was something for myself, and if he's offering this much, I don't see the point in dragging it out." She left out the part about the photos. She didn't want Dylan to worry. Dylan was clearly frustrated. "We've worked so hard to finally bring down the guy who hurt you, and now you're just giving up for some small payoff? You're his wife. He has to pay alimony even if you hand over the ledger and cut ties." Tears welled up in Juliet's eyes. "I know, but I'm just so tired, Dylan. Really, thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm the one who let you down." Dylan sighed, struggling to find the right words. "You didn't let me down. You let yourself down. You had a real shot at making Bellin face the consequences, and you just—" Juliet shook her head. "I don't want to drag you and Perry into my mess anymore. You saw how powerful Gareth is. Even Mr. Lane didn't dare cross him. Dylan, this actually isn't so bad. The contract's over. I'm free. I can finally live and work like a normal person." Letting out a heavy breath, Dylan muttered, "All right, if you're really okay with it." Juliet gave a faint, bitter smile. But what choice did she have now? The check was already in her hands. "You and Perry have done so much for me. How about dinner on me tonight, just the three of us?" Dylan gave a small nod. Meanwhile, Gareth returned to Silverfang Group with the ledger and immediately summoned Bellin. The moment Bellin walked in, Gareth slapped him so hard he almost fell over. The old man might be pushing 70, but his strength was no joke. "Grandpa, what the hell?" Bellin held his face, humiliated, especially with Albert standing right there. Gareth tossed the ledger in his face. "Take a good look at what kind of crap you've been pulling all these years." Bellin's shock faded into a weird sort of relief. "You got the ledger back?" Another slap across the face. "If it weren't for your brother telling me about it, Juliet would have handed it straight to the prosecutor. You would have been done for, and you'd have dragged our whole pack down with you." Bellin dropped to his knees. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. I messed up. This is all my fault." He slapped his own face over and over, guilt gnawing at him. But the more he thought about it, the worse it felt. With the ledger in the old Alpha's hands, there was no way he'd get off easy. "Enough with the act," Gareth snapped, pacing furiously around the office. "Starting today, you're going back to square one as a Delta." "What?" Beelan's eyes went wide. He was the pack's deputy leader. Even if he lost his inheritance rights, he was still way up on the chain. "You either start over from the bottom," Gareth barked, "or get the hell out of Silverfang. Your choice." Beelan climbed back to his feet, fists clenched. He'd done so much, drugging Richard, scheming endlessly to get Bloodmoon to work with them, everything for the pack. Now none of it mattered, and they wanted him to be a Delta? Juliet's gonna laugh herself sick over this. Gareth had business elsewhere and left them alone. Albert tried to reason with him. "Grandpa just wants you to grow. If you prove yourself in operations, you can still climb back." Beelan's glare turned icy. "You're cold." Albert frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You told Grandpa about me and Juliet, didn't you? Got him to lose faith in me completely so you could slide into my spot." "You're already an Alpha, Albert. Isn't that enough for you? Do you have to take everything?" A mocking smile tugged at Albert's lips. "Whatever's happening to you now, you brought it on yourself." And in that moment, Balin saw it clearly. Albert was the truly dangerous one, quiet, patient, deadly. He'd waited for just the right moment to strike. "I slipped up today and you got me, but don't celebrate too early, I'm not done with you." Albert's gaze turned icy. "I went through hell in the jungle to find you, and even got the ledger back from Juliet for you. You don't even say thanks, and now you're blaming me?" "Belin, seriously, do you even have a conscience?" With a bruise on his lip, Belin winced but shot back. "Everything you did was just to get in the old Alpha's good books. You think I didn't notice? How else would Juliet know I even had that ledger? Must have been you, teaming up with her behind my back." Albert grabbed Belin by the collar. "Cut the crap! Don't pretend you don't know who Juliet really is." Belin shoved his hand away. "I only just realized how much I underestimated that she-wolf." "Albert, just wait. I'm not done with you." Albert's eyes narrowed dangerously. "I'm telling you, you better start listening to Grandpa. Mess up again, and you'll be out of Silverfang for good." "Silverfang is mine. I won't let you steal it from me." Belin stormed off, cursing under his breath. Later that evening, Juliet invited Perry and Dylan to dinner to thank them for their help. Now that she'd gotten the money, she could finally pay for Perry's treatment. Perry had mixed feelings, but it was Juliet's decision, and she couldn't really say much. Dylan, on the other hand, looked pretty lit. He raised his glass. "Congrats on your freedom." Seeing him so hyped, Perry raised a brow. "You seem a bit too excited about Juliet being single again?" Dylan paused, then laughed. "Hey, I'm just happy for her. She finally got away from that nightmare of a marriage. Oh, and I turned in all her paperwork. With my referral, she's basically set to start working at the hospital as a healer." Juliet smiled, visibly relieved. "Thanks, Dylan. Really." After dinner, Dylan drove Juliet to the house Gareth had given her. "If you need anything, just let me know. I'll grab it for you." "All right, it's getting late. You head back," Juliet said, then went upstairs without asking him in. Perry, who had come with them, shot Dylan a look and asked, "You seem to care a lot about Juliet?" Dylan shrugged. "Nah, I just feel bad for her. That guy she married, total scumbag." "That's all?" Perry wasn't buying it. "She's your senior, and let's be honest, gorgeous. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her?" Dylan froze for a second, then quickly dodged. "Come on, don't overthink it." Perry gave a small warning. "Better not. I'm not cool with that." Dylan had always looked up to her, even though he was older. He was totally fine acting like her little bro. Boss, you're serious about this. Fine, if I ever find my mate, you're doing the final check. Perry bopped him lightly on the head. That's more like it. Anyway, Juliet's not the one for you. She's been married, older than you. It's just not a fit. Got it, Dylan replied, though it sounded a bit half-hearted. I heard you almost got hit at the mall. Yeah, luckily I'm fine, Perry said, still rattled thinking about it. Maybe she really shouldn't be out alone too much. But that Damon guy, where had she seen him before? Then it clicked. Those eyes, that face, she'd seen him once at Auregate. Just a quick glance, but it stuck with her. It had to be him. She asked Byron to send her the mall's surveillance footage, then forwarded it to Jasper, asking him to check Auregate's footage and see if Damon had ever been there. Perry got a call from Jasper. Boss, I checked it out. That guy Damon, there's a good chance he's connected to Nightfang. What? Perry was caught off guard. You sure about that? I'm pretty sure. I saw them get in the same car together. Huh, so Nightfang's really playing games now. Jasper sounded uneasy. Boss, you think it's because Nightfang lost to you? Maybe he got Damon to go after you on purpose. Perry wasn't entirely sure, but if Damon really was one of Nightfang's, then things were getting messy. She just didn't know if Nightfang was targeting her alone or going after Richard as well. If it was only about her, she could handle it. But if the entire Bloodmoon Pack was in danger, that spelled real trouble. She dialed Gerard Barrett's number. He answered quickly and sounded almost amused. Miss Lake, didn't expect you to call me so soon. Don't tell me you're calling to challenge me already? Perry took a deep breath. Is Damon one of yours? Gerard paused. What are you talking about? I asked you, is Damon one of your guys? Gerard, I always thought you had some honor. Never expected you to stab me in the back like this, letting Damon come at me in that stunt at the mall. Wait, what? Damon hit you at the mall? Hold up, are you okay? Gerard knew about her pregnancy, almost blurted it out, but managed to hold it in. So she wasn't wrong. Damon really was linked to him. Perry's voice turned cold. That was your plan, wasn't it? To hurt me. Don't tell me Damon didn't report back to you about it. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll make sure you have answers. After hanging up, Gerard stood in his villa, irritation building inside him. Fergus had already screwed up trying to get Richard. Benjamin had been saved by Perry. Gerard had volunteered to come to New York for this mission. He stood by the window and yelled, "Get Damon in here now." Damon showed up quickly, posture straight. You asked for me, Gerard? Gerard glared at him. Who told you to act without orders? Damon stood with his hands folded, trying to stay calm. Gerard, we've been in New York a while, and you weren't making a move. I got a little impatient. Saw Perry at the mall that day and figured. Gerard lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and exhaled harshly. I already told you, don't make any moves without my say-so. What part didn't you understand? Damon hesitated, then quietly said, Gerard, you signed up to deal with Richard, made a formal promise to Alpha and everything, but ever since that life-or-death gamble with Perry, something's changed. No offense, but have you caught feelings for that girl? Gerard had grown up in the Skyhowl Pack, trained under brutal discipline, always mission-focused. Over the years, he'd been with some she-wolves, but never for anything real, just pawns for plans or means to an end. Never felt anything real. But Perry, she was different. Sharp, skilled in medicine and gambling, fierce yet stunning. She was like no woman he'd ever known. He couldn't help but admire her. He wouldn't admit he had feelings for Perry. It wasn't just that she belonged to Richard, but he also didn't want her hurt. Gerard, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Gerard frowned, eyes turning icy. I don't need your life advice. And one more thing, if you pull another stunt like that again, don't blame me for what happens next. Since Gerard hadn't taken any action himself, Damon had tried to seize the chance to complete the mission assigned by their Alpha. That day had seemed like the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, he underestimated Perry, or more accurately, underestimated a mother-to-be protecting her unborn child with everything she had. What do we tell the Alpha? Damon asked. I'll handle it. You focus on dealing with Richard, Gerard replied coolly. He might cut Perry some slack, but not the Bloodmoon Pack. You've already been exposed, so be careful. Got it. All right, you're dismissed. Gerard stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching snow pile up outside. Perry's face popped up in his mind again. He just promised her an explanation, and oddly enough, a little thrill crept up in his chest. He pulled out his phone and called her. "I've spoken to Damon. It'll be better if we talk face to face. You pick the spot." "I'm at the Crown Regent Hotel," she said, sounding calm. "I'm on my way." Gerard ran a hand through his hair, chose a different coat, and headed downstairs. "Heading out, Gerard?" Damon watched him with respectful curiosity. "Just taking care of something. You guys handle lunch yourselves." Gerard paused at the mirror near the front door, casually adjusting his hair and clothes again. At the hotel cafe, Perry sat quietly in a white puffer jacket. Her long hair was pulled into a ponytail, and the fluffy collar hugged her slightly flushed cheeks. "I almost thought I was seeing Snow White," Gerard said with a soft grin, walking over. "Sit down," she said, sliding a cup of coffee toward him. Gerard checked the time. "It's lunchtime. How about grabbing a bite?" "My treat. Call it an apology." "Apology," Perry set down her coffee. "So Damon really is yours? And this whole thing, it was planned?" "I asked him. Turns out it wasn't intentional. Just bad timing. He went to the mall to grab a few things, and some clueless thief ran off with his phone. I can't say for sure if the guy who bumped into you did it on purpose, but Damon swears it wasn't aimed at you. I already gave him a solid kick or two. Consider it avenging you." Gerard's tone was a bit rough around the edges, but the sincerity came through. "I've already warned him. No more screw-ups or he'll answer to me." "Look, Miss Lake, we kinda got off on the wrong foot. Why not start over, have lunch with me, my way of making things right for what Damon did?" Perry knew the Skyhowl Pack was up to something, targeting her people. She couldn't figure out Gerard's exact angle yet, but he clearly wasn't here just to chat. Still, it couldn't hurt to dig a little deeper. "All right." She followed him up to the second-floor restaurant. Gerard was all smiles, ordering generously and even adding a bottle of Lafite to the list. Perry shot him a look. "If you want wine, go ahead, but count me out. I don't drink." Gerard suddenly remembered she was pregnant. "All right then, I'll drink alone. Miss Lake, you really played me last time. Honestly, I'm still curious. How'd you get that bullet to fly out of the mag like that?" Perry raised an eyebrow. Was he not mad? For someone like you, shouldn't be hard, right? He wasn't wrong. Gerard could probably pull that stunt too. He'd been trained since he was a kid, handling guns like second nature. "So you've gone through some special training too?" Perry gave a casual smile. "Not really. No formal training, just picked up an interest. You said it yourself, running Auregate takes more than just charm." Gerard lifted his glass. "Well then I'll have wine and you stick with juice. Here's to you." "Not gonna lie, I rarely admire anyone. But you, I do. Heard they call you the miracle hand?" She sipped her juice. "I don't go looking for trouble, but I sure won't back down from it. If anyone lays a hand on me or my family, I'll fight back with everything I've got." She wasn't just talking. That was a clear warning. Mess with the Bloodmoon Pack or the child she carried, and there'd be hell to pay. Gerard wasn't an idiot. He caught her drift and chuckled, half serious, half teasing. "Fair enough. Guess I'll have to watch my step around you from now on." "You saying you came here to hurt me?" He quickly waved it off. "No, of course not. I'd never do that." But inside he was sweating. Loyalty to the Skyhowl Pack was everything. Betraying them could mean death. And he wasn't just anyone. He was born into that loyalty. Perry pinned him with a stare. "Tell me the truth. Why did you come to New York? Taking over for Fergus or what? We're sitting here like this, so I assume you don't see me as an enemy. Can I get a straight answer?" There was no way Gerard could come clean. He admired her, sure, wouldn't lift a hand against her. But Richard Scott was a different story. "You're overthinking it. Fergus was a traitor to the pack. He's long gone." "Miss Lake, maybe you've got the wrong idea about us. The Skyhowl Pack survived this long not by being the enemy. You'd be surprised how often we're the good guys." She snorted. "Good guys? You really believe that?" Still, she knew the Skyhowl Pack held real power. They'd even outpaced the Shadowborns in recent years, got protection out in France, took on covert missions. They were no joke. I don't get it. Who the hell has it out for the Bloodmoon Pack this bad? You nearly killed Benjamin. Isn't that enough? Of course Gerard wouldn't take the blame. He'd already figured out she knew who he really was. All he could do was dodge. That was Fergus, working for Alicia Arnold. I wasn't involved. I'm not him. Is that so? Perry clearly didn't buy a word. Let me be clear, Nightfang. I know exactly who you are and what you're here for. If you lay a finger on Bloodmoon, I'll make sure you regret it. For life. The threat was sharp, but Gerard only found her fierceness more captivating. Then out of the blue he blurted, "You and Richard haven't formed a bond yet, have you?" "What's it to you?" Gerard chuckled. "I'm just messing around, no hidden agenda. Come on, eat up. Richard's one lucky guy to have a girl like you backing him." Perry's eyes darkened. Cut the sarcasm. Ever heard the saying, when Richard makes a move, the whole New York business world shakes. You'd better not mess with him. Seriously, I'm just in New York for some business. Why jump to the conclusion that I'm after Richard? That made Perry pause. Truth be told, that part was just their assumption. Gerard went on, "Don't get me wrong. The first time I went to Auregate, it was just for fun. I didn't even know who ran the place. The second time, I just wanted a rematch because I lost to you the first time. That's all. Honestly, even if you hadn't pulled that stunt with the bullet, I would have gone anyway. No way I'd let you think I was willing to gamble my life. I only wanted to shake you up, make you back off. It's just 'cause Fergus is mixed up with Alicia that y'all assumed I was here to take his place and go after Richard. But really, you got it wrong. It's all one big misunderstanding." Perry was feeling a little unsure now. Still, Gerard wasn't someone she could let her guard down around, so she just said, "Misunderstanding or not, bottom line is, no one gets to mess with Richard." Gerard smiled. "Let's not drag this out like there's some epic vendetta between us." Right now, all he wanted was a peaceful meal with her. "I really am sorry about Damon. Next time you see him, feel free to give him hell. I'll back you up." "Just keep your people in check," Perry replied while digging in. She was starving and pretty much inhaling her food. After they ate, Gerard left first. Before exiting the restaurant, he looked back at her for a few seconds. Something unreadable flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected someone like Perry to shake up his plans or his heart. Perry sat for a bit, then went downstairs to the hotel lobby, waiting for Richard to pick her up. Gina had just returned from the hospital, humming happily. "Brant just called me." Perry blinked. "What'd he say?" "Nothing major. Just asked how Kane was doing. Said he ordered some fruit for him. It'll be delivered to his room tomorrow." "So basically, he's telling you to stop spending a fortune on fancy fruit for Kane." Gina knew that, of course, but hearing Brant's voice and chatting for a while had her floating. "Don't rain on my parade, okay? At least he's not shutting me out anymore." "Doesn't really matter if he is," Perry said bluntly. She didn't want Gina putting her heart out there just to get burned. That kind of fall could be brutal. "What's that supposed to mean?" Gina frowned, but her expression quickly shifted. Her eyes lit up. "Brant!" "Oh no," Perry sighed. "Here we go again." "Brant, you haven't eaten yet, right?" "I haven't either. Want me to treat you?" Brant looked a little helpless. "Better let me treat you instead. Perry, want to join us?" Perry was stuffed and planned to decline, hoping to give them some alone time, but Gina grabbed her arm. "Come on, you're eating for two now. A little extra won't hurt." Gina was still a bit tense. Having Perry there might stop Brant from saying anything harsh. They all headed back upstairs. Perry's stomach started acting up again, so she took a quick detour to the restroom. As she stepped out, she caught sight of Albert and Juliet slipping into a private room one after the other. Albert didn't look too happy, which made Perry a bit anxious. She was worried Juliet might get into trouble with him, so she quietly followed. The door to the private room was slightly ajar. Seems the waiter had just come out and hadn't closed it yet. Voices drifted out from inside. It was Juliet speaking. "Now that the old Alpha has completely lost faith in Bellin, your spot as the Alpha is pretty much locked in." Perry froze. What was that supposed to mean? What kind of connection did Juliet and Albert even have? Then Albert's voice came through. "Bellin's got no real skill, always scheming instead of doing real work. Honestly, Grandpa saw through him a long time ago. He's just not fit to lead Silverfang." Juliet chuckled lightly. "So that's why you've been keeping an eye on him? And you even knew about the ledger?" Albert glanced toward the door, walked over and closed it. "Bellin spends money like crazy. always scheming ways to get rich. He's got this weird habit, writes everything down. Who gave him what, how much? He logs it all. Just from our suppliers alone, he's pocketed a ton of bribes over the years. I never turned him in, figured he's still my brother. Juliet said, "If it weren't for you telling me about the ledger, I'd still be stuck dealing with that mess." Albert poured her a cup of tea. "I know you've had it tough in Silverfang. Belin, he's awful. His mom and sister too, a true nightmare. At least you're finally out of it. That deserves a toast." Juliet nodded, smiling. "You're right. I'm done with their drama. But don't underestimate Belin. He may not be capable, but he's just as ambitious as his dad. He's not going to settle for being stuck in sales forever." "I get it," Albert said, handing her a photo of her and Dylan. "Hey, take 'em back. Everything from your phone's deleted too. Grandpa only had those photos taken to trade for the ledger, nothing else. You're free now. Whoever you choose to be with is none of our business." Once the door shut, the voices from inside grew muffled. Perry stood there, puzzled. She'd always seen Albert as someone decent. He never struck her as manipulative like Belin. But now, why was he so close with Juliet? As the waiter brought out a dish, Perry couldn't keep standing there and walked to the dining area. For some reason, her view of Juliet took a hit. Juliet always looked like the victim, but now it seemed she had secret ties with Albert. What stung even more, the possibly murky thing between Juliet and Dylan. Dylan had always been loyal to her. She wanted to find someone truly right for him. It was also something she owed Dylan's dad. Back inside, Albert raised his glass toward Juliet, celebrating both her freedom and his rise in the pack. Just as their glasses clinked, the door flew open. Belin barged in. "Knew it. You two really are in this together." He lifted his phone, snapping photos as fast as he could. Albert set his glass down. "What the hell are you doing here? Were you following us?" Belin let out a mocking laugh. "What's wrong? Afraid?" "Albert, now it makes sense why you pretended to care about me. It was all just to throw Grandpa off, make him lose faith in me, so you could slide into power. Well, I'm bringing all this to him. You two acting like angels. Bet there's a lot you're hiding already." Juliet grabbed her drink and splashed it in his face. "Shameless! There's nothing between Albert and me. Stop projecting your own filth. Belin, if Albert hadn't held me back, I would have handed that ledger to the DA ages ago. You think you'd still be walking around free right now?" Perry had gone to the restroom and noticed the door to the private room was ajar. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked in, only to spot Belin standing there. When Belin turned and saw her, his eyes lit up instantly. "Miss Lake? You're just in time. Take a good look. Juliet and Albert are totally in cahoots trying to take me down. You've been played by her too." Perry frowned, confused by the scene. Why was Juliet with Albert? Belin was clearly agitated. "Albert talked Juliet into stealing my ledger. This was all planned between the two of them." "Come on, Perry. You really think this she-wolf's some helpless victim? She's more calculating than any of us." Juliet clearly didn't expect Perry to walk in like this. "Perry, no, it's not what it looks like." But somehow, despite Juliet's watery eyes and sorry face, Perry couldn't summon any sympathy. In fact, the more she looked at her, the more she felt this woman was anything but innocent. She didn't regret helping Juliet's mother, but she didn't appreciate feeling duped. Albert tried to step in too. "It's true, I did tell Juliet to get Belin's ledger, but only because I wanted her out of the Silverfang pack. She's been through hell here." "Whatever's going on, that's between you all. I don't care to hear it," Perry said flatly and turned to leave. She'd had enough already. Juliet shoved Belin aside and followed her to the door. "Perry, listen to me. We're not like that, not at all. If anything, we're just using each other. I want to cut ties with Belin, obviously. After all the crap I went through living with them, of course I want payback. And Albert, he's just trying to protect the pack." Trying to sound noble while playing alpha? Not the most convincing combo. Perry gave a small laugh. "Like I said, it's none of my business. You deal with your own mess." Juliet seemed lost for words. Watching Perry walk off, her heart sank. Perry had gone to such lengths to help her. Now, Juliet hated that she might think badly of her. Belin yanked her back inside the room like he always did. Old habits die hard. He raised his hand to strike her again, but Albert stopped him. Balin, don't forget, you two aren't bound by contract anymore. Juliet, fuming now, grabbed a wine bottle and hurled it at Balin. You bastard! You still won't leave me alone? Fine, let's end this the hard way. Balin snatched the bottle midair, face burning with rage. You shameless pair, teaming up to screw me over. I'm telling the old man everything. Perry called the front desk. Last thing she wanted was a full-blown fight erupting in there. Balin stormed out. Albert offered a few consoling words to Juliet, telling her to stay strong. If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Juliet sat gloomily on a couch in the hotel lobby. Just then, she noticed Perry heading her way. Perry, I swear you've got the wrong idea, she said quickly. Perry's face was unreadable. Whether I misunderstood or not doesn't really matter. Just look after yourself. That hit Juliet hard. There's nothing going on between me and Albert, really. He invited me out for lunch, that's all. I mean, if we were hiding something, would we have picked the Crown Regent Hotel of all places? Well, fair point, though sometimes hiding in plain sight worked too. Perry let out a slow breath. You don't need to explain. We're not close or anything. But don't worry, since I agreed to treat your mother, I'll see it through. She will get better. Thank you, Perry. Juliet knew it was no use explaining more. Right now, nothing she said would change Perry's mind. After all, seeing was believing. Just then, Richard showed up to bring Perry home. He was gentle and attentive as always, helping her into the car like she was the most precious thing in the world, drawing jealous looks from passers-by. What's wrong? You look down. Richard leaned over, carefully buckling her seatbelt. Maybe. I've misjudged someone. Perry sighed and told him what she just saw. Silverfang's a mess. Let them sort their own drama. No need for you to stress about it, Richard replied. But Perry was worried about Dylan. If Juliet really had something up her sleeve. Richard started the car. Let's talk about Nightfang instead. Perry tried to focus. Can't figure out what he wants yet, but he doesn't seem hostile. Richard frowned. You're being way too naive. For real, he keeps apologizing, and he actually said he respects me. I could feel it, you know. He kinda admires me, Perry said honestly. A weird wave of jealousy hit Richard. He looked over at her, eyes turning cold. And? What's your point? Perry just wanted to reassure him that Nightfang probably wouldn't hurt her. What's that look supposed to mean? Seriously? Don't meet with him again. Richard's tone left zero room for debate. Perry hadn't planned on seeing Gerard again anyway, but Richard's tone rubbed her the wrong way. Says who? What did you just say? Richard let go of the gas and pulled over. Clearly, it was time for some serious talk. So what, you're eager to see him? Perry, in case you forgot, you're my wife. We haven't made the bond official yet, Perry muttered under her breath. And that means you can just do whatever you want? Hang out with any wolf you feel like? Perry looked hurt. Don't twist it. I met with Nightfang because I was trying to get to the bottom of something. You said Skyhowl might be behind Benjamin's poisoning. I'm just digging into it. And now you're accusing me? You just take care of the baby. I'll handle the rest. Seeing how upset she was, Richard sighed and pulled her into a hug. I'm just worried, all right? Don't be pissed. Perry broke free. Worried? Yeah, right? You're clearly mad. Okay, I was wrong. Richard gave in. Honestly, he never knew how to win with her. How about this? Let me make it up to you with some food. I want skewers, Perry pouted. Ever since getting pregnant, she'd been super picky with food. And Bloodmoon's pregnancy meals? All boring. Roasted meat was basically a no-go. Seeing her all sulky and craving, Richard chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right, I've got a special skewer spot just for you. But then he drove to Maison de la Seine. I said I want skewers. Perry refused to get out. Richard opened the door, coaxing gently, I promise, you'll get skewers. No way. Perry looked so disappointed. She was totally imagining lamb and beef skewers. I said you'd get skewers, and I mean it. Richard unbuckled her seatbelt and just scooped her up. It was chilly out, and bundled up as she was, she looked like a fluffy dumpling in his arms. Seeing someone walking by, Perry started to panic and wriggled in his arms. Put me down, quick! What's the rush? I like carrying you. Richard tightened his hold around her, even planning a quick kiss on her cheek. Alpha, Richard? Two men approached them, greeting respectfully while sneaking a glance at the girl nestled in his coat. Perry immediately buried her face deeper inside his jacket, avoiding eye contact altogether. Thankfully, the two guys knew better than to linger and headed straight into the restaurant after saying hello. Perry quickly slipped out of Richard's arms. Geez, that scared me. And why's hugging my wife something to be scared of? Richard slung an arm around her shoulders, guiding her inside. This was easily the fanciest Western restaurant in New York, but unfortunately, Perry was craving skewers tonight, not exactly five-star fare. Don't look so down. Come on, cheer up. I told you I'd get you your skewers, Richard said with a half-mischievous glint in his eye as he helped her into her seat. Perry glanced to the corner, spotting two people that instantly made her stomach sink. Richard finished ordering and poured her some water. What's wrong? Juliet and Dylan, she whispered, glancing over again. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. Dylan was gently wiping tears from Juliet's face with a warm towel. After Juliet had left the hotel, she got a call from Dylan. She hadn't really eaten and had been in a foul mood thanks to Bellin messing things up, so she'd agreed to meet Dylan here. Holding her glass of lemon water, Perry frowned. Do you really think they're right for each other? Richard shrugged with a faint smile. If they think they are, then why not? Relationships are personal. It's not always easy to judge from the outside, right? Perry tensed. If Dylan actually falls for Juliet, Uncle Tang's going to have a fit. Dylan's my most loyal guy. I can't just watch him fall into her trap. If he's serious about her, what are you going to do? Break them up? Relax. Let him figure it out himself, Richard said, clearly not one to meddle in other people's dating lives. I knew I shouldn't have helped Juliet, Perry muttered, clearly frustrated. Richard reached across the table, gently turning her head toward him. Stop staring. It's rude. Hello? Your husband's sitting right here. Don't I deserve a glance? Just then, their food arrived. It was a well-done steak, no rare meat for her since she was pregnant. I said I wanted skewers. Perry pouted again, clearly unimpressed. Richard leaned toward the waiter, murmuring something. Moments later, the waiter came back with some bamboo sticks. Richard then cut up the steak into bite-sized pieces, dipped them in his special sauce, and started threading them onto the skewers. Here, your skewers are served. Perry let out a laugh, both amused and exasperated. She had already eaten twice that evening, but only had soup with Gina and the others. Now she was actually getting a bit hungry. This is so sneaky. Still counts as skewers, Richard said cheerfully. He skewered the rest of the steak and even added some veggies and fruit here and there. The whole plate turned out super colorful and surprisingly appetizing. Bloodmoon-style skewers, one of a kind. Perry was in a much better mood now. Even though it wasn't exactly the barbecue she craved, Richard had put in so much effort that it warmed her heart. Tastes pretty good. If I ever want skewers again, just make it like this for me. No problem. You just say the word, I'll whip it up for you, Richard said, reaching over to wipe the grease off the corner of her lips with a warm towel. You eat too. Perry handed him a skewer. It was honestly one of the most unique flavors she'd had. Then she spotted a girl at the next table eating ice cream, and suddenly she was craving it too. I want ice cream. It's freezing out and you're pregnant. Ice cream's a no-go. But I want it. Perry pouted, playing the spoiled card she always played with him. Nope, I said no, and if you insist, I'm going to get mad. Seeing he wasn't joking, she quickly dropped the idea. Richard ruffled her hair, smiling. That's my good girl. Once they'd eaten their fill, Richard held her hand and led her toward the parking lot. The wind had picked up, and he pulled her hood up over her head, wrapping his arm around her tightly. Promise me, no more meeting with Nightfang, okay? That guy's dangerous. You can't ever let your guard down around him. She appreciated his concern and nodded. Fine, I won't see him anymore. Richard, do you think the Skyhowl Pack really plans to come after Bloodmoon? Did someone hire them? Or are they coming for you directly? Richard sighed, still unsure of the full picture, but he was definitely investigating. I'm not scared of anyone. If they want to mess with me, they'd better make sure they're up for the fight. Perry loved how fearless he was. Exactly, and you've got me too. Anyone who comes for Bloodmoon's gonna have to get through me first. Richard laughed. All right, just take care of yourself. You leave the pack stuff to us wolves, got it? Leaning back against the seat as the car's heater hummed softly, Perry curled up beside her beloved wolf. The warmth lulled her, and she slowly drifted off. Richard drove them into the courtyard of the Bloodmoon Pack. Seeing she was still asleep, he gently opened the door and carried her inside. Benjamin was still awake and looked surprised. Perry was fast asleep in Richard's arms, cheeks flushed like ripe apples, too cute for words. "She's out," Richard said quietly, glancing down at her. "Oh." Benjamin quickly stepped back, not daring to make a sound to disturb her. Richard carried her into the bedroom and laid her softly on the bed. But Perry clung to him harder, mumbling, "Richard, hold me." So he lay down next to her, wrapping her up in his arms again. But Perry's hands weren't behaving, roaming all over him. When her fingers accidentally brushed somewhere soft and sensitive, she instinctively grabbed again. The big bad wolf nearly jumped. He bit his tongue, not wanting to wake her, and gently but firmly pinned her little hand. Leaning close, he whispered, "Sleep well. Don't move around so much. Stay still, all right?" With her hand trapped, Perry snuggled into his chest and finally quieted. Richard let out a slow breath. He'd almost lost it there. That morning, Perry went to the hospital. Running into Juliet instantly ruined her mood. When Juliet greeted her, Perry just gave a half-hearted nod in return. After treating Juliet's mother, Perry headed straight to Dylan's office. "What's the deal with you and Juliet?" she asked, not bothering to beat around the bush. Dylan had seen her at the restaurant the night before but hadn't said hi. "Nothing's going on. We're just friends." "Friends? You two seemed a bit too close for that. Dylan, listen to me. Juliet is not as innocent as she looks. No matter how you look at it, she's not someone you should get involved with. Got it?" Dylan scratched his head. "Come on, boss. Chill. I'm a grown man. I know what I'm doing. I think you might be misunderstanding her." "I don't care. Just stay away from her, all right?" Dylan had to prep for surgery and didn't have more time to argue. "Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything stupid." "You better not," Perry said. She wasn't trying to control his life. She truly wanted him to be with someone good. After that, she stopped by Kane's room. There was a bag on the cabinet with a hand-knitted scarf inside. Gina had made it for Kane. At the moment, Gina was carefully wiping Kane's hands and face. With New Year's coming up, the hotel should have been her top priority, especially during its peak season. Instead, she was pouring all of her energy into looking after Kane. Perry couldn't help but feel uneasy watching her and pulled her aside. "Didn't you say you wanted to go skiing for New Year's? Something you've been looking forward to for ages. You're not going anymore?" Gina smiled, walking her to the elevator. "Nah, skiing's fun and all, but if I can't go with someone I actually want to go with, what's the point? So staying by Kane's side every day, that's meaningful?" Gina let out a sigh. "At first, it was because he's Brant's father. But slowly, I started seeing him like my own. You know, I never had a father figure growing up. Kane reminds me of what that could have been. Right now, all I want is to take care of him till he gets better. I just hope I'm doing something worthwhile for Brant, too." Perry gave a dry chuckle. But the real question was, did Kane even need that? Francis had been insisting that Perry and Richard come to the Ashen Pack for lunch. Although Perry had sort of made peace with the Ashen Pack, she still had mixed feelings. But for Francis, she agreed to come along. Irene greeted them warmly, and Sarah even grabbed Perry's hand like they were long-lost sisters. "Come, let's walk in the yard, catch up a bit, and soak in some sun." Richard stayed inside, sipping tea with Francis and Jonathan. Jonathan was still new to the Ashen Pack, but had already proven his knack for handling things quickly and well. He really looked up to Richard and often asked him about business stuff. Richard was polite, kept the chat going, but his eyes kept wandering to the yard every now and then. He clearly had Perry on his mind. Out in the yard, Perry and Sarah sat with tea and snacks. Just then a car rolled in. It was Mara's family. Perry had rubbed Lola the wrong way before while trying to help Juliet, so Lola greeted her with a cold shoulder. Mara, on the other hand, strolled over with a bright smile. "Such a gorgeous sunny day. Perry, if you weren't pregnant, I'd totally drag you out snowboarding. The slopes are amazing this year." Sarah chuckled. "Mara, stop tempting her. You know skiing's her favorite thing ever." They chatted for a bit, and then Mara brought up Dylan. "Has Dylan gone back already?" Sarah, knowing about Mara's feelings, smirked. Why do you care so much about Dylan, huh? Mara lowered her eyes, clearly a bit shy. You're heading back too, right, Perry? I made a scarf for Dylan. Could you pass it to him for me? Perry was caught off guard, totally not the twist she expected. Dylan had once thrown a whole tantrum trying to protect Juliet, even nearly got into it with Bellin from Silverfang. So when Mara asked about him, Perry thought it was to settle a score. What is this trend now? Everyone gifting scarves? Gina made 2, and now Mara's joined the club? Mara tugged gently at Sarah's sleeve, silently asking her to step in. Sarah spoke up. Perry, just do her this one favor. She's too embarrassed to give it herself. But Perry had zero intention of playing mailman. She knew all about Mara's past, clinging to Richard, catching something nasty from Tom. No way was she getting involved. Yeah, not happening. Why not? It cost you nothing, Mara snapped, assuming everyone should just help her out. I'll just leave it in your car, okay? Just make sure he gets it. Perry's eyes darkened. Don't put anything in my car. If you want to give it, do it yourself. Mara's face changed. You won't even do this one small thing? Don't you get it? Juliet's also trying to get close to Dylan. That poked Perry the wrong way. And what about you? Mara flinched. She'd finally moved past her mess with Tom, but this dragged it all back up. You think I'm dirty or something? Not worthy of loving someone else? Perry sighed. She didn't want to hurt her. That's not it, but Dylan's someone I care about deeply, and I really don't like the idea of you getting involved. He wouldn't be into you either. You two just don't click. Mara's eyes welled up. You're just looking down on me. Perry, that's so cruel. Sarah, pretend playing peacemaker, chimed in. Maybe just help her out, Perry. But Mara shook her head and shouted, forget it. I don't need her help. She clearly thinks she's better than me. I'll handle my own happiness. I like Dylan and I will chase him. Don't try to stop me, Perry, or we've got a problem. Perry didn't even respond. She turned and walked back inside. Richard reached out, gently pulled her down to sit beside him, smoothing her hair before continuing his chat with Jonathan. His casual affection didn't go unnoticed. People from Silverfang clearly felt out of place, but kept quiet and forced smiles. No one wanted beef with Richard. Bellin leaned against the couch, occasionally jumping into Jonathan's conversation, trying to blend in. He'd been working hard to build ties with Bloodmoon, especially to connect with Richard. After lunch, Perry and Richard left. As they reached the door, Francis followed to say he would visit Phoenix Ridge to pay respects to Helena in a few days. Mara, still nursing a bruised ego from Perry's rejection, vented to Sarah. Sarah let out a cold laugh. You really thought she'd help you? You're way too naive. Mara stared at her, confused. Didn't you patch things up with her? I tried, Sarah shrugged. But she gave me the cold shoulder, started suspecting my mom had it in for her. So yeah, we're just keeping it surface level now. And that's when it hit Mara. Their relationship with Perry had pretty much snapped back to what it used to be. Perry and Richard caught a flight to the countryside and landed in the evening. Bryce's house was packed. Word had gotten out that the two were visiting, so a bunch of relatives and neighbors had shown up to help cook. Over the years, Bryce had been treating people with his medical skills. Many of them owed him a lot, so everyone had loads of respect for him. Those familiar neighbors from last time came again, and as soon as they saw Richard, they surrounded him with questions. Heard you two are getting married after New Year. Got your wedding place sorted yet? Richard smiled. Yeah, already bought one. In the city or out in the suburbs? Suburbs. Suburbs is all right too. That car you came in looks pretty fancy. You rent it or is it yours? Doesn't seem like your usual ride. Richard replied politely, it's not mine. Perry's grandaunt chimed in with her usual commentary. You kids need to learn how to save. Renting such an expensive car? What a waste just to show off. Perry chuckled. Don't worry, Auntie. I can still afford this much. Her aunt pressed on. Everything costs money these days. You can't be so extravagant. Look at your grandpa, lived frugally all his life. Bryce had been treating patients his whole life, never charging more than he should, never prescribing stuff just for money. If someone couldn't afford it, he'd treat them for free. So even though his medical skills were top-notch, he never made much, but everyone around here spoke of him with nothing but admiration. Dean and Dylan had also shown up. Hearing the neighbors' playful questions made them laugh. Dylan leaned over to Perry. Seriously, what are they thinking? You're not going to explain anything? There's nothing to explain. This kind of stuff actually brings everyone closer, Perry said, then remembered something. By the way, Mara asked me to give you a scarf she knitted. I didn't take it. Looks like she's crushing on you. Dylan already suspected Mara liked him. Glad you didn't. I want nothing from her. Stay away from her and Juliet too. I'm seriously regretting putting Juliet in the clinic as a healer. Maybe worried she'd fired Juliet, Dylan quickly said, There's really nothing between us. You know she's older than me. I just felt bad for her, tried to look out more. You'd better keep it that way. Perry was helping her grandpa sort herbs. Give me a hand. Spread these out to dry. Richard was still stuck chatting with the locals. With a face that handsome and a voice that pleasant, no wonder they were all flocking around him. So, how's your income looking? Richard stayed humble and just went with it. It's all right, enough to support a family. Auntie looked quite smug. Richard, my Jason works for the Bloodmoon Pack. Maybe you could talk to him? He might help you get a job there. It's definitely better than trying anywhere else. Richard instantly knew who she meant. Perry's cousin. Thanks, Auntie. I appreciate it. No need to be so polite. Your family. Perry's grandpa has helped us plenty, Auntie said proudly. Just mentioning Jason clearly made her beam. Jason's so capable. Couldn't he lend a hand to Richard too? A neighbor chimed in. Auntie chuckled. Not just anyone can get into the Bloodmoon group, but someone like Richard, he puts on a suit and honestly looks like an alpha. He's nice to look at. Richard, come help me with the chicken. Richard had zero experience with that. The moment the chicken got in his hands, it freaked out and flapped all over him. He couldn't hold on, and the bird clawed its way up to his shoulder, flapping wildly and leaving loose feathers and scratches behind. Then it launched itself off and started going nuts around the yard. A dozen people scrambled to catch it. Richard smelled. Weird. And for some reason, the chicken seemed to have a personal grudge. It dive-bombed him again. He stumbled back, nearly falling. Perry moved without thinking and managed to catch him, except it looked way too much like a bridal carry. Richard ended up awkwardly sprawled in her arms. Some neighbors, finally recovering from the chaos, gasped. Good thing Perry caught him, or he really would have hit the ground. With everyone staring, Richard was mortified. He swore he'd never, ever try to kill a chicken again in his life. Perry gave him a shove back up. You okay? Richard looked stunned. That was probably the most embarrassed he'd ever been. I'm fine, but seriously, you're pregnant. Why'd you try and catch me? What if I landed on you? Honestly, he would have rather face-planted than have everyone see him get princess carried like that. Relax, I'm careful. Perry didn't waste time on his embarrassment and went straight for the still crazed chicken. She pulled out a net and bam, snagged it in one go. The crowd immediately applauded her for being so capable. Perry and Auntie handled the rest of the chicken situation while Richard stood by, sheepish. Neighbors came over to comfort him and threw in a few jokes about him needing to learn. After all, one of them grinned, if Perry's doing postpartum confinement one day, you'll have to chicken soup her up yourself. Last time Perry had come back, she was pregnant, until Fergus messed everything up and caused a miscarriage. Luckily, Dean had spread the word, and no one brought it up again. After that mess, Richard figured the whole chicken ordeal might scar him for life. Still, he smiled politely and promised to learn. Dinner rolled around and the place was packed. Bryce passed a big chicken drumstick to Richard. Then everyone chimed in, insisting he had to eat both. It was symbolic. Richard glanced at the chicken leg and suddenly remembered that feathery maniac flapping on him earlier. Yeah, his appetite took a dive. All eyes were on him, over a dozen friends and relatives. Someone chimed in, "We all saved this just for you. None of us touched it." What kind of strange tradition was that? Well, whatever. Richard had no choice but to pick up the drumstick and take a bite. Not bad, really, just he definitely hadn't recovered from that whole chicken incident earlier. While he was chewing, Jason showed up. His aunt beamed and said, "This is my son," then turned to Jason, bubbling with enthusiasm. "This is Perry's boyfriend. I was just telling him you might be able to find him something at the Bloodmoon Pack." Jason's eyes flashed to Richard, freezing mid-step. All. Richard threw him a subtle look. Don't say it. His aunt quickly handed Jason a bowl and chopsticks. His name's Richard. You know him? Jason stared at Richard like he wasn't sure what planet he'd landed on. No idea who he is. Richard kept working on the drumstick, technically served with all the passion in the world, so he had to eat it. Thankfully, Jason showed up just in time to take the heat off. Bryce passed him a huge drumstick, too. Jason hesitated, hands nearly trembling. Better give that to Perry's boyfriend. He's the guest. Richard raised an eyebrow, voice calm but firm. It's from Grandpa. Just eat. Jason gulped and obeyed, chewing in silence. His aunt giggled. Jason, if you get the chance, help Perry's boyfriend out, okay? He's family. Jason's brows furrowed hard. Mom, seriously, stop that. She gave his arm a playful slap. What's wrong with being helpful? He's one of us. Dylan was barely holding in his laughter, and Dean looked like he was about to crack too. These villagers really had no clue who they were trying to play matchmaker for. But hey, they were having fun, so whatever. No worries, someone piped up. With Jason around, we'll get you into Bloodmoon in no time. Jason, don't just stuff your face, listen to your mom. Jason looked like he wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. Facing an alpha, major humiliation tonight. Richard didn't care. Let them joke all they wanted. Bryce, as always, low-key as ever. Never bragged about Perry's skills, never gave anything away about Richard. Didn't matter what people thought. As long as the family was happy and together, that was all that really counted. After dinner, Perry's aunt led the neighbors to do dishes and clean up. Jason spotted Richard in the yard and quietly walked over. Alpha Richard, I'm sorry. My mom didn't know who you are. Richard just smiled. It's fine. If that's what she believes, no need to correct her. Jason got it immediately. Richard didn't want his identity out there. Understood. The night wore on, and the party gradually dispersed. Back in their room, Richard looked over at Perry. Tired? She nestled into his arms. Not really. Everyone had fun. I've been thinking about checking out Vinny Valley. Richard tightened his hold around her. Just don't, okay? You're pregnant, and your mentor's not even back yet. What's the point of going now? I'm just worried rogues might stir up trouble. I've got this uneasy feeling. Even so, let's wait until you've had the baby, all right? All right, she sighed. There wasn't much else she could do. 2 days later, Francis and Irene joined Perry, Richard, and Dylan for a visit to Helena's grave. From a distance, they spotted a man kneeling by the gravestone. Perry walked ahead. The man, sensing their presence, quickly wiped his eyes, stood up, gave a few more respectful bows, then turned to face them. Perry, you're here. Mr. Morrison, she greeted politely. It was Damien. He'd already been by to pay his respects and had seen Bryce as well. I'm heading back to New York tomorrow, thought I'd stop by one last time. Francis met his gaze, cold and stiff. Thanks, Mr. Morrison, for visiting my wife's grave. Damien let out a short, bitter laugh. Alpha Francis, your wife's right here. I came to see Helena. Francis still held feelings for Helena, especially after learning she'd never actually betrayed him. All the hurt he'd caused her filled him with guilt. Helena was my mate. Damien's stare turned colder, flicking to Irene. Back then, she was the one who'd driven Helena to such misery, and because of her, he'd been forced to leave, carrying a reputation he didn't deserve. You say that, but I wonder how your wife feels hearing it? Irene put on a calm act. What are you implying, Mr. Morrison? Helena was indeed Francis's wife, and I am now too. We're here sincerely, to mourn her. Seems like you're the one struggling to let go, aren't you? Her words dripped with sarcasm and challenge. And just like that, Perry saw right through Irene. She'd never truly regretted anything she did. Damien wasn't about to argue with this manipulative woman by Helena's grave. Instead, he turned to Bryce and gave a respectful bow. Sir, I'll be heading out. I'll visit again sometime. Bryce nodded. All right. Passing by Irene, Damien's eyes glinted with sharp disdain. He paused briefly, looking her over. Take care of your karma. Then he walked away. Irene scoffed. Who does he think he is? Perry stepped up to honor her mother, her movements careful and respectful. Francis stayed quiet, genuinely remorseful, silently confessing his guilt to Helena. But no matter how sorry he was, he still couldn't walk away from Irene, not with the family and responsibilities tying him down. Irene kept up the perfect front, saying all the right things and promising to treat Perry better. But deep down, none of it meant a thing to her. Once they finished the visit, they all returned to Bryce's home. Francis and Irene left that afternoon. Wanting to take advantage of Richard's time off, Perry suggested a little getaway. The two of them drove, taking in the scenery, stopping here and there. That evening, they reached a quiet, hot spring resort. After indulging in the local food, Perry felt a bit too full, so she and Richard laced fingers and went for a stroll down a peaceful path. This place was gorgeous, but seriously remote. It sat halfway up a mountain, which meant freezing wind and leftover snow still clinging to the roadside. Perry tugged her down jacket tighter around her as she leaned into Richard, the two trudging deeper up the mountain path. The trail was totally deserted, just the two of them. It was getting late, and with the chilly air, most folks had already headed back to the hotel for the night. Without realizing it, they'd wandered pretty far. The sky was clouded over with no moonlight, and the streetlights were dim at best. All around them were shadowy woods, with the occasional rustle from who knows what in the brush. Richard pulled her in closer. "Starting to feel a little creepy out here, huh?" Perry leaned into him, laughing softly. "Did you forget I grew up in Vinny Valley, completely cut off from the world? I've seen all sorts of stuff. I'm really not the scaredy cat type." Richard chuckled too. "Yeah, fair point. Compared to Vinny Valley, this place is a walk in the park. Still, it's late. Maybe we should head back? You tired?" Perry let out a yawn. "Kinda. Let's go." He wrapped an arm around her, and they turned around to head back. Perry glanced around. If someone wanted to set up an ambush, this'd be the perfect spot, plenty of cover on both slopes. She didn't know why her mind suddenly went there, but it did. She found herself scanning the darkness, and her gut twisted. Something felt off, like danger was inching closer. A red dot appeared in the dark. It was a laser sight, and glaringly obvious. "Richard, watch out!" Perry cried, her face turning pale. Richard caught on instantly. He just spotted the laser too, pointed right at him. Without a second thought, he threw himself in front of Perry, shielding her with his body. Just then, a bullet whizzed by and hit him square in the chest. He dropped like a stone. "Richard!" Perry screamed, catching him as he fell. "Talk to me. Are you okay?" Her eyes darted around the woods. Something moved in the bushes nearby. Another red dot swept across and locked onto her, but quickly shifted away. A bullet zipped past her ear. Before she could react fully, the shadow on the opposite slope was already sprinting off. "Richard!" she called again, clutching the wounded werewolf against her. Blood soaked through her hands and stained her clothes. Richard was still breathing, barely. "Richard, hold on, please." Under the dim glow of the street lamp, his breathing faltered, eyes trained weakly on her. The attacker seemed to have backed off, probably knowing she wasn't a threat. Richard sighed. "I'm okay. Perry, don't be scared." Perry gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. She pressed hard on his wound to stop the bleeding, then shoved a pill into his mouth. "Stay with me, okay? I'm here. You're gonna be fine, promise me." "Okay," he whispered, his pulse faint, body slumping heavily against her. She dialed emergency services and the police, then quickly called Byron. Sitting on the ground, she held Richard tightly, blocking out everything else. She didn't care about who fired the shot right now. All she wanted was for Richard to hang in there. Meanwhile, down the mountain, the attacker looped back through the foot of the hill and jumped into a car. Damon was behind the wheel, Gerard beside him. "I could have taken Perry out too," Damon snapped. "Why the hell did you stop me?" Gerard's expression was icy. "I told you, take out Richard if you want, but Perry's off limits." Damon's hands clenched around the steering wheel, speeding up sharply. "She's carrying Richard's kid. If Alpha finds out what you did, he'll come down hard on you." Gerard's voice rose in frustration. "You had no right to make that call on your own." "This was an order from the Alpha. I'm just following it, Gerard. Ever since Perry showed up, you've forgotten where you belong. I knew you'd get emotional, that's why I took care of it solo. Didn't expect you to pop out of nowhere, though. If you hadn't interfered, they'd both be dead by now." Gerard flinched at the thought of Perry. Her face flashed through his mind, and an odd ache tightened in his chest. She must have been terrified. "You've already nailed Richard. That in itself is a big win. The Alpha's bound to reward you handsomely." Damon smirked, looking pretty pleased with himself. Just like Gerard, he'd grown up in the Skyhowl Pack, raised and trained directly by Alvin. We need to hit the docks and disappear tonight. Staying here's too risky. Going back to New York's out of the question, too. Whatever Perry's carrying hasn't been dealt with yet, so the Alpha will for sure send others. Gerard, don't screw this up for one girl. She's not the only female wolf out there. You've got a future to think about. Shut up. You don't get to tell me how to live, Gerard snapped. If Gerard hadn't shown up on that mountain, it wouldn't have just been Richard. Perry might have not made it out either. He actually respected her. Even knowing the punishment that awaited, he'd still jumped in to save her. It was the least he could do after crossing paths with her. Damon, seriously, why do you think the Alpha has his eyes on Richard? Bloodmoon Pack's a powerhouse. Who'd even dare try wiping them out? Gerard knew a bit. Alvin wasn't acting on a hit job. No one had deep enough pockets to hire the Skyhowl Pack to take down the mighty Bloodmoon clan. Nah, this beef ran personal. Whatever happened in the past between Alvin and them, it was serious, like full-on vendetta level. Though Gerard wasn't sure about the details, it was clear Alvin wanted their whole pack wiped out. No mercy. Perry peeled off her thick down jacket and covered Richard with it, hoping to keep him warm. She stayed close, whispering to him, her cheek pressed lightly to his. Richard, I'm right here. Hang in there. The ambulance should be here any second. He could hear her voice, but he was too drained to talk, eyes barely open. Still, he tried to look at her. He had never wanted to see her more than he did right now. His hand trembled slightly, trying to reach her face. She gently took his hand and held it to her cheek, trying to give him warmth, give him comfort. She needed him to hang in there. The ambulance arrived around 10 minutes later, but to Perry, it felt like forever. Police showed up too, but the attackers had already made their escape. Richard was rushed straight to the hospital and wheeled into surgery. Perry stood outside the OR, still covered in blood. Mr. Reed brought her a cup of warm water. You should get cleaned up and change. Did you pack anything? She shook her head. It's still in the car, which is back at the resort. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm fine like this. Just then, the sheriff showed up with a couple officers. We've got search teams out now. Miss Lake, can you walk us through what happened? She took a deep breath, replaying it all in her head. They were trained like actual hitmen. By the time you guys got there, they were gone. You better lock down the airports, docks, and highways. They'll be long gone if you don't. The sheriff nodded politely. Already on it. Miss Lake, think carefully. Who do you think's behind this? Her heart skipped. One name popped into her head, Nightfang. She scrambled for her phone and dialed Gerard's number with trembling fingers. Just as she'd feared, it was off. Dead silence on the other end. The sheriff pulled up the surveillance footage from around the resort and pinpointed two suspects during the time of the attack. Both wore black coats, hats, and masks, totally geared up. There was no way to tell who they were. They headed up the mountain separately, about 10 minutes apart. Once they reached the top, they avoided all cameras, and on their way back down, they left together in the same car. Perry couldn't tell who it was. It was freezing cold. They were bundled up like pros. Definitely looked like hitmen who knew what they were doing. She wasn't sure if it was Nightfang, but the suspicion was eating at her. He had messaged her before the holidays, said he was leaving New York for another country. He didn't say where, and she didn't press. Things between them weren't that close. But now, Gerard wasn't answering her calls, and that unsettled her. Check out the Skyhowl Pack. I think they might be involved. The sheriff nodded. Got it. I'll have my people look into them. Miss Lake, Alpha Richard is still in surgery. You need to take care of yourself, too. I will, thanks. Perry sat down and typed out a message to Nightfang. Where are you tonight? The sheriff left with his officers. They still had suspects to track down. Still no reply from Nightfang. Perry messaged again. Where are you tonight? Is this attack connected to you? Radio silence. She had no idea how long she waited, but eventually the surgery doors opened, and the healer pulled off their mask, exhaling heavily. Surgery went great. Alpha Richard's out of danger. Lucky you stopped the bleeding in time, or else. Perry let out the breath she'd been holding. Back then, all she could do was keep him from bleeding out. She didn't dare remove the bullet herself. She knew the shot hadn't hit his heart. Otherwise, she might not have been able to save him. Richard remained unconscious. Perry stayed by his side, gently wiping his face. "You're going to be okay, Richard. It's my fault. We stayed out too long just to have fun. I'm sorry." He was still out cold, lying there silently. The healer stepped in. "You're pregnant. You really should lie down a bit. You can't afford to wear yourself out." "I'm fine," Perry said quietly. "I just want to be with him a little more. You go rest." Left with no choice, the healer returned to the office. Perry checked Richard's pulse again, steady. She finally relaxed a little. No more life-threatening danger, at least. But when he'd wake up, no one could say, "You've been through so much. Get some good rest. Remember, in a couple of days, we're supposed to seal our bond." She wasn't going to let anything ruin it this time. By dawn, Byron arrived. He'd rushed over overnight and knew what had happened. "We've ID'd 2 suspects, but they were fully disguised. Still no clue who they are. We've locked down all nearby exits, ports, airports, and stations." Perry sighed. "They pulled this off too cleanly. Must have had a plan to vanish after. I still think the Skyhowl Pack's involved, but there's no proof. Their influence runs deep. It won't be easy." "We'll figure it out," Byron said, placing a bag of breakfast down. They sat on the couch and ate. "How's the Alpha doing?" Perry glanced back at Richard. "He's stable now. With proper care, he'll recover. Let's not tell Joel for now, okay? I don't want him worrying." "Got it. I've called Benjamin. He's already on the plane. I've got a gut feeling the people who tried to kill you two are the same ones that used that bug poison on Benjamin in the jungle." Perry had thought the same. "That's likely. I can't reach Nightfang now. Makes me wonder if he's involved in this. I'll have Fergus reinterrogated in New York. Maybe something new will come out. But right now, what matters most is getting Alpha back on his feet." Byron paused, curious. "From what you described, it sounds like someone stopped the shooter from firing that second shot. Why you weren't hit?" Perry nodded. "Yeah, maybe they were just after Richard." Byron didn't comment too much. "Perry, you should rest a bit. I parked out back. Go shower, get changed. If Alpha wakes up and sees you like this, he's gonna worry." Perry's clothes were stained in blood, face smudged with dirt. A shower sounded more than necessary. "I'll just wash up here." "All right, I'll bring your suitcase up." Richard was in the best VIP room the hospital had, looked more like a fancy hotel room than anything else. When Perry came out of the bathroom all cleaned up and dressed, Benjamin had just arrived. She hadn't planned on telling him too much. Didn't want him worrying. Benjamin had always been the little brother, always protected by Richard. But this time he wanted to step up. "Someone tried to kill my brother. I'll find out who did this. Luna, take care of him. Byron and I'll handle the rest." Perry rubbed her barely showing bump. She was still under 3 months, but with twins, it was starting to show. "Just be careful, Benjamin. I'm starting to think this isn't just an isolated attack. Between you being poisoned and now Richard, someone's after Bloodmoon Pack. I know, which is why we need to get to the bottom of it." Benjamin glanced at his sleeping brother. "Take care of him, Luna. I'm heading out to meet Byron." Whoever launched that attack likely wouldn't risk going after Benjamin right now. Perry reminded him to stay alert before letting him go. She sat down by the bed, gently took Richard's hand and checked his pulse. The bullet hadn't hit anything vital, and he was out of immediate danger, but he was still out cold. No sign of waking anytime soon. "Richard, just rest a little longer. When you feel better, wake up and look at me. Tomorrow's our bond ceremony, remember? I won't run away from it this time, so come back to me soon, all right?" There was no response. Perry felt her chest tighten. Her phone rang. Gina was calling. "When are you guys coming back? Kane got discharged today. I just checked him into the hotel. Brant's back too." Gina hoped the atmosphere would ease up if Perry was around. Brant still kept her at arm's length. Perry sighed. "Something came up here. I might need a few more days before I can head back." "What happened? Is everything okay?" Gina sounded worried. Brant saw her reaction and motioned for the phone. "Perry, what's going on?" He wasn't a stranger. No need to hide. Perry filled him in. "I'm booking a flight now," Brant said without hesitation. Gina looked at him. "I'm coming with you. I can't rest knowing something's happened to Perry." "All right, Brant couldn't say no and bought 2 tickets. On the way to the airport, Brant had already called Byron to get the details. He was still trying to piece things together. "We don't know yet." Gina muttered, "I still can't believe anyone would dare go after Richard and Perry." Brant couldn't either. Just what kind of grudge would push someone to go this far against the Bloodmoon Pack? For Gina, just getting to go with Brant felt like a small blessing, even if their only purpose was to check on Richard. By the time they reached the hospital room, it was already late in the afternoon. Byron and Benjamin were both there. Richard was still unconscious. No one had a clue when he'd actually wake up. The anesthesia had long worn off, and thankfully his life wasn't hanging by a thread anymore, but he just wouldn't come to. Perry looked like she hadn't slept in days. Brant couldn't help but feel concerned. "Richard's gonna be fine. But you're pregnant, Perry. You really need to slow down a bit." Gina gave Perry's hand a squeeze. "Exactly. You pushing yourself too hard isn't helping anyone." Perry turned her teary gaze to Richard on the bed, her voice cracking. "This is all my fault. I was the one who insisted on the trip. I wanted to have a little fun, and now look what happened to him." Benjamin gently reassured her. Whoever's targeting Bloodmoon would have found another way. "This isn't on you, Perry." But that didn't make her feel any better. "Tomorrow's supposed to be our bonding day, Benjamin. Your brother, he can't even move right now. But I still want to do it, right here, in the room. Is that okay?" Last time she and Richard tried, Alicia and Fergus sabotaged everything. Richard ended up waiting alone all day at the registry office before walking away. Perry wasn't going to let that happen again. Brant frowned. "You want to bond while he's still unconscious? Isn't that a little unfair to you?" "Honestly, it's just a piece of paper. Wait until he's better, then do it properly." Gina nodded along. "Seriously, Perry, he might not even be awake tomorrow. Plus, you know they need pictures for official documentation. And it's not like he won't recover. What's the rush?" Benjamin had originally been on board, but now he hesitated too. "Perry, maybe think it over?" Perry flinched, like the thought scared her. "It was Alicia last time, now this. What if something else happens if I wait again? I just don't want to take that chance." Byron chimed in quietly. "Our Alpha's still out, but who knows? Maybe a little joy might bring him back." Perry didn't want to argue anymore. "Beta Byron, can you please help set it up? Tomorrow, I'm bonding with Richard no matter what." Byron gave her a firm nod. "Got it." Brant's jaw tightened. "You're seriously going along with this?" Byron motioned for them to step into the hall. "You all saw her. She's set on this. When Perry makes up her mind, who's going to stop her? Let's just make the best of it. Deck out the room, give them the happiest memory we can. Trust me, they'll remember it forever." No one had anything else to say after that. Gina perked up. "You know, when you put it that way, it could actually be kind of sweet. Let's just give them the right vibe." And really, Richard's VIP hospital room wasn't exactly lacking. It was practically a luxury suite. "Fine," Brant finally said, though his chest ached a bit. "Let's do this properly. Perry deserves it." He knew deep down that this was goodbye to his moonlit fantasy. Perry would never be his. "Come on, let's see what we need to pick up." Gina saw the shift in Brant's mood, and it hit her like a wave. No matter how close she stood, no matter how hard she tried, his eyes would never turn her way. She walked behind him in silence, knowing there was nothing more she could do.